you have to kill my cat? Why'd I have to take you back? And time I play the empath. I don't know why. There's some lights on in an empty bar. A toilet with the seat left up. It's closure like a deer in headlight. One day I know that you will be there. One day I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? One day I know that you will be there. One day I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? So let's talk about what I want to do. Cause all I want to do is turn back time at least a couple Tuesdays to before I found one life turned to. I said it last time, but I'm not afraid of empty rooms. I'm not afraid of new perfume. And in fact, my dear, I'm fucking terrified. One day I know that you will be there. One day I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? One day I know that you will be there. One day I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent? So fucking inconsistent. One day I know that you will be there. One day I'll focus on the future. Maybe one day. Oh baby, isn't life so fucking inconsistent?
Oh god, I've not been. Why are there so many announcements? Oh. Oh no. That's not good. Oh shit, I had Twitch open in the background. That's new. Fuck off! This is how I appreciate Nick. Man, it's just unironically funny. Hello! Welcome. You already saw the title. You know what we're here for. Due to my friends, and Ray being the leak queen she is, we have discovered things. I also completely ignore what the fuck I did. Cause we going on a trip. Also, I have found I have unlocked every single goddamn waypoint, and this took me around a couple of hours. Yes, this was painful. Yes, I want to cry. And yes, I also unlocked the onion tree, aka the tree of dreams, but it looks like an onion. I have not unlocked all of the domains, but I did fuck around in this one. So yeah, that's all that really happened. What is, like, the closest way I can get here? Also, yeah, Ray is now banned from a Target. Which is partly due to Atlas also being a dumbass. But we appreciate my friends being stupid. Also, we appreciate them being... I forgot what I was gonna say. ADHD kicked up. Brain's going fucking burr.
Next on the agenda.
I explored this area earlier, and I'm surprised I did not trigger the cutscene. If she fucking dies, I'm throwing hands. There she is!
Sorry I'm late, Milu. Oh, Dunyarzad. It was taking you so long that I assumed you got trapped at home.
Her voice
but
was
you
pretty.
made it in the end. Uh-oh. But if Dia's here, that means you got caught, right?
You could say that, but everything worked out. She's on our side now.
Not completely.
Oh. And who are these two?
This is just gay panic.
Meet the Traveler and Paimon, my two newest friends. They're visitors. who
It feels
just
weird.
arrived
Sorry,
in
when you
Sumeru
play a
City.
story
They're
quest,
looking
no
for
one
information
talks.
on Lesser Lord Kusanali.
So I'm just like,
So your
There's
followers
voice
from
act-
another land?
truthfully,
Oh,
no.
really? Well, that's okay. You're still invited to the Sabzerus festival. By the way, Dunyarzad, we've already started decorating the Grand Bazaar. It looks spectacular, thanks to your generous contribution.
You're very welcome. It's the only thing I could do. Do you still have enough Mora?
Probably? But don't sweat it. We've already finished renovating the stage. Come on, I'll show you.
What? Ow, what the fuck? She's so What was that? Oh, my roommate's not gonna like that comment. I'm gonna send that.
Wow! This place is amazing!
Not bad. The last time I was here, the stairs were full of holes.
The stairs were nothing. A little while ago, we discovered that the tree above the stage had a huge chunk of bark ready to fall off. Mr. Zubair was worried sick. We reported it to the academia many times, but they never sent anyone to deal with it. We didn't want anything bad happening, so we were going to cancel all the stage performances.
Oh, probably because it was the theater asking.
The academia looks down on performers like us.
What the
I
fuck?
probably think it would be best if the theater closed down completely.
Hey, no.
We can't let
Fuck,
that happen.
fuck
though.
that.
Not only would everyone involved in the theater go hungry, but then we wouldn't be able to hold the Sabzerus festival anymore.
Huh, sounds like every other
Pay
fucking high
attention
school that
to our
doesn't appreciate their
comfort
theater
games, huh?
programs.
But the more she gave us, we hired someone to patch up the tree, and we also gave the stage a much-needed makeover.
Yeah, I'm a theater kid, shut the fuck up.
The stage is going to be even prettier when it's festival time. I can't wait for you to see.
I
And I can't wait to see
love
the
that
stage.
I love how they
We've been
actually did like
practicing so long
research for like the
already.
dances and
It's
stuff.
almost time for your dream to become reality.
It's our dream. I'll do my best for the
Excuse
two
me.
of us.
Milu, what are you gonna be doing at the festival?
I'm okay.
She'll be dancing the dance of Sabzerus, the most important performance at the Sabzerus.
I actually hit my nose. Ow.
Dunyarzad, have you told him the origin of this holiday?
She's so pretty.
I only told them about the Greater Lord and Lesser Lord so far.
Okay. Then I'll tell you two about how this holiday came to be. According to legend, the Sabzerus festival was originally the goddess of flowers' birthday celebration for the Greater Lord. A long, long time ago, on one of Greater Lord Rukadevata's birthdays, her friends threw her a celebratory banquet. Some of the gods got drunk. One started playing music, and the Greater Lord started singing.
Venti,
So
I'm
the
assuming.
goddess of flowers began to dance.
Man's been here since the beginning. I'm assuming this is
Danced
Venti.
upon the grass. Countless beautiful padisaras began to bloom wherever she stepped. Those brilliant purple flowers became her dazzling stage. All the gods clamored, "Oh, if only time could stop at this very moment." Huh? Really? Oh, you probably mean because all the gods in this story are no longer alive.
Except for 2.
Although they aren't around anymore, they're preserved in our tradition of dance. This outfit I'm wearing is apparently based on how the goddess of flowers looked.
She's
Though we're
pretty.
just tiny people compared to the divine, we still have to do our best to make sure that the birthday girl feels loved on her special day.
Nilu, you of all people will definitely be able to convey our well wishes to the Dendro Archon. I also noticed that you went the extra mile and scattered padisaras around the stage.
They symbolize the goddess of flowers, after all. It's just a shame
Oh my god, we
that
need
all
one
the
more
little
nation and then we
padisaras
can literally
won't
have a
stink
team that's
after
just filled
birthday.
with dancers.
Yeah. The Greater Lord brought forth padisaras in memory
Oh wait,
of
no,
the
this
goddess
is the
of
fourth
flowers.
nation. My
And
brain
she
forgot.
ultimately
Yeah, you can
never
literally make a team of
truly
dancers when
replicate
she's
that
revealed.
Beautiful purple.
Yeah.
Thinking about the goddess of
Hi,
flowers
Lukuma.
dance makes me wish
How
I
are
could
you,
have
my
seen it.
friend?
If my stage were anything like
It's
that,
been a while. How you been doing?
I'd be thrilled if I had just 2 real padisaras on the stage. So, Traveler in Paimon,
I hope you know you're one of the only few
Interested
people
in the
who actually
Sabzerus
still talks,
festival?
who like
Will you two be
frequently
coming?
joins my stream from
All
that
of
server.
Lesser
So
Lord
how you been?
Kusanali's followers
How's
will
everything
be there
going?
for her birthday. It'll be a good opportunity for you to learn more about her.
Last I checked, that server has not been updated.
Ooh, Paimon thinks that's a great idea.
Is because you want to watch nude?
Hey, come on! There's nothing wrong with enjoying a festival. Besides, it's Lesser Lord
What are you gonna play,
Kusanali's
Minecraft?
birthday. She'll be happy to have more people who are celebrating it.
So how
Depending
about
how
we
far I
attend
can
the
get to this,
Sabzerus
I'll probably either
festival
do
together?
Tuesday or Wednesday. I have to change my schedule to stop streaming on Monday because
Junior Zod,
I have a lot of shit
let
to
me
do.
show you which
And also
stage
Monday is
decorations
just
we
like when I
picked
have
out
all my
so
class
far.
class stuff I have to get ready for.
Traveler in Paimon, if that doesn't sound interesting to you,
But it's probably
then
gonna be
feel free to
Tuesday.
explore the area. Everyone at the Grand Bazaar loves Lesser Lord Kusanali, and we're all looking forward to the Sabzerus festival.
In that case, we'll take a look around.
I just realized Sumeru is spelled wrong in the trailer. God damn, it's only 7 for me! Why did no one tell me Sumeru? You know what, we're keeping that spelt wrong. Can we stream when I'm asleep?
What's with your
Oh.
yellow hair? And why do your clothes look so funny? Are you an outlander?
Oh, damn.
Did you know that the Sabzerus festival is about to happen? There'll be loads of fun things to do at the
Hey,
festival.
hey,
But the best part is when
this is the
Ceres,
only time I
the
actually
Knight of
have, like,
Flowers,
consistent...
passes out candy to everyone.
Aww. I didn't realize I could speak to her.
Huh. Revamping the stage for the festival couldn't have been easy, that's for sure. I bet this year's festival will be one to remember.
I
I
just
don't know much
I
about
just
the
want to
Grand
stare
Bazaar,
at her.
but I do know that the residents here have a penchant
However,
for
don't be
song and
cowards.
dance.
Make her darker.
Two things
Don't
that
be
the
cowards.
academia doesn't particularly approve of. Oh, and the perfume sold around here is a lot better than what you'll find elsewhere. The fragrances are
sorry for
longer
that.
lasting and they're gentler on your skin and... I mean, that's what I've heard at least.
Ah, she's feminine still. Oh, fuck, her eyes are hot. What?
Things are really shaping up, and there's a buzz around the festival this year.
On weekends
We're
I can watch.
expecting people from all over to come by this year and buy things during the festivities. Don't be fooled into thinking that Sumeru City has the
Damn.
best of everything. Some
I need to start
festival
doing
snacks
things
are
on
only
Saturdays
offered
in my
here
Discord
in the
when I
Grand
don't play
Bazaar.
D&D.
And when it
Also, you
comes
should
to
100%
musicians,
join my
dancers,
Discord.
or singers,
It's fun as
the
shit.
Grand Bazaar's got the best of the best.
Even
Sure,
though a lot of
those
us have not been
folks at the
active.
academia might not like it, but what's a festival without song and dance?
Because everyone is either vibing at college. Is the dog wait. The dog is singing! Oh, I'm so happy.
Dancing at the Sumeru's festival.
Any day I
You
get
know,
the
I
dog
also
that
danced
barks and
when
I
I
actually
was
can interact
younger.
with him, it's a good day. Now
As
I
a
gotta
child,
see.
I
Okay,
even
have a good
asked
rest,
my
Sigma. Thank you for
grandmother
stopping
why we
by.
performed the dance for the Lesser Lord when it was originally done to honor the Greater Lord. My grandmother said that Greater Lord Rukadavata is a beloved deity and honored by all. And Lesser Lord Kusanali is too. If the goddess of flowers ever knew Lesser Lord Kusanali, then she would certainly have wished to be her friend and hold celebrations for her too. The Sumeru's festival has been losing its appeal over the years. That is, until a wealthy benefactor stepped in this year and brought the festival back to life. I heard she
Yeah.
forked out a lot of mora to make it all happen.
Her dancing is so pretty. Where the hell is...
Next on the agenda,
This is perfect. There we go.
Nilu, your outfit looks amazing. There's also something different about you from when we first met up.
I thought I'd add a little extra pizzazz to my dress for the festival. See?
Wow, did you sew all that yourself?
Oh, I can't move it around.
Sewing is a fundamental skill for everyone in the theater company because we make all our own costumes.
Oh, I felt
Did
that.
you know that Mr. Zubair not only can make costumes, but props too? I've
Am I
noticed that you
Genshin?
can't keep your eyes off that crown over there.
Because I can do
Would
that
you like
too.
to try it on?
May I?
Of course.
She's fruity with
Legends say
everyone.
that
I'm
the
gonna be
goddess
honest.
of flowers had beautiful horns on her head, so this crown was made to reflect that.
Sorry, my necklaces almost choked me.
Junior Zod, you look absolutely stunning with it on. It's like I'm looking at the goddess of flowers herself.
Hey, yo, that's slightly fruity.
Hey, is that who Paimon thinks it
Is
is?
that Catherine?
It looks like Catherine.
Catherine? Holy shit, it's Catherine. The beloved's here. It's the one who literally made all of us survive.
Come to think of it, Paimon's only ever seen her behind
Yeah,
the
there's
counter
the
at
key behind her
Adventurers
neck.
Guild. This is the first time we've ever seen her taking a break.
I think this is the first.
Hey, Catherine.
This is the first time we've seen her walking.
Oh, hey! It's the Traveler and Paimon. What's shaken?
Is her hair darker?
Break time Catherine sure sounds a lot less formal than usual. Paimon was still waiting for her to say Ad Astra Abyssosk.
What is it? What is? She almost said applesauce.
Sure. Standing behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild doesn't require any complicated functions. But saying and doing the same old things over and over again can get pretty monotonous. Like watching the same Fontaine movie day after day.
What?
But take you two, for example. You travel across Teyvat to enrich your lives and gain new experiences.
Well, we enjoy traveling across Teyvat and all that, but we're mainly looking for clues about her brother.
Also, Ray has this headcanon that every
Yes.
time,
You should keep searching.
um,
Sometimes the answers we're looking
that every
for
time
aren't
like the
necessarily
traveler
at
goes
our
back to
intended
like one of the
destination.
other nations with a different
Instead,
element, all the
they're found
archons kind of
along
just
the
go and
way.
like touch it and just be like, stop it, you, my element.
We heard someone say something pretty similar recently. Anyway,
I frankly do
to
love
you,
Catherine's
Catherine.
design.
No, not particularly. I guess you could say that I'm loving the recent atmosphere here. If festivals bring happiness to everyone, then that's where their true value lies. Oh. It looks like it's about time for me to be heading back
How
now.
the fuck do you know that?
Alright, we'll see you next time at the Adventurers Guild. Oh, by the way, thanks for connecting us with the Eremites. We've already made some great friends in Sumeru City thanks to you.
I'm sure you two will get along well with the people here. You've already been blessed by the element of Dendro after all. See you around.
I can be a better boyfriend than him. Also, I missed Ningwon's birthday yesterday. I literally did not get online.
Different about Catherine today.
Hey, traveler. Paimon.
She's so hot.
Oh, hey Dia, what's going on?
I've got something to tell ya. My lady knows you're looking for ways to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali, and she's been trying to come up with a way to help you.
Depending how she
Well,
works, she
I have
might
an
still
idea
Beto's
that
weapon
might
because
help.
I got Wolf's Gravestone yesterday because I did a tenfold.
That.
It might not necessarily pan out, so don't get your hopes up too much. I'll need to take you two somewhere and ask someone some questions. My lady is feeling a little worn out at the moment. Nilu's found a place for her to rest. After I take my lady home, let's meet in front of the Citadel of Regzar.
Sounds like a plan.
That's what happened last time. They said they were tired, and then they fucking die. I love just casually yoinking.
Sorry, I'm late. It took some convincing for the master and mistress to believe that Miss Dunyarzad was only sitting in the port for a while because she was in a bad mood.
That looks familiar.
Anyway, I guess I should be thanking you. I haven't seen Miss Dunyarzad that happy in a long time. If it wasn't for you two, she probably would have been caught and dragged back much earlier.
You sure sound a whole lot nicer than when we first met, Dia. Who would have thought you had such a soft spot for Dunyarzad?
It's called being a professional. I'm a bodyguard, and I work for whoever's paying.
Sure about that?
Look, Dia's blushing.
I said that as a joke. Y'all are really fruity. You have some fruity bitches.
Listen, you two. I don't expect to be working for Miss Dunyarzad very long.
Are you sure about that?
But I hope to finish things on a positive note if possible. Let's cut the chit-chat and head into the Citadel. We'll see if the person I know has a way for you two to meet with the Lesser Lord.
Oh no, Wayward, you lost your thing you had. Oh god. Wayward, what the fuck was your status?
Oh, hey, Chief.
Ha, Dia! What are you doing here? And well, didn't expect to see you three together.
I take it you all know each other already?
We met this morning after the Adventurers Guild pointed us to Ozfon for more info.
No kidding. Huh. So, where's Ruksha? I thought I'd help these two out by asking about the theft. Anything you can tell him?
Ruksha's gone over to the Academia. The Grand Sage recently ordered Sumeru City to begin bolstering its defenses, so people from all over have been called back to the city. Since you've already mentioned the theft, I suppose I might as well tell him what we know.
Appreciate it, Chief.
Theft? Sorry, what the heck are you guys talking about?
Just recently, the Academia lost something, and there's a chance the item is connected with the Dendro Archon. This case might just somehow help you in meeting her.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. But if you ask me, the case is more about the Academia than anything else. Let me fill you in. The Academia recently sent a convoy to pick up an important package from Aru village. Word got out, and the convoy was robbed on its way back.
Oh?
The Grand Sage took the whole matter very seriously. Not only did he dispatch the Matra, but also enlisted our help in the search for leads. All we know so far is that whatever was stolen is currently in Port
How are you?
Ormuz.
Welcome to stream.
You two have heard of Port Ormos, haven't you? It's the largest commercial port in all of Sumeru. You can travel there by leaving Sumeru City and heading south along the river. The Academia's port isn't long enough to reach all the way to Port Ormos, so the city's a little more laid back, meaning the population's also a mixed bag.
We do enjoy a good old femboy prince.
Apparently what was lost has a great deal to do with the Akasha, knowledge, and even the gods.
God, I hated that you point out I have veiny-ass hands, because what the fuck?
If you're interested, maybe you could head to Port Ormos and ask around yourselves. If you want my advice, try introducing yourselves as students of the Academia once you're there.
Why would we do that?
Are you serious, Chief? All the Academia students are in Sumeru City, you know. Why should they pretend to be students in Port Ormos?
If you're also interested, just go there and see what happens.
Son of a bitch, ow.
Count me out. I've got plenty of work to do here for the Homayana family. And take it from me, if you two really do decide to visit Port Ormos, you'd best watch your backs. Let's just say that the Eremites there aren't nearly as friendly as those here in Sumeru City. There are even some extremists who go around shouting slogans like, "Retake Sumeru for the Scarlet King." Word is that more and more are joining
pretty
them.
good. I'm back in college, which, you know, very fun times.
You
and
bet
I've been tired.
The Scarlet King's been dead for thousands of years. Now they start spreading rumors of his return.
Yeah, what?
Ridiculous.
Not everyone's like you, Chief. Even the desert natives who abandoned their homes in the wilderness still wish to have a god of their own. Well, Traveler, that's about all the information we have for you.
No, I don't, and I have no interest in playing Roblox.
Since we've gathered all we could for the moment in Sumeru City, let's head to Port Ormos and see what we can find next.
Miss Dunyarzad is looking forward to seeing you both at the Sub-Zeru's festival, so be sure to get yourselves back here in time for that. Good.
Oh, shit.
So we'll see you both at the Sub-Zeru's festival.
No, I don't want to skip the pretty lady's dialogue, but also I was gonna fall. Yes! I need those. I also kind of do. Hell yeah. Best thing about having this entire fucking all the teleports available. Oh, it's so easy to get around. Oh, it's a good day. Wait, you're a spice merchant. Can I talk to you? No, damn. Well, I'm gonna leave. No, wait! Also, we've literally been here earlier. No, we have not. That was a different village. Oh, shit.
Come and have a good look yourself. Traditional spices of the highest quality, made with pride and experience.
Excuse me?
You've got a deal. I can't thank you enough for always looking after my business.
Believe me, I'm not making this up. Several Eremite mercenary groups are nearly in open conflict, but does the core of 30 care? And that's not all. Did you know that...
Wow! Talk about hurly-burly! This place is busy! Well, guess that's only to be expected for the largest port in Sumeru.
Again, everyone has a port except for Mondstadt, which is why I keep saying I think they're gonna give it.
Paimon can't seem to shake the feeling that there's also danger lurking in these crowds. Ooh. Let's get our bearings so we can start looking for leads. We know that whatever the Academia lost is related to the gods. But other than that, we don't have much else to go on.
Good sir, I am just a humble outrider student who has recently joined the Academia.
While asking around. Paimon checked the Akasha on the way here, and the Academia doesn't seem to have any research facilities in Port Ormos. Paimon doesn't get it. Won't we look even more suspicious going around saying we're Academia students and asking? Well, given all the people that come through here every day, if there's any information to be found, Paimon bets we could find it.
Welcome. welcome. How can I help you two?
Hi there. We would like to ask you a question. Do
I love how
students
people are
from
gonna
the
believe that
academia
this
ever
one,
come to Port
like,
Ormos?
I'm imagining people like see Paimon, and they're like,
course.
yeah, no, they're not a student, and then it's like, ah, yes.
Students from Sumeru City that are about to graduate often come to Port Ormos to cut loose a little. Many people often talk about how hard it is to get accepted into the academia, let alone graduate. But those who finish their studies and go on to become full-time researchers at the academia have it even harder. Sure, we may not be Sumeru City, but Port Ormos offers beautiful scenery and a stress-free environment. Some even say it's good luck to come to Port Ormos, so students and researchers come flocking here when things get to be too much at the academia.
Oh, shit.
You see over there? Those are students from the academia. They've been looking worried and miserable ever since they got here a few days ago. If you ask me, the life of a merchant is better.
I like her
As long
glove.
as the Akasha teaches us what we need, then life is good.
I love how she's not questioning why, like, the outfits are so different. Please not make it a fucking, like, thank God. I was about to say, I hate...
It's no good. I've tried asking around, but I haven't been able to learn anything useful. Not to mention that a bunch of scary-looking Eremite mercenaries have been posted along the streets now.
Yeah?
There's been a lot of fighting between the different Eremite factions in Port Ormos. If we choose to move on our own, then it would be wise to steer clear of them. Especially the group that's constantly shouting some stuff about the Scarlet King and some resurrection. I've even heard that the Citadel of Regzar is starting to get fed up with them.
Are we
What was that group
resurrecting
called
gods?
again? Ein something or other?
They're called Ein El Akhmar. Today, I heard that the thing we're after might be in their possession at the moment.
Wait, come again?
Don't you see? Many of the Eremites in Port Ormos deal with trading this kind of thing. They're usually pretty wary of outsiders, but not so with students of the academia. It's because the kind of goods that students are looking for aren't the kind of goods that Eremites are after. As long as they know you're a student, then deals can be made. I've heard that Ein El Hakmar likes to set up shop at the Jafar Tavern. Supposedly,
yes, thank you
if
for
you're willing to
speaking
part with
very
500,000
much good
Mora,
information
they'll
that
give
is
you
very
info on
well
anything.
needed. Out loud! Why am I so tired?
If information alone costs that much, then how could we ever
If I fall asleep
afford
on
to
stream, someone
buy what we're looking
messaged
for?
Seal to wake my ass up by calling me.
Guess we might as well give up on trying to graduate this way.
I wouldn't worry too much. Our field of research is very niche. Who else could possibly be after that kind of shady knowledge? I bet it's practically worthless to anyone aside from us.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Then the only thing left for us now is to find a way in. Why don't we all just pool our money together and pay for the information?
Whoa! Did you hear that? A niche? So, what's our plan? Wait! Didn't you hear what they just said? Buying information is going to cost us... Oh, alright.
Oh, here she is. Here's another stream performer. Oh, cat. Wait, there's two cats. Let me pet the cat.
How fresh my fish is.
Oh, the holy fucking shit!
Hello there, my friend. Fate must have brought us together.
Why do I know your voice? Oh no, I'm going the right direction. Cool. Oh shit. Oh no.
Port Ormos is pretty great. There's so many new and interesting things. Not to mention all the tasty food. Sumeru's largest commercial port sure lives up to its name. Look at all the
How did things end up like this?
All thanks to your artistic license. That's how. I should have made you wait until we got an update from Tanja.
The music is chef's fucking
But
kiss.
when I finished the prototype Aranara yesterday, you agreed that the kids would like it.
How many
That's
voice
why we
actors
tried
said
bringing it out
ara
for a
just to
test run
piss off
today.
the director?
I like it so much.
There had to be more than one.
Oh, what should we...
Whoa. Yeah. Compared to everyone else, they seem really down in the dumps. Let's go find out what's going on.
Oh my god.
Hey there! Paimon's name is Paimon, and she's a traveler who was just passing by. Is there something bothering you?
Paimon, let me do this fucking quest.
I noticed you two a moment ago. Welcome to Akara Crafts, the best toy store in Port Ormos. At least for now.
Oh.
What's bothering us is this prototype Aranara. To start with, could I get your opinion on it?
Prototype Aranara? You mean this wood carving here? It looks like a mushroom monster.
We've met them.
Oh, there we have...
Not the first negative feedback we've had.
So, what exactly is a prototype Aranara?
That's so cool.
So
Oh,
for
I'm so tired,
Aranara
27.
are magical creatures in Sumeru fairy tales that live in the
We've
forest.
met them already.
For the store's 20th anniversary.
I got really
we plan
bored
to
when I was
release a
exploring,
series
and that's
of
how I have the
hand-carved
one
toys
area unlocked.
based on the Aranara stories that kids know and love. This is a prototype we made to get an idea of how they would react. But when we put it out there, the reaction was not quite what we'd anticipated.
I need to farm for
They thought it
Sean
looked
Lee.
like a mushroom too, huh?
No, worse than that actually.
Oh my god.
I can't quite
The dialogue.
describe.
I can't tell if I'm like that
I'm also
tired
not
that my
very
brain's
good
like,
with
nah.
kids. Maybe you could ask them for yourself.
Motherfucker, I am trying to do other things.
This is not an Aranara. No way. I've read Uncle Tanja's Aranara and the Ill Little Fungus. It says that Aranara are supposed to be chubby and squishy. The carving looks nothing like that.
Toys do look better when they're round and chubby.
This is
Uncle Tonder said in Aranara's vow that you can deceive the eyes, but you can't deceive the heart.
Oh fuck! I mean, I know who's teaching these kids, but goddammit!
It makes me feel lost and confused inside. I don't think the creator put his heart into it at all. It's nothing like an Aranara. Ooh, didn't put his heart into it, huh? Oh, sounds like one of those things that's easier said than understood.
Kassid and Alia didn't like this carving, but I think it's okay. It doesn't look too happy, so it's kind of pitiful in a cute way.
It's pitiful. Oh my god.
Positive review.
Yeah, so I would totally ask my dad to get it for me, if it wasn't meant to be an Aranara.
Oh my god, Charlie's face.
Well,
Why am I so tired?
Sudden turn for the worse. We asked the children for their opinions.
Can I just like put my head
How
down?
did it go? Has it...
I'm understanding
this
this.
is such a shame. Why isn't Tandra back from Gandharvaville yet?
Oh, the kids kept mentioning an Uncle Tanger too. Who is he exactly?
Uncle Tanger is a famous children's author
Every
here in
time
Port
I hear a
Ormos.
very like
He wrote
long
quite
pause,
a few
my
stories
brain's
in
like,
the
do I have
past,
to respond?
but none of them were popular among children.
I can't just put my head down,
Just like
cry.
our prototype Aranara. But around a year or so ago, he suddenly had a eureka moment or something, and suddenly the children loved every one of his stories.
That's right. My little Ghaffari loves his stories too. The whole reason we decided to make these carvings was because we saw just how popular the Aranara are among children. We asked Tanja for guidance, but right after he agreed, he went off to Gandharvaville with his son to look for inspiration. They haven't returned yet. We were running out of time, so we had no choice but to carve an Aranara based on our own imaginations.
Thank you.
As you can see, this was a result.
Oh, we have to do something. Hey, since you're the famous traveler, could you do us a favor and look for Tanger in Gandharvaville, hmm? He doesn't have to come in person if he's too busy.
Oh my god.
Just ask him to write down his... please.
They seem pretty desperate. Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me? That was a part of the No, it wasn't. Hey, yo. Oh. Okay. Cool, I guess. Can you tell I really like collecting food? We got the peaches! What do you have, good sir?
This is the place we heard those students talking about. Let's find a seat somewhere and see if we can spot the...
So I could have just skipped through that.
You've arrived. Please take a seat.
But this is how you get the seat leave. So I'll do that after because I'll do it with V and not V and fucking Atlas.
Once we
Ray
reclaim the
and
power of the
Atlas
Scarlet
because
King, they'll be the first that the boss punishes.
it's actually pretty funny.
They're nothing to be
So
afraid of.
apparently,
Our
me
main
and Ray
rival
are in the
now
town that
is
me and
the
Atlas
Caracol
are in.
They've also amassed a
And it was
significant
very
amount
funny
of more
because I was
this
like,
time.
yeah, I'm heading to Target.
So we
And I was like,
mustn't
do you want to come like see
underestimate
what they have? And then he's like, yeah, I'm also bringing Ray. And I went, what the fuck? Why are they here?
Boss when they're nothing but a bunch of money-grubbing opportunists out for a quick mora.
The fuck?
Yeah, with Boss's fervent devotion, he'll be able to use this power to bring our god back this time.
That's fine.
Huh. All these guys talk about is the Scarlet King. So they're probably the ones we're looking for.
Greater Lord Ruka Devata. That traitor and her followers must not be spared. The day will come when the Scarlet King exacts vengeance on Sumeru, and all of them shall be punished.
Yeah, Paimon was wondering what they meant too. We should ask about that if we get the chance.
Yeah,
later.
what the fuck? Hello. Completely ignore me.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
I'm a traveler.
Traveler?
Now's probably not the time to talk about that. Didn't the students say Eremites are wary of
They're probably more wary. I'm a student.
A student? Huh. What's a student from Sumeru City doing in Port Ormos? Ah, well, if it's info you want, you've come to the right
Kind of
place.
forgot.
The question is, can you afford it?
And oh my god.
Paimon can't stand to see so much more go.
Here, this is the merchant's address. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it there.
I have enough that it's fine.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh, that's right.
Why would you say that? I would just be asking.
No more because,
Fine. Since you've already handed over the Mora, I guess I can throw in a little extra info.
Thank you.
As you can see, members of Ain al-Ahmar are devout believers of the Scarlet King.
Imagine the Scarlet
Years
King's
ago,
fucking
the
scare
Scarlet
move.
King founded the great desert
Whoops,
nation that was
what?
our
Did
home.
I just leak that?
It was an advanced civilization, far beyond anything you'll see in present-day Sumeru. The Scarlet King was the rightful
fuck.
god of wisdom, but he was betrayed by a companion he trusted. She even stripped him of his title, God of Wisdom.
so you mean the traitor was...
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, yes. That shameless wretch destroyed the Scarlet King's civilization, and our ancestors were forced to flee to this land where we were made to suffer the tyranny of our enemies.
Huh.
Furthermore, she conspired with the Academia to cover up the truth of her actions, and create the merciful and benevolent facade for which she is now known. Ugh, just thinking about it sickens me. But the story doesn't end there, oh no. The Scarlet King isn't truly dead. The voice of the Oracle has been heard in the desert, prophesying his
Is that
resurrection.
the giant ass pyramid thing?
Mark my words, our god shall return. And when that day comes, all followers of the traitor and all the desert dwellers who have forgotten their true god will suffer retribution together. If what I'm saying makes you shiver with fear, it might not be
Paimon's
too
like,
late
what the
for you
fuck?
to become a believer of the Scarlet King.
Yeah, I don't believe in God. Can you tell us more about the Oracle?
I don't have anything to say to you Academia people about that. I think this conversation has reached its end.
Not just yet.
Oh.
This man is a fraud.
You again? Deranged Academia lunatic.
Yes, it's me again. I already warned you that if you weren't willing to sit and discuss things with me, I'd take measures to make things uncomfortable for you. Listen to me. That address he gave you is fake.
How the fuck?
Or at least, you won't find a merchant waiting for you there. This group has been boasting all around that they can provide information on a certain item as a means of luring people into their territory.
Of fucking course.
Once you show up, they keep up the act until they have hard evidence that you want to purchase said item. Then they use that to squeeze you for all the more you're worth.
Ah, shit.
Hey! Shut it all, Hatham! What are you playing at, trying to ruin our business like this, hmm?
I told you the other day. I wish to discuss my terms with your boss.
Ha! The boss made it perfectly clear that he won't negotiate with you.
Yes, and in no uncertain terms. But that was then. It does not preclude him from changing his mind in the future.
I'm warning you. Don't push us, or this could get ugly. We don't usually get rough with people from the Academia because it just complicates things. For a lunatic like you, though, we might just have to make an exception.
If you're suggesting that we escalate this from a verbal exchange to a physical one, I accept. After all, even the Archons used war to negotiate the ownership of Teyvat. If,
Hey, that's
on
a
the
pyro
other hand,
icon.
we can't agree on
Icon,
any means of
Archon.
negotiation at all, then I'm afraid my next course of action will sting a little more than the mere falling through of a few business deals. I will jeopardize the Eremite's reputation, which I know you value above all else.
I'm pretty sure this stream
I'm
is
quite
just by
confident that
panic.
if I began to take such action, your boss would willingly approach me himself. However,
I misheard
I fear
that.
that by then, some things will have happened that cannot be undone. Also, a word of advice. I suggest you tell your boss exactly what happened here today. Otherwise, he might blame you for not telling him in the future.
He has one of my favorite designs from out of all this. Oh shit.
Consider this. Have I ever failed to follow through on my word in the past?
He has one of the
This
he has
guy
one
is
of the
really
best
out of
Sumeru
his
designs of
mind.
like the first batch of characters.
Okay then. If you really have a death wish, let's meet a week from today.
Ayo.
The pier in front of the Pharos Lighthouse, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sharp. Don't expect us to hold back.
What the fuck happened to the original plot? I'm kidding.
Not so fast. First, you return the 500,000 Mora to them.
Please, I beg you, don't provoke them. We can't afford any trouble with this crowd. They haven't even paid for their food yet.
Take some of the Mora.
Ah, Mr. Iman. There appears to be fewer staff in the restaurant recently. This wouldn't happen to be because they're all busy spreading the word to the students, would it?
Well...
Someone who chooses to do business with a group like that really can't afford to get so flustered the instant someone confronts them about it. Consider the meal compensation for our silence. I'd say you're getting an excellent deal.
Whoa, did you see that? He not only got us our Mora back, but sent the Emirites running too. Plus, he seems to know a lot about what's going on around here. Let's catch up with him and ask him.
I'm not arguing with that, but Nilu. But also, I'm not arguing with that.
Wait, after him.
Who the fuck? Where did he go?
What do you want? No need for thanks. My goal was to get to them, and you two gave me just the opportunity I needed. We're even. Oh, I advise you to keep your distance from them. Since they weren't able to make off with your Mora in the end, they might harass you again in the future.
Also, this is a message to Ray, because I know you watch the VODs. Check your Twitter DMs. I have a commission for you, darling.
Since you tore through their scam right in front of them, you must know the real story about certain something, no?
Who exactly are you two? And why are you inquiring about that?
He knows we're not a student.
A student? Right. Look, you should know that those thugs conducting business with you had nothing to do with your lie.
Huh? Oh, yeah! She's really strong! Weren't you saying something about a physical exchange? We can help with that.
Huh?
She doesn't even have a vision.
Motherfucker.
Forget it.
Fuck you.
Maybe not, but she can still use elemental energy. Otherwise, there's no way we'd go asking for info from from guys like that. Those hot-headed thugs
Did
are
Paimon just
definitely
have a
gonna
stroke?
bring a lot of backup for your next meeting. Even if you don't go alone, you won't regret taking us with you.
I should not be checking my emails.
All right, I accept. Got a pen and paper?
Ayo.
If you're searching for someone who sells that kind of merchandise, I'll give you one of their addresses, and you can try your luck. We'll reconvene at the appointed time by the pier. It doesn't matter if you show up or not.
So, since you were happy to give us this merchant's information, does that mean you can tell us exactly what we're after?
You were willing to part with 500,000 Mora for something and you didn't even know what it was? Okay.
Look, I'm not
well,
smart.
If you truly are as skilled as you claim, then you can beat the answer out of
Oh my
them
God.
when they become hostile.
They
Look,
changed
if
this
you've been making
why they
inquiries,
changed 2
then
days
you
ago.
have to know something by now. Tell me what you know so far, so I don't waste time repeating information.
Good sir, I fucking
Connected
wish.
to the academia somehow, and that not only do the Eremites deal in it, but some students want to get a hold of it too.
I still never get over the fact.
What else?
You know almost everything there is to know, but you're unable to compile this information because you've never seen the object before. This
Ray just
is what
texted
you've
me to
been looking
fucking
for.
change the thing.
Paimon can't tell what it is.
Fine.
It looks like some kind of ornament.
This is a knowledge capsule. To put it simply, it's a vessel that can store a fixed quantity of canned knowledge. It's like a miniature Akasha. Anyone who links it to their personal Akasha terminal instantly becomes privy to its contents.
Anyone?
Correct. Anyone. Unlike the Akasha, which heavily regulates who can access what information, knowledge capsules confer their contents without any requisites.
That's amazing.
It's essentially a convenient and harmless vestibule for knowledge. Unfortunately, it's illegal in Sumeru to privately possess or trade them. They were created as a means for scholars to transfer knowledge gained from Irminsul into the Akasha, and are intended to be destroyed immediately after use. But despite strict regulations, Some of these knowledge capsules will always escape destruction. After all, there will always be those in this world who are dissatisfied with life
Is
as
this the
designed for
first
them
time we're
by
not
the
gonna be
Akasha,
wanted in a
and
nation?
wish to
I'm gonna say
change
that and then
their
we get to the
fate.
desert and we fucking become wanted
Over the
just in the
past
desert.
century, a wide variety of canned knowledge has been leaked from the academia. Now, in Port Ormos, the valuable ones are a means to Mora for the Eremites. Meanwhile, those which the Eremites deem to be useless to them occasionally prove useful to the common citizens and hapless academia students. Well, I think that about sums it up. Oh, so that's your true objective. With our current arrangement, I don't believe I can offer an answer.
God damn it.
You're still resolved.
Yes.
Fine. Let's talk somewhere with fewer people.
Oh shit. Where are we going? Where are we going? We're going on a trip. Ow, my fucking leg. I can't tell if it's sore or it's just like other things. I heard bartender. What? Where? Huh?
Let's continue our conversation.
There's literally a woman
here.
right there. I thought that was Captain.
If you
I
wish to learn
scratched
more
myself.
about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost, then you must help me with something.
Done. What is it?
I need you to find someone named Dory, a traveling merchant. Unlike the peddlers who hawk inferior knowledge capsules, she often has quality goods in stock. Some say that as long as there is profit to be made, there is nothing she won't dare to sell. She's guarded against people from the Academia because most of her wares don't comply with Academia regulations. I think she blacklisted me. I met with her informant, but it soon became clear that they had no intention of letting me get any further. Become one of Dory's customers and earn her trust. This is my condition for further collaboration.
Why do you want us to meet with her?
Until you complete this task, you don't have question privileges.
Fine. So how do we go about doing this?
You two are outlanders who haven't been here for long, so Dory should view you as safe clients. I'll give you the informant's address and their contact password. Beyond the password,
Sorry,
though,
I'm looking at
I have
charities
no
for a
way of
second.
knowing what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. You'll have to improvise.
Okay, so Twitch has a charity thing. Again,
The true challenge begins.
I want
after
to punch
you meet
Twitch
her.
and YouTube in the face,
She
but
has
this
a
is
keen
sweet.
nose for Mora and a shrewd eye for wares.
Oh, I need to add
She
Ascara.
only likes
Ascara
customers who
Coma
she
to the
deems to have
charity
good
thing.
taste. I'll prepare some funds for
Can you
you.
tell I've been become
Buy
fucking
her eyes quality
scrap?
wares and earn her approval.
Can you tell my brain has been fucking scrambled?
Knowledge capsule for the first time. We don't know how to tell which ones are good and which ones are bad. Is that something we can learn quickly?
Why does this remind me
that's
of like
true.
Zhongli?
Have you two heard
And,
of elemental sight?
Yes, I can use it.
Oh, that's a surprise. Guess I'll have to hold you in higher regard. Anyway, that ability should resolve your issue.
He's so fine for no fucking reason.
Here are 2 knowledge capsules. Tell me, can you detect any difference in their quality?
I hit the fucking button.
They look the same to Paimon.
Try inspecting them with elementals.
This one gives off an aura.
How'd it go? Did you see anything?
Rumor has it that higher quality knowledge capsules generally appear brighter when viewed through elemental sight. That's because knowledge originates from Irminsul, the root of Dendro power itself. The more powerful the knowledge, the richer it is in Dendro energy. However, some canned knowledge with a high concentration of elemental energy is of little use in contemporary times, so those capsules are of little value. Using elemental sight is merely a stopgap measure, but it should suffice for earning Dory's trust.
That sounds pretty impressive.
Here's a sheet with the informant's location and contact password, and here is the Mora for purchasing canned knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not doing a charity
Don't
this month,
be
which is
cheap.
really sad, 'cause I want
You'll need to spend to catch Dory's eye. If there's any Mora left over, just keep it.
Alright, fine. does this remind me of?
Oh,
What does this
and be
remind me
sure
of?
to exercise some caution. There have been Matra present in Port Ormos lately. Your efforts will be for naught if they catch you.
Matra?
Oh, my septum moved out.
They belong to the Academia's regulatory body. They also handle cases of illegal canned knowledge transactions. Like I said, the Academia has banned both their trade and possession. The Matra are razor sharp. You're in for nothing good if they lock their sights onto you. If you two want to back out, now's the time. Okay, then we have it.
Looking at what Al-Haytham wrote, Dory's informant is a traitor near Old Ormos.
Fuck, I thought that would give me,
Let's follow these instructions and try to get in contact with him.
Hello.
Hello. What are you two looking to buy?
Wait, are you sure you're remembering that right? Hyman doesn't think it was that on the paper.
I didn't read the paper. Oh,
What
fuck.
a unique palette.
Following the paper got us past the
Ronak, these two want to buy a...
Got it. You two, please follow me.
This is why I need to fucking read
You
shit.
two have a fascinating fashion sense. We haven't seen a customer wearing a Sumeru rose for quite some time.
Hold on. Let me think. Sumeru Rose means common merch.
Why the fuck are you here? Oh, it's a story quest still.
No. Look again.
Ah, my mistake. I do apologize.
Whew. That pop quiz sure was scary.
Ah, the warehouse is up ahead. Please follow me.
One time I'll actually fucking walk in this game.
Before I retrieve your products, I need to... please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock
Oh,
for
fuck.
you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice.
Hold on. That's not right.
Ah, I'm sorry.
He's cautious of us. Let's take a...
Oh shit. The one time I'm not a smartass in this game. Holy shit. Okay, wait. Phone to the rescue. Give me this. Shovel's live. Alright. Okay.
Before I retrieve your products, I need to confirm a few things. Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were
What did I say
taken by
before?
mice.
Hold on.
What the fuck?
That's not right.
Okay.
He's cautious of us. Let's take a closer...
I just generally
Before
forgot
I
which one I put
retrieve
it.
your products, I need to confirm a few things. Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice. Thanks.
Okay.
If better goods come in, you'll be the first to know. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Wait, what?
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that makes your head and ears ring sounds like a bad life decision.
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style? Wow, you two sure are generous
we go.
customers. We'll be sure to package your products beautifully. Okay. Everything has been confirmed. Miss Dory is waiting for you up at... Shoot! It's the Matra! Run!
What?
What? The Matcha? Where? Oh, Hatham said we're done for if they catch us. We gotta get out of here. We don't know this area, so let's follow that informant.
Am I actually being chased? Nope. But okay. Did I jinx it and now we're technically wanted? Again, there's no one chasing us.
Look, he's over there.
I'm gonna take my sweet ass time. I'm not being hunted down.
Hey, if you're hiding from the Rishbaland tiger, come this way. Another password. Huh? Oh, that voice came from behind
That's
the
the door.
building on the right.
Here, over here. You can stop running now.
Hey girl. Hi, a slightly stereotypical character. Dude, I found a very old character doc of mine. And like, dude, I got in depth with some of these characters. Like, I put...
These two good customers wish to buy some horror fruit, Miss Dory. And if there's
Oh,
nothing
her name's
else,
just Dory.
I'll
Good to
just
know.
excuse myself.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Huh? Wait, you're Dory? I'm unsure thought you'd look a whole lot scarier.
Hey, what are you trying to say, Princess Pea-Brain? I'll be scary enough when I need to be, believe you me. If you don't watch what you say, then you can forget about doing any business. But it seems you two
God, she's
have done
sarcastic.
pretty well so far. Not only did you manage to find the informant, your reactions were also pretty sharp. You don't really look like criminals or anything, but I bet my Mora that you've been involved in some shady dealings.
Oh god, I like straight up wrote like these characters dying in this chapter.
I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment, but we'll take it.
I can't risk doing business with people who start huffing and puffing after just a few paces. No matter how much Mora they might have. Not only will they get caught by the Matra, but they'll also get us into trouble. As decent folks trying
Also,
to
I'm
run
not saying this to be rude or like
We don't
anything.
need any of that. Wouldn't you agree? So
But I
that's
hate how
why
there's some
I
people that
prefer
are
to
getting
help
mad,
customers
like
like you.
people who like
It's your first time here, but don't
redraw
worry, I won't
Dory's
ask too
like
many
outfit.
questions. Even
Like
if
I
you
know
wish to
it
buy
has
enough
like
knowledge
some
capsules
Turkish
to
elements to
decorate
it, but
your
it's like
house with, please, knock
she's
yourself
so
out.
fucking white, and a lot of them
That's
still
all
keep
if
some
you
of
have
her
lots
like
of round
Turkish
showing
inspired
more,
outfits. Like
and
fuck.
then we're all good. Ah, yes, of course. Go ahead. Help yourselves. Voila!
Wow, she has a trove of canned knowledge. Whew. She'd
Shit.
really be in serious trouble if the Matra caught her with all this.
What kind of products do you seek, my dear customers? Don't worry, I'm not interested in your reasons for buying.
Madam, you are a child.
However, offer some suggestions.
Is there a trash can open?
Take this one, for example.
Oh my god.
An analysis of the sociological ideology
Broke something in my trash
and
can.
dialectics of the Hilichurls.
I didn't know if it had a lid on or not, and I
Only
risked it.
people in all of Tibet have ever studied it, making it extremely rare. It's on sale now for 350,000 Mora.
Holy fucking shit.
Geez, who would want to be an expert in that topic?
Fucking Christ.
Or how about the architectural styles and construction methods of Tibet in the early Archon War period?
I can just
With
ask.
this one, you can become an expert in historic architecture preservation and find an excellent, well-paying job in nearly any nation.
Ooh, now this sounds like it could be useful.
2 million Mora, and it's yours. No discounts.
Whoa,
Welcome back.
Of course, you are free to pick whatever your heart's desire. The contents and price of each knowledge capsule are indicated in small text on the body of each one, down at the bottom.
You good?
She's really pretty. Let's try the method that I'll hate them.
That's understandable.
Freedom.
Freedom for the cat. Oh, so it's these 3. I'll take this one. And this one. This one as well. Thank God I have a shit memory.
You really got a good head on your
Dude, I
shoulders.
literally-
And quite the eye for quality.
The story is so good. I finished it. It's awesome.
I know what it is.
We'll take these. Please and
Oh,
thank
so you remember the story quest I told you about?
Yeah.
You get 2,000 Primo gems in total.
My, oh my.
You got 12 days, go!
Oh my gosh.
Actually, I think it's 11 days now, so start it.
I can do 110 right now.
Say what now?
Do it.
Yes.
Say what? I completely skipped that.
Spend another 100K and we get a
It gets
capsule
crazy.
with a whole million.
Understandable.
But all the canned knowledge we just bought is easily worth having.
Understandable. This is what we call bisexual panic, because either all the characters have really pretty design.
Isn't that a fantastic deal? Think about it. We've gone to all this trouble to get this canned knowledge. And so far,
I'm turning the light
everything
on.
we bought belongs to all Fathom. Aren't you even the least bit curious about how this whole canned knowledge thing works? Instant knowledge here. Don't you want to try it yourself? Hi, girl. Hi, girlie.
Also, this outfit gives me like complete masculine energy, and it's just like chef's kiss.
Cake would go in the fridge, right?
Is it ice cream cake or normal cake?
It's regular cake.
Fridge.
Okay. My stomach was too upset for me to have it today.
Come on, come on. We still have around 100,000 of Al-Haytham's more.
It's
So
8:12.
let's put it to good use by finding something
The
useful
fridge
for
usually
you.
shows the time. I just don't know how to set up
You
the
got a deal, Dory. We'd like to
So it just says 0.
100,000 more.
Holy shit.
Excellent. And then please, select from this fine collection of canned knowledge over here.
Didn't we already select it though? Oh God, there's more.
Hold on a second. I thought we could choose whatever we wanted. Why can't we choose the ones from over there?
Oh, but my dear customer, the knowledge capsules over here are worth 1 million more each. I'm sure discerning.
God, I want to
customers
dropkick a child.
will be able to find something to
Listen,
your liking.
listen, she's sassy and I love that. And like she straight up calls us mentally dumb in one of her voice lines.
Let's use Elemental Sight again to check these.
But there's so much drama around her that I'm like, oh shit, none of them.
So, what did you see? So, they're all worth about the same amount?
Either that or they're fake.
Well, anyway, the more has already been spent, so let's at least try to find something useful. Let Paimon take a look here. An introduction to traditional Sumeru brewing techniques, the art of growing spices, an overview of ancient runes. Oh, how about this one? Sword fighting techniques 8. Not sure we'd ever find
she's going to
volumes
bed.
1 through 7, but at least this knowledge should be useful.
Hi, baby.
Dory, we'll take this one.
Do you know people are actually getting mad at like people who do redesigns?
Very good. Really?
Yeah, because they're saying they're taking away from like her Turkish like designs, which if you look at a lot of the redesigns, they don't. Like they just like again they just make her darker and then they take away a lot of like the unnecessary details like her glasses. Honestly.
Like I'm gonna take a jab at redesigning him with darker skin.
Also him with like not like super curly hair, but like with like a little bit of wavy hair. Chef's fucking kiss, man. He has my like the redesign of him with my hair color or my hair texture that's not fried. Also, we dyed the hair. Mental breakdown went well. Yeah. Okay. My brain's like, who did I tell and who did I not tell that? Because the memes my friends make are like peak entertainment.
Of course. He was started streaming when I got into town.
You good, fine, sir. That should not be this
You two made
attractive.
it. And from the looks on your faces, you were successful.
Whoa, there's so many people from the academia here. Why would you pick this place as our meetup spot?
Well, Wikela Funduk is under the Academia's control, so naturally the Academia has people working here. I came to Port Ormos under the pretense of conducting official business.
You're a pretty daring guy.
So I was like,
Relax. No one here is
He's
interested
so
in
cool.
anything we say.
I love
and
him.
I'm not sure won't come here.
I saw his design. I was
Okay,
like,
now,
okay, he's
tell
one of
me
like
how
the
your
only
encounter
two
with
interesting
Dory went.
designs, and I was like, oh,
I liked his design and the water chick's design. I don't remember.
neither.
Did what you asked. So, can you tell us about the knowledge capsule that the
Those are,
academia
like, the
lost
tough
now?
designs. I went like first impression wise.
Before that,
Yeah,
I have
it
to
took me a while
ask,
to see. I forgot her
why
name
are you
again,
two so
even though she
intent
was
on
literally
tracking
just
it
here.
down?
It took a
You don't
while
have
for me
to
to see her. When I
answer,
saw her, I was like,
course.
Melatonin. Oh my god, dark. She's a dark queen.
I love her 10 times more after seeing her
She
do
just
design.
wants to meet the God of Wisdom and ask her about something important. We've been in Sumeru
Yeah, once
for a
once
while
you get to
now,
the story, you're like,
still
oh
haven't
shit,
found
I
the
care
way.
about the Archon.
When we heard that the academia had lost something that might be related to the gods, we came here in case it turned out to be our lucky break.
In that case, you're on the right track. A short while ago, the Academia lost a knowledge capsule in the desert. It's supposedly a divine knowledge capsule. Use it, and you'll gain the wisdom of the gods.
Wow, there's really such a thing as that?
See, now, is it just the Archons or every other
Learn how to
god?
meet the Dendro Archon? Ooh, or even how
That's
to
my
find your
question.
brother?
I highly
Because you
doubt
you
it has
can
any
just say
mystical
like
properties,
gods and it just be
but it
like
does
the only
indeed
gods
exist,
that we know
and
of,
it's right here,
and
in
not
Port
have like other
Ormos.
gods. So it's like
Where exactly?
I feel like that's just loophole and loophole systems.
That's what we need to find out next.
Hi, girl. I'm gonna get whacked by her tail tonight.
I won't deny that. I am investigating because I'm curious as to what the divine knowledge capsule truly is. As you know, the Eremites in Port Ormos also have their eyes on it. It is an extreme.
Yeah, you
Several
can
brigades
get
have been
really
vying
pity.
for ownership of it as a. My personal finances and connections cannot compete with those
I'm
of
not
the
very far into
Eremites.
this, so I was able to
After
get out
attempting
just because
various
it is-
methods, I finally managed to reach a tentative agreement with several brigades.
Oh, so am
I
I.
agreed to forego ownership of the divine knowledge capsule in exchange for the opportunity to study it.
I have like my
After all,
main team
there's
built,
no
and it's
harm
like
in
they're pretty
understanding
good, but
what
then
it
it's like
is.
sometimes I forget. I'm like, oh
However,
shit, I forgot about you.
There are those who are less amenable to negotiation.
So I need to like play through it a
such as
couple
those
times,
from
fail a couple
Aino
times, and just be
Ahmar.
like, all right, team set up, here you go.
They adamantly believe that the divine
Also,
knowledge
since I have,
capsule contains the Scarlet King's power, and that he will
Since I have
return to this
Shangli and
world when they
Yoimiya, once I
obtain
get him
it.
built, I can
They
do more of
refuse
the
to let
like the
anyone from
Thundering
the
Pulse
Academia tarnish
domain.
their deity's soul.
and just
So you kept hounding them because they refused
actually
to
get through it
cooperate?
because I hate that fucking domain.
Yes.
I'm so
Aino
scared.
Ahmar isn't exactly
like
wealthy,
building any
but its
character,
members are
like,
determined
until-
to get that
I mean,
capsule by any means
until I get
necessary.
I'm gonna manifest stronger.
To that end, they've resorted to many methods more foul than fair in order to amass sufficient funds. So, I've been sabotaging their business to force them into
Someone said that
negotiating
Lucky
with
was
me.
my pools, and I was like,
The
no,
divine
I'm
knowledge
really
capsule
not.
should be up for a
It just
secret auction
depends.
within the next few days.
You can't say that.
Each
I
brigade
watched
will
you
place
win
their
3
own
50-50s
bid,
in
and
a
the
row.
prize will be
And I won
covertly
5
given to the
50-50s
winner.
in a row.
To ensure the
And
capsule's
then I lost to
security and to evade
Kazuma.
the Mantra's notice, the winning brigade will not publicly
Once.
disclose their victory.
I have no good luck when
Unless
it
I
comes to the
know
characters I
whose
want.
hands
When it
the
comes to
divine
characters I
knowledge
don't like, they
capsule
come
ends
within the
up
first
in.
fucking
My
10
agreements
pulls.
with
It
them
happened
fall
with Klee and it
through.
happened with Ito.
Dory is the most reliable source of
didn't want
information,
Ito?
but that avenue
He was
previously
not
closed
he was
to
like
me.
one of those characters that I was
With
like, okay,
you
I
on
want
board
him,
now,
but also like
the
I
situation
saw
is
the other
different.
banners and I was like, I'm gonna save, and then I just X and I was like, let me test my luck, and I got him.
Friend Dory, so you could find out where the divine knowledge capsule is.
Yes, you can say that.
I can see it in your
But
glass.
this arrangement harms none of us.
Purple.
The day after tomorrow, go back to Dory and try to purchase information on the divine knowledge capsule's whereabouts.
I like how I'm like
If she has
completely
no
missing
information,
this.
wait 2 days and approach her again. If I get the opportunity to study the divine knowledge capsule, I will relay my findings to you.
You have a shield and
Will
healer.
that suffice as compensation?
I just don't like her like
Okay, then we'll meet up in 2 days.
I've gotten luckier sometimes with like single pulls than
Bought
head
a
pulls.
knowledge capsule for ourselves, but we're not sure how to use it.
You got this.
You two want to try using a knowledge capsule? Sure, I can teach you. Doing so right under the Academia's nose is a bit problematic, though.
There's the Marley Gray.
What do you say we head to the outskirts of town?
Again, but now you have another shield and healer.
Oh, another 4-star.
Hey yo.
We're rolling in. Goro, you're not on this banner.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people have been getting like Sorrow and Goru from this banner.
That's so weird.
And it's like, yeah, because
bows. Bows everywhere.
honestly, yeah, because I was scrolling through TikTok and someone's like, oh, I got Sorrow, and I commented like, oh, the same thing happened to me, where it was literally just Sorrow, like no one else.
And
Oh, there's a chest nearby.
so what does that make me? I just did 3 singles, and then I'm at 63 right now.
You're getting close to our pity. Oh, it's one of these again. I like these. Okay. I just got really distracted, but like pretty.
So how do you do that story quest?
It's, I don't remember how. She kind of just popped up. Oh, I got something, but it's somewhere around. It's somewhere around this location. I'm pretty sure I ran into her.
Okay.
It was one of these villages, and I just happened to pop up. But again, you can probably look up like Twitter, because I'm pretty sure everyone's like, here you go. It's very long, and there's no dialogue. But I literally just had a video in the background playing to keep me entertained. Why? I don't want to fight you! Oh my god! Help! Help! I don't want to get chased. God damn it, I forgot how much I don't like.
Alright, this place works. Show me the capsule you purchased.
Here.
Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Huh. A combat class knowledge capsule. This class is something of a rare find these days, since most have been taken by the Eremites to augment their battle capabilities.
Oh no. Yeah, I have to use the bathroom.
Ah, yeah.
No, I'm not skipping any more of this, but like, bro.
Hi, girl. Hi. Hi, I missed you.
I'm so sorry. I was pooped in the eye.
She loves belly rubs.
She's like sushi. Also, I can't tell since I've been walking, but like, bro, the back of my knee's sore shit. second, I almost used my face wash and hand soap. That was a very fun thing. Oh, okay. What? I like how we're just like, meow? Alright. Be back.
If you want to determine the efficacy of this capsule, I can evaluate your combat ability. However, effects will likely be minimal if you already possess a high amount of strength. We can conduct a controlled experiment where you fight
strength.
two battles,
We're not like super
one before
overpowered.
using this knowledge capsule and one after. While you fight, we can use an Akasha terminal to monitor your various physical parameters. There may be variances in your physical strength between the
Also,
two
look where my
tests,
son
as
just
well as a
hangs on.
disparity in your opponent's abilities. But don't worry.
Hi.
I'll run statistical analyses afterward
you
to
happy to be
mitigate
back?
any confounding effects.
I'll take that as a yes.
Oh, hey, them. You must have been one of those guys at the academia who got top grades on everything. Paimon's curious about something.
He reminds me of one of my characters from my
One of those
stories on
students
Friday.
who needed pan knowledge to graduate from the academia.
It's like very high marks, but also sarcastic bitch.
Risking getting caught by the mantra for this capsule.
When you are unable to understand a researcher's actions, most cases can be attributed to curiosity. This is but one theory.
Sounds like you're trying to avoid the question.
All right, let's begin the test.
Goddamn.
Just fight as you
Shit.
normally do.
I just want to pet the cat. Oh, don't deuce me while I think my stream broke. Did the stream break? No, just the Wi-Fi broke for a second. Yeah, everything's normal. Ignore that I have like 4 tabs open. Yeah, everything's normal. Oh shit. No, I just broke on the other thing. Okay. Really? Oh, they're level 65? Bet.
Right now, right here, right now. Born of ice and frost.
Really? Really? There ain't no way it was that easy.
All right. I'll link your Akasha terminal to record data. The next step is to use this knowledge capsule. Hold it in your hand. I'll help you establish a connection with it so you can activate its power.
Cool.
No, it's a 5-star item. I don't want to use it. God damn it. This might be really cool.
Hey, how are you feeling? You mean that it worked?
All right. Time for round 2. Fight with the same composure as before.
I was like, where did she go? Oh, she's in the... Hi, who are you? This is the second time I've got a number like this. And I'm on my phone. I don't want to answer hello, but I'm just like, why are you here? Who are you?
Useless. Right here. Emerge. Right here. No touching.
Well, I can tell you it's doing something because I'm critting a lot easier.
Useless.
Oh, I kind of forget some of them
Right
jump.
now. Right here. Foreign.
God damn. Shit.
Now, I'll start recording data again.
Oh, hey, Thumb. How's it going?
Well, the knowledge
You
capsule
were
you
the cutscene
purchased
when we
did
entered Sumeru
improve her
City
combat
and we required
capability.
the thing.
During the second fight, her
And, like,
overall
we got,
fighting
like, the mask
performance
over our
increased
eyes.
by 0.073%.
Wait, the mask? How much?
Yeah, for like that quick seconds of like it's connecting.
Oh, yeah.
People are saying it looks like Columbia's. The one, Harbinger.
Maybe. I don't remember it that well.
It basically had like
Such a jerk! She totally scammed
it had like the the pattern, like it had like the cross stitch, but it didn't like match perfectly.
Of course.
I
This
just think
could
it-
be
I just think
because
it's
she
cool
is so
design.
powerful that the capsule's contents were unable to produce a substantial increase.
Oh, thank you for calling me
At
powerful.
the very least, this test allowed me to gain more insight into you two.
Oh shit!
Our deal seems increasingly worth my investment.
Every time we learn a new, I'm like, oh, okay, who's gonna
I'm
expose
heading
us?
back to Akela Funduk. I await your response in 2
Oh, so you
days'
hear
time.
that one person
This
when we're in like
is
the little
more
area
for
where
when you
Nelu
ask
performs,
Dory
where it's
for
like, what's so
information.
good about Snezhnang and
As much as
toys?
she
Yeah, I
requests.
saw that.
I heard that. I was like, oh, my roommate's not gonna be happy to hear that.
Yeah. Bull crap.
I have to wait until 7 2 days from now. Can I do other quests while that happens, or is kind of just cancel it? Now I'm scared to find out what the quest is to get this area unlocked, but again. Yeah, cause I'm not wasting 2 perfectly good days skipping. We're just gonna go here and do another quest for a hot second, and then hippity hoppity skip alongy. Hippity hoppity, get off my property.
So Tandra's supposed to be here in Gandharvaville looking for inspiration.
We love the Hilly Trolls appearing.
Yell his name at the top of our lungs?
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Hey, buddy. What's your name? What are you doing here all alone? Do you live in Gandharvaville?
Huh?
Regardless, don't worry. As a trainee forest...
Hi, Miss Forest Ranger.
When people say don't mind me, what they really...
What is happening?
Hey, don't cry.
Huh. That voice sounds familiar. Paimon's heard? Oh, it's Kale!
No, but let me just like very quickly collect my last constellation. Hi, girl.
Hi, Kale. How have you been?
Paimon and Traveler.
I'm not getting out of my
I've been doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. I'm helping Master Tainari patrol the forest.
I would lean back, but
What
I don't want
brings
to give
you
myself a
here?
heart attack.
We're here on an errand. We heard your voice, so you seem kind of busy, though.
Oh, hey,
I'll
it's
be
you.
fine.
What a well-mannered child.
Sand? There is not a lot of sand in a forest. You keep saying you're okay because you don't want us to know what you're upset about, right?
Maybe.
That's exactly why you... Here's a trick.
A tree hollow?
Yeah, a tree hollow. Do you know Tanja's stories? The Aranara living in the forest will patiently listen to every word children say. Maybe
The
there
Aranara,
really
who I've
are
met, and they are
Aranara
very
living in the
cute
tree
and very
hollows that will
cuddly.
Listen to you.
You like the R&R stories too?
I've met them. They are adorable and sweet.
I love them.
Oh, people who like R&R are the best. Okay.
Aw, you're just exaggerating. Anyway, I'm trying to be like my friend, who always does her best to cheer people up when they seem sad. So, how are you doing?
Sure.
Is it just me, or the pattern on Kali,
Kale's so good with kids.
Kale is like,
Helping children who are lost in the rainforest
her
is
back,
all
like her
part
back,
of her forest ranger's duty.
like things look familiar.
Really?
Yeah.
So, what was it you wanted help
Like
with?
the knot looks
You're
familiar.
not lost too, are you?
The knot?
Don't tell me I'm literally about to, yeah.
Okay.
Like
So
if
you're
it
looking
wides
for
out.
a children's author from Port. Wait,
That's right.
so he's in the area? Look, this is amazing. I've always been curious what the man behind
God
this
damn it! Like
incredible
on like the
stories
yellow
is
part,
like in
like this,
person.
the later part looks familiar. Maybe he's one of Lesser Lords. He spends a lot of time in solitude
Not just
climate.
a normal guy.
Even so, he must be more creative than most people. Wait, hold on. Razi, do you mean you've met Tanja before? Mm-hmm.
Someone.
He's my dad.
Yeah, I commented on someone. I was like, I want to know your secret straight hair. I love it. And it's like, got a bad haircut, took to the vintage top. It's like a wolf cut but shorter.
Hi, Muncies. That guy at Akara Crash told us that Tanjiro brought his son along with him. So he meant Razi.
Like, dude, I was genuinely curious.
Why are you here on your own, though? Did you and Tanjiro get separated?
Oh, the music awards are happening right now.
Argument. I was upset, so I ran off here by myself.
Oh, in that case...
I'm getting so distracted, but I'm like, there's so much stuff
Then
happening.
we'll look for your dad and tell him where you are.
No, I'm coming.
Bro,
with me.
I just want the Sealy pet. Give me the Sealy. I want a companion.
I can't believe I'm actually...
Oh, there she is. Hello.
So
Alright, there we go. Calais is now C6. But yeah, I swear, like, this knot design looks familiar. Maybe it's just because we've seen so many intricate designs, but it's like, I swear to God, I've seen this. Wait.
Just standing around. How absurd.
Oh, I thought they responded like, I wanted the secrets to your hair. I'm like, be a broke college student, just chop chop. Please, good sir, I want to see the pet. Oh, this gives me 80 primo gems? Shit, never mind. Hold up, this is important. Backtracking story. Cause how much am I getting for this, like, this one section of the story quest? 30? Fuck it. Give me the 80 primo gems first. Listen, I'm a broke bitch who's really skipping a story. Who's skipping the next banners. Let me in! I think this is also the first time I'm skipping a full banner.
Wow.
Nice. Cause I would try going for Ganyu's.
Where are you, Razi?
I'm pretty sure it's Ganyu's C2. But I want to save it for the rest of the characters. Yeah, it's her C2. Oh my god, Chun-Li is also the only Archon I have that has any constellations.
Someone's calling.
Again, I will pay if it gets, like, again, I said I will start paying, like, the last week. If you do not get him, I'm throwing money at you. I don't care, I'm letting you get the old man, goddammit.
Do without you. Were you in danger?
Alright, hopefully I
Did the
can win my
wild beast
50-50
scare
for
you?
once.
Letting you get the old man, goddammit.
I'm okay. Oh,
Fuck.
thanks to their help.
Thank you. Thank you all. I dare say that even the most cold-hearted Spino crocodile would be moved to tears by
Don't you
your
have to get from
kindness.
shop at 8:30?
Yeah, I gave it to her at 4 this morning. No,
Oh, it's nothing. It's
3:40.
all part of my responsibility as a trainee forest ranger.
It's 8:40.
I'm the one who should thank you for creating so many wonderful stories for the children of Sumeru.
Really?
I care too.
I didn't know anyone read my stories apart from young children. That must mean you're still in touch with your inner child.
Why does this give me Percy Jackson vibes?
Really?
Yeah, like they're talking about, I don't know that many people who like read the books. It's like Percy Jackson are mostly made for like middle school, and
Inspiration
it's
for my
like, now you
next
still got...
story. It shall be about an Aranara granny who's a child at
excited.
heart.
You have food, don't
Huh?
you? You do.
It's an honor to become the source.
Yes, she deserves this!
Kale looks like she's about to pass out.
Let her have some ounce of joy in her life.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
She's inspiration for his next
just
book.
got a little too excited.
Are you two story lovers as well?
Yes.
Yes. Yes! The moment I saw you, the image of an aura giant and an aura finch traveling together popped into my mind. Oh? Who asked for my help?
I'm also waiting for my parents to call me.
My sincerest apologies, but
Who started
I have
following me
fans
and
all
what
over
account?
Sumeru. Trying to remember every last
Oh,
one is
speaking
like
of.
trying to identify each
She sent me a
grain of
reel.
sand in the desert.
Seems like Tanja has a slightly exaggerated view of what it means to be a children's author. Also, Paimon's not a finch. That's nothing to get excited about.
For a second, I thought Paimon said she's not a bitch. I was like, what?
That would have been awesome.
Paimon actually swears.
Come on. Ooh. Time to do some tricks. Good girl.
Akara Crafts. Akara Crafts. Oh! Oh, right. I remember now. That small boat once sailed into the sea of my memory, but before long it floated away over the horizon, never to be seen again. Perhaps for the best. After all, a wild tempest was a-raging in Tangier Harbor.
What? Paimon has no idea what he's saying. What should we do? Do you think we should get Tainari to take a look at him?
Dad's saying he forgot about helping the people at Akara Crafts learn more about Aranara because right now he has something more important to do.
Oh, that's what he meant! Well, there it is! All the proof you needed that this kid is definitely Tanger's son. Wait, no, this isn't the time for all that. Tanger, your help is pretty vital to the toy makers. You gotta do something!
But
When people learn that first, they're like $6,000.
Greater importance.
Like, yeah, that's why they wear it out.
Lies the beautiful Padisara that all the children of Sumeru dream of. I, Tanger, have found evidence of Aranara activity right here in the Avidia forest, conclusively proving that Aranara not
Found
only
family, and
exists
it's the
in
most
stories,
traumatized
but in
group of people
real
you've
life,
ever
too.
seen.
If I manage to document the first real-life Aranara sighting, the petty problems that perplex Akara Crafts will be untangled in no time. Meanwhile, I may well be able to leverage this to
Retweeting
assume
that shit real
leadership of
fast.
the academia. Then all across Sumeru will know of the great Tanger living in humble Port Ormos.
Good sir, that is just every white guy. Amazing, incredible. AI deepfake technology combines every serial killer into one man. Good sir, that is a white man.
That's Germa. You didn't realize that was Germa?
My brain's on autopilot. Like after like 30 minutes into my streaming, my brain went autopilot, so things don't make sense.
Experiment record. Anyway, Tanja, what did you mean by evidence of R&R activity?
It's the first fucking comment.
That's what's important in a story. The great storyteller Tanger never gives his audience the bait right away.
Seeing Germa address this on stream was so funny. I was on the front page of Reddit and saw everyone think I was a serial killer.
Kale, what's wrong? Nothing. But that way leads us deeper into the Avidia forest.
Oh my god, if I see one more person giving away like administration tickets to MCC Island, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Tanja were fighting.
Why is this called the unhappy? Oh my god. Is this just sad boy hours today? Hello, I need these to level up my boy. Good sir, I'm literally in a puddle.
Just as I expected. The promise of one of my stories.
But this is just an ordinary trick.
You can deceive the eyes, but you can't deceive the...
Paimon's not sure what look with your heart means. But anyway, let's start around this tree hollow.
We're going on a trip to. I'm investigating a goddamn tree.
Hey, look! There's a note here. The handwriting's so hard to
It's so funny because since I've done the story quest of like the Aranara, I'm just like, we've met them already.
Here's another note. That sounds more
like they're cute and adorable, and now you can enter the dream well because you got an instrument that is like very cool.
if a clever Aranara. Is the emphasis?
Oh my gosh.
They are very cute and very funny. Speaking of. I'll be back. One moment. I see another story quest that popped up. Oh, speaking of, there's a Dendroculus nearby. Oh shit! We actually get to talk! Two characters of melanin! Woo! Oh my god, they're no longer just white! Oh, this is like an actual story quest, there's no blood. Like, they're so pretty, what the fuck? Like, again, whoever made these NPCs, please go to the main character design. Like, she looks so good! That was a jump scare cutscene. It just skips to Paimon just looking at you like, hi.
Oh my gosh.
Like, just look at this!
Oh my gosh, she's so up close.
It's so scary! And she's just looking at you like, just call me Red. Honestly, I'm literally just an adventurer, but I saw that this was a story quest. I would like to get some reputation in the city. So I have to spend like 30 hours doing a reputation quest. Also, did I literally do my Inazuma quests an hour ago? Yes. Did I also forget about them until I hopped in? Yes. I did them 10 minutes before streaming? Yes.
This little girl is gay.
Huh?
She said she wants to marry Rana one day, and now she's saying that Lumine is very pretty.
Are you doing the story quest?
The R&R one, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
She's queer.
They really said, like, we're gonna make everything a little bit fruity. Huh? Wait, who said that? Huh? Hello? Hi!
Oh.
There's another one! They're smaller than, my jaw popped. They're smaller than Paimon.
Oh my gosh.
I just realized you can see it on this monitor.
Yeah.
Did I just find the story quest to unlock the other area? How do you know our names? Ah. But Floaty Paimon is silly and doesn't understand. It's true. Nah, listen, I love Paimon, but if I get the opportunity to bully her, I will. Paimon deserves a good bullying every now and then.
Yes.
Again, I love her to death.
She's so cute.
Oh, wait, I got something. What did I get? What do you do? Oh, I can use it in the dream world, I'm assuming. Ah! Wait. where's my son? Hold up, this is very important. I figured out what I need for that area that is underwater that I found before. Oh, I'm so glad I was stupid. How the fuck did I? Oh, thank God. Hey, yo, what the fuck? What did I just get slapped with? Again, I love how I said skip the main story quest, side quest right now. But like... No, we gotta sing! Wow, that... This is the second time we've been insulted for our singing.
Ooh. Traveler can cook, but they can't sing.
No, they can sing. Like, they can sing really pretty. Cause like, it's canon that we hummed that one time.
Yeah. Oh, it was so cute. I love every single time they hum. Cause they hummed after Ayaka's dance.
Have you heard both of the Travelers combined?
No.
It's really cute. Because, like, Aether has, like, the shorter notes, but Lumine's are, like, slightly longer, so it's just, like... Like, she kind of follows after. It's really cool. They really said you need Dendro to explore. Please. And thank you! Which is a good thing you get Kali for free.
Yeah.
Hey, my boy. Why do I also feel like this is going to be incredibly bad vibes soon? Where the fuck is the ceiling? There you are. Yeah, Sumeru has so many, like new interactions. Absolutely not! I was like, why'd I get a chest? It's from the Sealy.
Why is there a chest here?
Oh, there's bad guys! Oh, there's a shit ton of bad guys. What? Oh my god, the mushroom is speaking. Like, a normal-ass collectible mushroom just spoke to me.
She went in the closet.
I was like, where's the cat? There she is. I see her now. Wait, what? Go to the what? Huh? What the fuck? Huh? Please, that is within my sight. There we go. Give me the sweet flowers. I got a heart attack for a second. I was like, please do not spawn a whopping flower. Where am I going? Oh, I went to the, where the fuck? you're fucking above me.
Yeah, that's right. It's way better stuff like plastic, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, I went the wrong way. She's above me. I don't mean to put a pin. We going on our trip to talk to a mushroom. Also, this cheat comp I have with Tanari actually works really well. I love it. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. That's good stuff. I need the slime coordinates.
Worthless.
This shit straight up sniped that. Oh, cool. I have another story quest, and it just went to that. Okay, never mind.
Keep up.
This works. Hello, I'm back.
How does it feel to bear witness to a groundbreaking discovery? The crude handwriting may look. I doubt that I boldly. An Aranara that wasn't so bright. Oh. How's that? Don't.
Nope.
Well, many an adventurer knows how to take to the skies with their easily visible wind gliders, yet they do not possess the invisible wings of imagination, making it hard for them to keep up with my train of thought.
Good sir. I'm a creative writing major or minor. Try me.
On the wings of imagination.
He's like, you don't got creativity.
Me?
Fuck it.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that witnessing Tanja's creative process is a little...
Overwhelming.
Oh, yes. Yes. Overwhelming.
Oh, Cully got
For now,
anxiety.
I've decided to stay here with Razi until we Don't worry.
He seems pretty stubborn.
Stop overwhelming her. They got anxiety.
Return to our camp first. Tanja, an hour in the three little fun.
Oh.
Alright, so I have two story quests, which is nice.
And call it a day.
Because since I have them, I can get them done early. The next day, fuck it. What is the one I was just doing? This one? Perfect. Go to the cave. Son of a bitch! Oh shit, this is the cave from before! This works out perfectly! Shut the fuck up. Let's not review how my day was. That cat is floating! Ayo Genshin, let me be a beta tester, please! Yeah, that motherfucker's floating. Yo. Stop. You can't enter. You can't enter. Why can I not enter? Hi, you are really pretty. Okay, I have been here before. Alright, cool. Yep, I have been here before. Yep. I know where I am. And they switched from to Paimon floaty to white floaty. I love this game. Yeah, because this is also Wither Zone. We're just gonna suck the withering. Get to work then. I did get an achievement. What achievement did I get? Oh! I got 2 achievements. Yo, do the story quest. You also get achievements. That was a sound. Oh, fuck it. Damn it, it respawned. Or it... Yep. Is it possible to reach that? Oh yeah, everything did come back. Perfect. Switching to Kokomi because she has the better health in this situation because there's literally a withering thing right there. Hello, mushroom. Ah! What the fuck? The what? Huh?
Worthless.
My bad.
What are my orders?
I know Yoimiya is supposed to be my, like, main for this, but... this actually works a lot better.
We're way behind schedule.
Xiao is way too fucking built.
Emerge.
Useless.
Also, I found out with, oh shit! Well, okay. Can I put you, like, right smack in the middle? Oh. Cool, that worked. What the fuck?!
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Take my lead. I'll be back.
Next on the agenda.
Good. Is that a Sumeru Sealy? Yep.
There is those?
Apparently, Or am I colorblind and that's not green?
I can't see it.
It's right there. Because that looks pretty green to me. Again, also my screens are different, but yeah, that looks green to me. You see, I enter a withering zone if I go there, and I know that there's like jump pads around. Yep. You just zap them with a little bit of electro, and you go boing. I love how I actually discovered that on accident. Like, there was no, like, valid reason how I should. Yeah, that's a green Sealy.
Oh, that's cool.
There was, like, no valid reason. Oh my god, the fucking mushroom's gone. Who has it? You fucking bitch. Come back here. They call them mercenary sand grains. Alright, one moment, good sir. I want to get rid of this withering zone.
We're way behind schedule. Healthy body, healthy mind.
I surprisingly dodged that. That went. Oh my god, why is there so many here?
Born of ice and frost. Right now. Right here. Right now.
Oh my god, there's so fucking many. Okay, everything decided I want to join the fucking party.
Right here. Emerge.
There's explosive barrels.
Why would anyone want...
Woo!
Forget it. It's not my concern.
Oh, this Sealy is so pretty. You are very pretty. Where are we going? Like, I'm talking to you like it's a pet.
Right here.
No, I'm just gonna follow the Sealy in peace. That was unnecessary, but okay.
Why would anyone want... Boring!
Born of ice and frost.
I feel like enough time has passed that I probably could do the rest of the story quest, but I'm just like, or the Archon quest, but I'm like, Oh, fuck that. I'm so glad I noticed that. Why did you not explode? Hello, girl. Ah. Oh my god, this girl is trying to fucking kill me. Madam! Is there any more exploding fucking barrels?
We're way behind schedule.
That I need to be fucking wary about. She's she's like, what are you? Again, she is so pretty. She is so dark. I want her. Yeah. Yes. A rich old man in the academia hired us. Fuck my life, of course. Sumeru's fucking fruity. She's like a young and charming woman like me. Madam? Madam? Because I personally believe the Traveler is bi, because there ain't no fucking way that, like, they meet all these characters and they're like, well, shit. Because, again, we have been asked out on a date by Lisa, Ayaka, who the fuck else, I can't remember, technically Child.
We just can't visit Child. It's bullcrap. He invites us so many times.
And people think we're dating Ningwon.
Oh.
You do her story quest, everyone's like, so what's your relationship? And you're like, oh, some fruity ass motherfuckers. Fuck! For calling me a robber and hurting my feelings! Shit. Oh, fuck it. I have enough money. What the fuck? You're kind of cute when you bargaining. I'm listening. Y'all some pretty ass motherfuckers. Y'all some fruity ass bitches. China was like, add some, kneecaps look brittle. Oh shit, I completely missed what that said. Dude, I was just skipping. Keep one eye open. Motherfucker. Did I just do it without having to get into a fight? Hell yeah. Did they just give me a new song to play? Did I just learn a new song? Forty fucking primo, sound fantastic.
Dang, this is good. This is very good.
There's more to the story quest though, but I think... Oh my god, I actually have to wait 2 days in a row. That's disgusting. Fine, I'll skip 2 fucking days. That's disgusting. Hi, girl. I technically mean like you're canceling out, but like still, that's fucking disgusting to wait 2 days. And it's like, I would rather do a story quest. Hi. Oh, hello. I see you're on my bed. Please tell me I put the right fucking...
Let's see Dory today and ask her about where the
Alright, back to go bully a child. I really wish they have fucking dark mode so I can stop getting fucking flashbanged every time I open this godforsaken game. Oi! Child! Wait, that's a hairdresser. Damn, I thought he would actually cut our hair.
Here, over here! Oh, welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you this time?
Hi, girl. See, now I can give you affection.
And knowledge,
Close to me.
supplies, or anything else you need. I'll find a way to get it. Where there's a waterfall of Mora, there's a way. Can you
Madam, I'm
really
broke.
get us anything we want? Anything at all?
Let's go receive my
So it
save before
appears
you
that
so
canned
enjoy
knowledge
the,
alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite.
For a second I thought she said college and I was like, wait, what?
Please oblige me. Tell me what you have in mind.
I think I just broke the screw in the desk. Oh no. It's fine. They've always been sticking out. No, this one I just managed to put back in.
Oh!
Fine, I'll come back to your
with
petting.
Pockets as deep as yours would undoubtedly crave something more profound than
Hi,
ordinary
did you miss
canned
me?
knowledge. But you know,
She must have really missed me
that
if
kind
she's
of
just like, give me
information
affection.
isn't going to be cheap.
Or she just like this all the time.
I had to work really hard
She's
to
very
weasel my
lovely
way
right
into
now.
the auction site. And not to mention that if anyone found out that I was the leaker, I would be in big, big trouble.
Oh my god, we found Ray.
But how can we be
She's like, if they found out I'm the leaker, I'm like, Ray!
I'm
Release some other people and just share it in the Discord.
to have this kind of info the
At least she like she puts in a spoiler, which is nice, and then she like puts like she actually like mentions like, yeah, this is a spoiler. Look at your own risk.
Is what I consider to be my supply. Therefore, I must always be aware of what's hot on the market in order to secure more sales. As for the information's authenticity,
training my own cat
well,
doing this.
you've no need to worry about that.
I'm like gonna go home for a break and my cat's gonna be like,
transaction. That way, no one can dispute it.
literally. Name your price.
It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've
God,
paid
imagine
well,
her meeting
here's the
Zhongli.
scoop. The divine knowledge capsule was
That
purchased
would be-
yesterday
I would
by
love to see
certain
that.
Misery, the
Why do
leader
I feel like she has
of
a, I haven't looked at her voice line, and this is probably wrong. Imagine if she has one for him. Of like Rex laugh and be like, ah yes, he's my inspiration. Cause he fucking created Mora.
You're already familiar with them. The group has done everything in their power to obtain
are
the
you so
divine
friendly
knowledge
with me?
capsule. After all, they believe it contains the power of the Scarlet King.
Ayo.
That divine knowledge capsule is unlike any other canned knowledge I've seen before. It was glowing bright red. The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. You can look for yourself. Thanks for the info, Dory. Please, it's my pleasure. It's all thanks to discerning customers such as yourselves that my efforts yesterday were not in vain. Please, don't hesitate to contact me if you ever need anything else in the future. Mora for Dory opens doors. Well, we figured out where the divine knowledge capsule is.
Alright, time to go in for Mr. Handsome.
I'll find you your
Let's head back and talk to Al Hatham.
Oh shit. Okay, this works. Imagine you just see someone just like gliding. Instead of like, yeah, screw your stairs, I'm gliding. You look familiar. Really? Hello, good sir.
Al Hatham, we got the info you wanted.
Really?
So she literally moves so I can give her more pets.
Let's hear it.
There you go.
Even gave us evidence to verify the info. Have a look.
Huh, look at that. Clear as day. It must have taken some guts just to infiltrate the scene of the Eremites transaction. but then to get close enough to take a picture like this. Bold move, Dory. Very bold move.
She's very short and she looks like a child, so it's fine.
The person in this picture is indeed Misery, the leader of Ain al-Ahmar. And the glowing red capsule he's holding appears to be the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront them next week, we should be able to force them to show their hand.
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ain el-Ahmar guys. But now, it sort of makes sense. Everything's playing right into your hands. After we defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss.
Technically, seeing how it's been 2 days, haven't we missed Nilu's performance? Or is that like
Thank you for your time
in a
and
couple of
efforts.
days?
Take a few days off while I make some preparations. Let's meet up
Take a
again
couple
when we
days
can.
off,
See you
motherfucker. I already took 2 days off for this shit. This feels like my work.
Oh, Hatham sure is taking his time. Where could he be?
Oh, thank God! It already.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier in front of Faros Lighthouse.
Yep, let's go.
See, you are such a pretty girl. Oh my God! Why can't there be a teleporter over there? Like, you put teleporters everywhere, but not on the other side of a city. The fuck, my guy? I came all the way from Fontaine. We have people from other nations here.
That's cool.
We have, yeah, because there's already Victor from Sonai, who we know from Mondstadt's Chapel, and then we have this guy from Fontaine. But he's selling books. She's very intense at just watching the stream, like, what's happening? Also, every time I move past Xiao, my brain's like, oh yes, this man has elf ears, and then I look, it's like, no he doesn't. His ears are very much curved.
Useless.
Might as well use his power. Hopefully I'm not gonna fight anyone. Might as well. Make my life easier. They made Xiao way too overpowered to be able to use his skill in the air.
I'll hate them. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to actually show up.
It was I who demanded that these negotiations take place. I was more worried that you might go back on your promise. But to your credit, it appears that you're sticking to your word. This is turning into quite an occasion. I also brought some backup. I assume you don't mind.
Backup? Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day?
Hey, fuck
You're gonna
off.
Support this lunatic because he
Also,
helped you out?
apparently they confirmed that like the
Fine.
traveler
Your
is like
funeral.
not a child.
Good.
I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're
Well,
done
again,
with you, you'll be nothing
I
more
think
than
it's
fish food.
because
Get
like
'em, boys.
the travelers have their canon names, but I think they're also using the alias because we can name them, and I think it's like you can have them whatever you want with your personality.
Yeah.
So I think if you want them to have an age, they can like be above the drinking age. But I think
That's close enough.
holy shit!
Emerge.
Sorry, I just watched this man drop below an unhealthy amount. What, girl? Oh, I just killed a man, feeling good.
Rest and rebuild.
The jellyfish one on the outside! Oh, cool.
Lord of Ice and Frost. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Man pulled a razor. God damn, Shout does this so much unnecessary damage. It's like, dude, I know you're built, but like, goddamn. Good sir, you are stuck in a box. Would you like some assistance? Oh, here's this cutscene. Here's this cutscene.
Oh yes.
Here's.
Actually, what is this? I love this cutscene so much.
I saw this on TikTok.
Boss, finally. Did you use it? Great. Now we can.
I also love the Traveler's facial expressions because people are pointing it out like they're so expressive now. No, are we still using a fucking dull sword? We had a different sword in the trailer. Oh no. I wouldn't do that.
Boss.
Oh shit.
What's wrong?
What happened to him?
Oh shit.
We have to cut his Akasha connection now.
I want to hear that in Japanese. The cape flip fuck.
Target acquired. Arrest him.
Ah shit.
Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Son of a bitch.
Take him away.
That was smooth as
So good.
Why does it reminds me of Dane's Lift a little bit?
Really?
Yeah.
World, forget me.
Hey yo. Hey yo. She knows, and I know she knows.
What in Tibet just happened?
Listen, he's tall, he has light hair.
Looks like he used the divine knowledge capsule.
So good.
You mean the
And
divine knowledge
There's hair in my throat.
back to him?
You okay?
There's a piece of hair in my throat.
You mean how some researchers go insane after getting knowledge from Irminsul?
I've heard of numerous incidents of
Yep.
researchers in Satyavada like
No, there was
going
like an
insane.
actual piece of hair stuck in my
The
throat.
state that man is now in suggests that this is a similar situation. This divine
Saving this for
knowledge
later.
capsule does appear to be linked to the gods, but beyond that, it doesn't seem
We're friends
anything
with three
like the rumors
gods.
suggest. Possessing it doesn't grant you divine wisdom or
And we're the
power.
favorite of another.
Did you hear
Yeah,
what
you
he
cannot
said?
tell me we're not Venti's favorite.
World, forget me.
Or his little scrub.
What could that possibly mean?
Listen, the fan art of them together is really cute. Do I ship it? No. I see them as like platonic soulmates. Soulmates.
What a shame. We were so close.
But like Shaolin Traveler?
Paimon
Fuck.
didn't expect the divine knowledge capsule would be so dangerous. Imagine if we tried to open it.
Yo,
Oh,
listen,
who knows
I'm on
what
like the
would happen
fence
to
about it
us?
because I'm like I've
As
heard like
things
arguments
stand,
like both
there
sides
is
like
no
the
reason
favorite
for me
thing.
to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our
I think I mentioned
collaboration
this,
has
but
also
Pinterest
reached
word
its
literally
end.
has like most ships are in here just because of the art. Like I may not ship this, but fuck the art.
Since you're a member of the Academia, do you have any idea how we could go about meeting Lesser
Yeah, like
Lord
Jean-Louis
Kusanali?
Traveler, don't ship
Truthfully,
it, but the
I
art.
don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears to exist outside of Sumeru's entire administration. Most of the
I like
time,
how I'm talking to you
wouldn't know
so
she
much more.
exists at all.
Yeah, let's see. We never really talked
Since
to
the
my streams.
Academia
Now I'm just like,
possesses the Akasha, a symbol
hello,
of our
friend.
deity's wisdom.
Welcome.
Scholars
There's
have
gonna be
no
a
reason
voice
to
for her.
desire to make contact with the deity herself anyway.
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is
Yeah, because everyone does not like her.
I'm heading back to the Academia. How about you two?
I have to go see a pretty girl dance.
It's almost the day of the Sub-Zero
Okay, never mind. That answers it.
Maybe we should head back too. We've been rushed off our feet over the past few days, so maybe a little rest and relaxation will do us good.
Oh.
Orchid's so good.
On the other's dance?
You have no idea what's coming.
Am I about to be emotionally destroyed?
Until we meet again.
Perfect.
Baby.
She said she's on the hoodie. What is up with your cats and
No.
stealing my hoodies?
Do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups require?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yo, the fan art of them is gonna be ridiculous. I've already seen the Traveler. Thank you, good sir. Give me that.
I just realized I haven't seen the flower flower yet. What was that about?
It's the Star Quest.
Oh, is it this one?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Really?
Mhm.
So they did that? Wow.
Do you remember what was it? Did you feed the thing that was under the lake here?
I don't think so.
You're fighting that, and it is hell. No way me being alive at 3 a.m. Welcome, Snell. How are you? We're playing Genshin.
So sleepy. She's fighting it though.
Go to sleep, bro. Go to sleep. But yeah, it's gonna be 10 times worse because you have the withering effect as well. And
What does that do? I still haven't figured out what that does.
it's basically like the corrosion that happens in the chasm. But it's a lot slower.
Okay.
So if you stand in it, you're fine. It's just if you get hit, it like levels up and then it just it depletes your attacks and your health.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. But there's the one statue and then like if you have healing, it works. Good, I think.
I just kill everything with trial.
It works because like the little 30 things you get, they work a charge attack arrow, so you don't have to do them fully. You can just attack them real fast.
We didn't miss the Sub-Zero's festival, right?
Hope to fucking God not.
Let's
If I did, I'm throwing hands.
Paimon thinks she must be around the Grand Bazaar, since she showed us around there last time.
We're going on a trip to mentally be destroyed, zooming through the world. Here I fucking come.
What they do is so mean.
There she is! Dinyarzad, we're back!
Just as
It's
promised,
me, but I think-
Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two came back to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday. Indeed. The festival's tomorrow. We've been
There's no need to be nervous.
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone who comes to the festival will also have a good time.
Yeah, they give you a shit ton of primo
Speaking
gems
of which,
like this.
did you manage to make your way to Port Ormos?
Which again, I can see
Discover
why.
anything
I think they weren't like planning it to be a skip, but like Jesus.
A lot of things happened there.
I see. Sounds like you two had another exciting adventure. If there is another
What?
chance, I would love to join.
My lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be in for a lifetime of trouble.
Madam, I can't.
Yeah, you were
She's so
eavesdropping.
attractive for like unnecessary
It's
amount of
called
reasons.
covert protection.
And I can't tell if just because I love her
What's
style.
going on around my employer is part of the job.
Oh my
It's
god,
our
her ears
idea.
cut out. She's not wearing her
Lily
ears in
said
this.
I would like to go.
Did it glitch?
Yeah, she's not wearing her
I
ears.
think my body could handle it.
I just saw like a double.
Festival's
like,
tomorrow. I've been doing nothing
They're
but
like
causing
sitting right
trouble
next to
for
each
you.
other. I was like, you're the same
So
person.
Dia, please take some time to relax.
Mahoyaverse, put me as a beta tester!
I
Even
thought it
when
was
you
like
put
a
it
story
that
thing,
way,
and then when the
it still
cutscene
doesn't
happened, the
feel
other
right.
one was gone. So I was like, oh no.
Someone
Don't
straight up
worry,
found
my
like
guardian
Aether's
lights.
model somewhere. I don't know how, but it was so
Okay,
funny to me. I'm
fine,
like,
but
oh, there's
only
Aether. We found him.
Tomorrow's a big day, and
But yeah,
many
her
no
ears-
good
her ears were
scumbags are
fully
gonna try to
gone.
take advantage of that.
Wait, I wanna find that section. Cause again, you can watch VODs even while you're live. I wanna make sure I'm not going fucking crazy.
Oh, I want to see this.
Quick break, we're making sure we're not going crazy. What's it? Yeah, her ears are gone.
Oh my gosh! What the heck?
Okay, like they're there, and then they cut away. Her ears are gone.
That's so weird.
Mahoyaverse!
Why is this one so buggy? Like we've had like spelling errors and it's so weird.
It might have been a time crunch to get it out, but like, yeah.
Maybe.
Cause again, everything I can't believe.
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city.
Again, I'm small.
my
Mahoyaverse
apologies
does
for
not know I exist, but like, god damn it, put me as a beta
I've already
tester.
prepared a room for you to rest.
There ain't
Please
no
follow
way
me.
I caught. There ain't no way I'm the first person who catches that shit.
Thoughtful. Paimon's so
I'm gonna clip that and just gonna be like, where are her ears at? Because I was just about to say, like, I can't tell if I'm, like, very much attracted to her, or if it's because she has cat ears. We're going on a trip to monthly fucking be destroyed, zooming through the sky. Let's fucking go. Give me the cabbage. Cabbages! My cabbages! Also, with the amount of things you unlock, like, you get so many just, like, single primo gems.
Yeah.
Here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been staying.
It looks really
I still have not figured out who her voice actress is, because it doesn't, like, say. Because, like, all the Wikipedias haven't been updated yet.
Not at all. Just tell me.
That's Paimon's specialty.
Oh, if you don't mind, how about we all walk around together tomorrow?
I'm down.
All of my friends will be working the festival, and Dia's still insisting on her covert protection.
She's knocked out.
Yeah. It'll be pretty hard to relax and enjoy the festival if Dia's constantly
I
hovering
now
over
think I might
you,
have to be rude for the
right?
next 2 years. She's like, you're not leaving.
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar first thing
Yeah,
tomorrow
she's
morning.
out.
Have a great night.
It's a deal. Good night, Dunyarzad.
I may be too excited to fall asleep tonight. See you tomorrow.
She's gonna fall asleep and not wake
Starting
up.
to really look forward to the Sub-Zero festival too. Oh no. Did we oversleep?
Oh my god, we actually have it, like, they actually show the inside of a room we sleep. Thank god.
We should go meet Dunyarzad.
I think this is also the first time, like, it's been, like, we didn't have to skip a night, and it's like, here you go, travelers sleeping. I still cannot believe I caught her ears missing. Posted that on Twitter.
Traveler, Paimon,
Good morning, Dunyarzad. We must have.
Not at all. I arrived early. Today is finally here.
You've worked so hard for this.
You know it. Well, shall we? Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on
I
clearing
actually
costs
really like
themselves.
this, like, where you actually get to, like,
Let's
walk
go
with the
give them some
NPCs.
business.
And it's not for, like, anything, like...
Everything out of pocket.
I always end up falling behind them in
Sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
I usually fall behind,
They
like,
all
a little
said
bit,
that
but that's because I'm, like, I'm
contributing
looking
to a
at stuff.
lively festival atmosphere is more important than money.
Oh, there's the alchemist.
Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
The bags are really pretty.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way. Let's go take a look.
God damn it. Ah. I wanted to go talk to the alchemist.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Mushrooms, flowers, and all kind of fruit. It's all vegetarian stuff.
So you beat me in the
Paimon's a
Archon
little
quest, but I'm beating
disappointed.
the story quest.
So, what's the...
Again, it gets the
Haftmewa
reputation up, and
feast
I
you
can unlock
mentioned
that.
just now?
Dude, I
It's
want the
another
wings. I want the
Sub-Zero's
dendro
festival
wings.
Tradition.
So nice.
People used to set their tables with 7 different foods. Generally speaking, the most common selections were foods like Rukushifa mushrooms, lunar lotuses, Sumeru roses, sunsetias, capulatas, hara fruits, and zaytun peaches.
So,
Dude,
the
now I want
Sub-Zero
peaches.
festival is a vegetarian holiday?
No, I want dragon fruit. They
You
sell
don't
them in
have to be a
Chinatown.
vegetarian to enjoy the spread.
I heard they tasted like
We just use the 7 foods
It
to
depends how you-
symbolize
it
the 7
depends how you
virtues
have
of the
them.
Dendro Archon.
Yeah.
Wait, but if that's the case, if Sumeru
But again,
uses
I'm friends with people
vegetarian
who
food to
are
represent the
who
Dendro
are from like
Archon,
Asia and stuff. So
then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of food like roasted fowl, juicy meatballs,
that is
grilled
terrifying scene.
Oh,
Every time it's
Traveler,
just
we have to go
Paimon
to
and it
Midland
progressively
as soon as
zooms in, it's like
possible.
I can use this as a meme.
I hope your wish comes true one day, Paimon.
Yeah, that's becoming a clip that's going on my Twitter, being like, what happened to her ears?
Some of these other stalls.
Because I feel like if people noticed that, it would have been everywhere.
Dear customers, would you like to try your hand at alchemical divination?
What's alchemical
It's not hard.
divination? Those two things sound like they
Just don't fight anything and collect.
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it. It is said to be a mysterious craft
Oh, yeah, she's
invented by
out.
none other than Lesser Lord Kusanali herself.
So, how does it work?
It's quite simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents, I'll use them to perform a
Oh yeah, I'm already
transmutation.
seeing the like the friendship between Ignari and Albedo.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails,
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected, and all that occurs can be traced back to fate. You could say this is a pearl of old wisdom.
Why does everything sound so much more credible when Dunyarzad says it? Are you guys working
Send
together?
this to my parents.
so that's the true wisdom behind it. This young lady sure knows her stuff. So, how about it? Want to give it a try?
So I can combine 2 things together? Let's put a streamlight and actually wait, no. I have too little of those.
Okay, one moment.
Paimon wants to take a look too. Is it?
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means... Wait a moment.
Oh, I broke him.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
What happened?
Oh, I remember now. It means illusions and lies.
Wait, what?
Illusions and lies? That sounds rather ominous.
Yes, but this book says that if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will
Oh,
surely
that's
rise.
creepy. What? Cause you know how they mentioned like the moon is like illusions and lies. You do realize that
Naturally,
in
fate
Genshin,
will only ever show you
like
the
they don't have a
beginning of the
moon
journey.
cycle,
It is up to you to forge your own ending.
and like Scaramouche even says like,
Thank
oh,
you
like
so
the
much.
sky's
I'll
like
keep
the
that in
sky's a
mind.
lie. So it's like
Oh, it's
everything's coming
I'm just
together.
learning as I go.
Son of a bitch.
Guess that was still pretty interesting.
Also,
Okay,
our
on to the next
lesser
stop.
lord literally is like the god of illusions as well. So
They say the Sub-Zerus festival
we're
is
going
very
on a
large
trip.
and long,
Let's
long
go.
time
No, I have 9 seconds left.
Large flower
please.
carriages used to parade.
I
through
said
the
don't
city.
fight
As
anything.
they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy,
Did you
and
just
liquor
get
all
lost?
along the way.
I have no directional awareness whatsoever.
Just look for sparkly things you can zoom to.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle. But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilu's dance of Sub-Zerus would be just as impressive.
Yo, fuck off, people upstairs.
Attention! Soldiers, fall into formation if you want any Yalda candies.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a weird guy with a weird hat. Hey, it's Dunyarzad! Wow!
Miss Dunyarzad, the children love you even more than the Yalda candies. In the few short days it took to prepare for the Sub-Zerus festival, the children have all grown very fond of you.
Oh, hello.
The hallowed Night of
Did we
Flowers.
accidentally wake you
It's
up?
an honor that you know my name.
Yeah,
Attention!
quick thing. If you go by
In
the
the
tree
name
and
of
like
Ferris,
the Dendro
Knight of
Oculus thing pops
Flowers,
up,
I commend you on your
it's not there yet.
contributions to the glorious Sub-Zerus festival.
You have to go to the other like dimension and then it's
All
there.
right, little soldiers, take your Yalda candies and don't
Believe
forget
me,
your
it's not like I
loyalty
spent
to Lesser
20 minutes
Lord
looking for it and then I
Kusanagi.
realized it's not there.
Dismissed.
Yes!
And it's in the tree. Like, don't try going up to like the leaves above. It's on the tree.
Just what is going on here?
I'm not having you spend 20 minutes before you ask me where it
Ferris,
is.
the Night of Flowers is another Sub-Zerus festival icon, and one immensely popular with children. In the past, the
and
actor
she went back to
portraying
sleep.
Ferris would also sit on a flower carriage.
She's so sleepy.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can make such wonderful memories today.
Trainer Mama.
As are we to you, Vihar.
Oh, not
I'm
at
not.
all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies?
I miss my
They're
sons.
a festival staple, and
But she
I
cute.
happen to have some boxes
But she
ready
cute and
here.
cuddly too.
Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
My dad's gonna like FaceTime and being like, "You are a traitor." I'm like,
Don't
she
these
just
boxes
went
all
there.
look the same?
I was streaming. She just went there.
That is the fun part. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw.
Ooh, those all.
And there's also lizard tail and oni kabuto.
Oh.
Huh? What's up with those two flavors?
Oni kabuto is a little spicier than lizard tail.
Dunyarzad, you tried them before? Traveler, help time. It's all right.
I also believe in your...
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
Oh God. You know what? Number 3 has never betrayed me.
Attention! That's unfortunately lavender melon.
Oh, Paimon thought you survived so many epic battles because you had incredible luck. But looks like Paimon was wrong.
The Sunsetia flavored candy was in box number 4. How about this? The most important thing is that everyone has a good time at the festival. So please.
Okay,
take
number
both
3
boxes.
failed me, but I was really close.
Really? Thanks a lot, Knight of Candies.
Oh my gosh, I picked
It's
number 2.
Night of Flowers, not Night of Candies.
Paimon really wilted the carriageless Knight of Flowers.
They all basically sound the same. We got our candy, so let's keep going.
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Can you come with me to get it?
No problem.
Dunyarzad, you...
No problem. Let's go.
You're just bad at video games,
I still love how you said you were gonna play a different game for your coding class, and you're just like Genshin.
I had one left and I couldn't find it. What the heck?
We're too late. Who knew the little lady was such an earth?
Oh, shit.
Right? Oh, that most certainly is. We're in luck. She's walking right into our clutches.
Yeah, you also have me, so fuck you.
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any
I was like, I can
good.
hear a video in the background.
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their mora, but I wonder how much the
Oh, that's
Humayanis
Raiden.
would shell out to get you
Yeah.
back.
It's like I hear a voice like.
Kidnappers! Traveler, hurry and protect Dunyarzad!
Who are? What area code is 757?
I don't know.
It's not familiar to me, so we'll be fine.
Hey, did you scumbags even consider
Yes!
that Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses
Hell
you?
yeah.
You're Dia. Dia the Flame Mane. No wonder we mercs haven't heard anything about you for so long. You sold your unruly mane to the highest bidder.
Don't speak so disrespectfully. My family started working with her as gratitude for her past kindness to us.
Don't worry about it.
Watching
my
the
lady.
downfall of
Just
this
some
cast
friendly
in the
banter
span of a week
between
is
mercs.
wild.
One punch and those rabid dogs will expose themselves for what they really are.
Aren't
Yeah, the
your
Euphoria
claws
cast
all
is like
dull by
wild.
now? Don't get too cocky.
Traveler, take Miss Dunyarzad to a safe location.
How is there one
No,
left?
we're gonna stay and help. There's too many of them.
Wow, there's so much shit that's happening with the Euphoria cast.
Please be careful, Dia.
Don't waste your time worrying.
Do I actually have to play as her? Please? Oh shit! Ah! Okay, that works! Again, having Xiao's, like, skills bullshit sometimes.
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look a little pale. Are you in shock?
Yeah, I'm fine. body always reacts like this whenever I exert myself too much.
You sure you're okay?
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia. After all, none of this would have happened if I hadn't insisted on coming out today.
Wow, your phone's hot.
Yeah.
Oh god, we're so weird doing this. Oh god. This feels so weird playing on mobile. Let's see if I remember this. Oh, I went to the wrong place. Yeah, you originally supposed to like follow the path. Also, I
Yeah.
know.
I like follow the path and then I do it and there's one that must like escape my gaze somehow.
There's two in like the I don't know what they're called, but they're like on the very large like flowery things.
There's two on them?
Yeah, there's one that's lower and then you like where you land and then you turn this way and it's like right there. So you're going up more.
Okay, okay.
Hi, I'm sorry I woke you up. I can sleep girl. It feels so weird, it's so tiny. I'm just like, how the fuck do I do this?
Oh my gosh, when I got here, my phone was at 100 and it is now at 63.
And that happens with me with other games.
It's like, why are you doing this?
My lady, traveler, found ya.
There she is. There's the beloved.
Yeah, you took care of them so fast.
Of course she does. She's
Any
she's
more
Dia.
of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
Dia, your arm.
Adam, you are so gay.
Yes? I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Normally they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but I'm still getting used to this new greatsword.
Please, let me take a closer look.
Don't believe it.
Come
Okay.
on, it's nothing. Us mercs aren't as fragile as you think.
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to the one you were using before?
Yeah, y'all some fruity ass bitches.
About that. Well,
This might be a terrible
I
time, but
sold
3
it
melatonin.
once. I was low
Come
on
here.
Mora. Stuff like this happens every now and then.
It can't be. The anonymous donation that was used for the venue's final round of preparations?
Hey, Miss Dunyarzad, I wasn't trying to make you cry, and I'm not gonna lose my commission because I made my employer cry, am I?
Okay, making your employer cry won't affect your commission, but selling your weapon without permission and getting hurt?
Fruity. Fruity bitches!
You're so unreasonable, my lady.
Thank you very much, Dia.
Don't be like that. I get embarrassed.
I still
really
can't get over that I
easily.
caught her without her ears. It's like, how does... Oh, fuck. No! I can't lose another NPC! Please!
Are you feeling unwell again, Dunyarzad?
My lady, your condition. Traveler, can't
Truly. I'm sorry for the...
You're not causing any of us trouble. Okay, she's gone. Oh, music. Wait, I need these for the music. Sorry. Nah, Sumeru got some of the best music. I'm getting all these goddamn discs. Dude, I want to hear Sumeru music when I'm in my teapot. Speaking of, I need to actually go check my teapot.
Yes, much better. Just give me a few...
How serious
I
is
didn't
it?
realize you were concerned about it.
Motherfucker.
I guess I shouldn't
I
continue
don't
to
want
keep
the
it a
Traveler to go through more Survivor's
It's
guilt.
actually-
Do you know how much fucking Survivor guilt this Traveler probably has?
Can't believe it's Elazar.
The Traveler's face, oh my god!
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably know about its severity. Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure. The disease's progression can only be delayed through environmental therapy.
Dunyarzad.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with Elazar and I came to terms with it a long time ago.
No.
Compared to the simple fact that I'm afflicted with this, its effects on my life have been much more painful. I know that my family loves me dearly. They've done all they can to provide the best environment for me so that I can live for that much longer. However, I know I will one day succumb to this.
No.
Did you know? Before I ran away from home this time, the world outside of my home didn't even know that I existed.
Why does everyone got
Since
trauma
I
in
was
this
a child,
godforsaken game?
all
Did
I
you
could
find
do
it?
was sit on my bed and stare at
You're welcome.
everything outside of my window. I'm sure my
stressful.
family's worried
The
and
beauty of having
disappointed
someone
in me
who's
for
played.
running away, but I
No, who's
just
explored
didn't
who
wanna
explored
have
for
any
5+ hours and just figured out
I wanted
everything.
to meet other people. To me, there's nothing more beautiful than being able to meet and speak with others. Not to mention the incredible time spent preparing for the festival. The joy on everyone's faces here, and all the support I've received from
Please,
friends
I can't go
and
through a tepe again.
This
I
way,
can't.
When my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful.
I can't.
know things.
At the very least, many people
So-
will remember
so do
that I
I.
once existed in this
Oh my
world.
god, I literally have like the part of the video clip or like saved so I can clip it.
You know everything though. Shut up, child. I'm gonna keep moving. You're Lord.
Don't not to a shout. Like American, like Japanese I can handle because it's like, because he's only aggressive in English.
Even if you forget,
Like everything else, he's quite calm. But it's like English, he's like move. I'm like,
Thank you two so much.
I'm literally
I apologize for
AFK
the depressing conversation.
because like I cannot sit here when
This
I'm
is out
not
of
streaming.
character
Like I
for
have
me.
to like move frequently.
To be honest, Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't thanks, there will always be
No, stop. I
frustrations in
physically
life.
can't because
But I
this is
know that
also the
point
1
of
year
living
like
is still to
Technoblade
leave
was doing
behind
his
any
cancer. So like
regrets.
I'm already emotional nut. If she dies, there's tears. Please, I can't do this
Oh,
today.
right. Isn't it
I
almost time?
can't. I can't not today. Please.
Isn't the
Please.
dance of Sub-Zero's about to begin? Nilu will recreate that, and with that, my wish will.
Then what are we waiting for?
Yeah, we.
Let's go. I'm about to go zoomy. Hi, Catherine. Bye, Catherine.
Oh my gosh, they're adorable.
I know they are.
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place without prior
Get the
permission?
fuck out of here.
Over there! Someone's yelling!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage. Why is he here in person?
But the Dance of Sub-Zeros is one of the key parts of the Sub-Zeros festival.
Get the fuck out of here. No, leave. Get out. I'm a theater nerd. Shut the fuck up and get out. You are not being my high school. Get out.
Hosting of large
I like your headpiece, but get the fuck out.
Only the academia can host such an event.
Also, one of my friends was talking about.
If you
He's like,
continue to
I can't
resist,
add.
we
I
will
can't
have
do
to
like a
order an
fake type of story
investigation
like
into
in the
every
story she's
single
working
event
on. Like,
organizer.
it's literally
Grand
your
Sage is
universe. You
already
can do whatever the fuck
granted
she
you
wants.
much
I check her
leniency.
Pinterest later on.
Advise
There's
that you
literally an
exercise
untitled
tact.
series and like there's Pinterest for it. I'm like, there you go. Also, it is very gay.
Like this.
Nice.
The Academia was
Like, she
originally
frequently updated
responsible
it.
for the Sub-Zero's
But I'm
festival.
like, ah yes,
But
you're
they
now in the
failed this
Feywild.
responsibility
Welcome.
for
No.
many years. I need to speak with them.
I'm sorry, girl. I appreciate you.
We don't want you to die.
This
right
is
in
a hard
class.
pill to swallow, but
Red. Hi, Seal. Welcome
you're
to the
right.
stream. How
Things
was
would
how was
only
your
get
day
worse.
slash night?
Oh,
I've been here for 3 hours.
aren't you ashamed of pursuing such frivolous and meaningless
Get the
activities?
fuck
in
out of
this
here! You
land
sound like my
of
parents!
knowledge and
I'm
wisdom?
so sorry, girl. Get the fuck out of here. You sound like every adult in my life.
Our Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth, while people like you wish to defile it.
She's not defiling
No.
art.
I believe that our Archon never rejected the arts. Even the goddess of flowers dedicated a dance to her.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be
You
doing
about
is
to catch
finding
hands.
workers to
These
tear
hands are
down
ready to
this
eat for everyone.
ridiculous eyesore.
Oh, I'm gonna stab you.
When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyargarbaha day that prohibits public art performances.
We will announce it to the public later via the Akasha.
Understood. I will inform him when I
I'm
return.
eating bread, so I think I'm good. That's wonderful. I'm about to stab someone.
The Sub-Zeru's festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Nilu, are you okay?
Oh, Junior Zod. You all saw that just now?
Sadly.
The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
Technically, it's still legal.
Let's go somewhere the academia can't find us and perform there.
What?
But how do
I
we
like how
let
all of us
everyone
are just like,
know?
what's happening?
And what
Hi,
about
girl.
the atmosphere on the stage? Or we could get people to block them off so they can't interrupt the performance.
I'm willingly...
No. They just threatened to investigate the organizers. If we were caught...
Milu, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
But you've been looking forward to the Dance of Sub-Zero so much. And I know how
It's
important this festival
we
is
can
to
risk
you.
going to jail. We have the money to bail each other out.
I know, my first thought here was like violence.
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my feelings
I've
is
done
more than
enough rebellious activity that like I
It'd be too
probably should
risky
be in jail
to
for
continue
multiple
the
war
Sub-Zero's
crimes,
festival
but
at
it's
this
fine.
point. I
There's
don't want to
nothing
get
worry
everyone in
about.
trouble.
Hi.
If you say
I am
so.
your second favorite, aren't I?
You can sneak out for the next Sub-Zero's
Hi.
festival, right? We'll
Yeah,
make
I'll
sure
take
the
that as a
next one
yes.
is a
I'll
smash
take that as a yes.
success.
I'm her favorite. I'm her second favorite.
Next one.
She won't be alive for the next one.
Yes. Okay. It's a promise.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless
I'm getting to
losers.
emotional damage.
It really is okay. There's not... Still.
Oh no, I'm stabbing a bitch. Forced to come to an unfortunate I'm stabbing a bitch. I'm stabbing.
A lot. Nilu and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zero's fest. Yeah.
There you go.
All connections have been secured to construct the most stable framework possible. The project has entered its most critical phase. Power has begun to flow from...
What?
Oh, we're gonna be late! It's all because you wouldn't get out of bed! We should go meet Dunyarzad.
What? Are we pissing off governments? Because I'm willing to do that. I'm ready to piss off a government. Oh, thank God you're still alive. But yeah, I'm willing. There's enough anger and spite in me.
Dunyarzad.
Not at all. I arrived early.
You seem kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
Did time loop?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Sure.
The time fucking reset?
Nope.
Am I stuck in a time loop?
Ooh, they're selling food over that way. Let's go take a look.
Bullshit. Is time in a loop?
I can't even say that confidently.
Then why is everything the same? Who did we piss off? We pissed off a god.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
You are quite well informed, miss. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
They're all plants. Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed. Actually, what is the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's one of the Sub-Zero's festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Den.
Appear to be in the form...
Really? Paimon thought it looked like some kind of food.
What the fuck?
The moon signifies... It's escaping me for now.
It symbolizes
Wait a moment.
illusions.
Is he really looking at...
Oh, right. But if you trust your intuition
there
and
an illusion?
overcome your
What the fuck's
fears,
happening?
the sun will surely rise.
I feel like I've heard this
Understood.
before.
I'll keep that in
Did we
mind.
just have a dream? Was it a dream?
I don't know.
Oh, it's nothing.
Guess that was still pretty interesting.
Did the Archon bless us with a dream of the future so we could spite God? So we could spite the government? Is that what happened?
So, where to next?
Yeah, this part's so crazy.
I glitched in front of her somehow.
Oh.
She goes on the shelf.
All right, soldiers. Now that you have your Yalda candies, don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed.
Yes, Knight Varys! What's going on? Is this a play?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sabzeruz festival icon and one immensely popular with children.
It's all thanks
She
to Miss
sounds
Dunyarzad's sponsorship
weaker.
that the children can meet the Knight of Flowers. Oh, do you want some Yalda candies? I happen to have some boxes ready
She has
here.
both of my
Take a look
cats,
and
like,
pick
meow.
whichever one
She's
you
like,
want.
she does look really soft one like my cat Sushi, and then she does like the chirping like Gucci. I'm just like,
Don't these boxes all look the same?
It's not that.
Ooh!
And there's also.
Oh. Traveler, help! I'm
Great! These boxes of candy are numbered
number
1
was
to
it? What
5
number
from
four?
left to right. Which one do you want?
I love this pose.
Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Those are really pretty.
Paimon, bet you had incredible luck and
The fuck happened?
Huh? How's that possible? It's maybe
Oh,
we
shit.
didn't sleep very well.
I
last
skipped
night.
more
Or
dialogue.
maybe we slept too much.
Oh, sure.
Huh? Where are you going?
Yes, because I'm tripping balls. The flavor of deja vu. Give me this shit.
I'm gonna have to take a break because my phone is like on
Oh no. Yeah, you can hear my computer. It's just like, oh god, my computer's out too.
What is with this game?
It's because I'm streaming too, which like
Deja vu?
makes computer go burr.
Paimon knows what that is. It's when you feel like you've already... In that case, Paimon also felt... So, why'd you run here in such a hurry?
Because we can be alone.
So that's it. You're intentionally doing things you...
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat? Got it. You don't look like you...
Coconut charcoal cake? Isn't it that burned thing that didn't
Shut the fuck
look
up,
tasty
Paimon.
at
Coconut
all?
cake's actually pretty good.
Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying...
Yes, I love those transitions. Ah, I'm a slut for those transitions. I'm a slut for sound design, and I'm a slut for cool transitions.
Too far.
Here it goes. Oh my god, the
I
traveler's
can't
face.
let you do storyboarding so I can make stuff like that.
How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted
Actually, it tastes pretty good.
Then, you mean...
I,
That's impossible. We were just talking about how
what's going
gross
on,
it
huh?
looked. So, would this be a case of taste bud deja vu?
This plotline is why I wanted to see you play this.
Also gets the impression that we've been here many times. How...
Is this a very strong illusion? Jafar? Jafar, what the fuck? This isn't Disney. What are you doing here? I also can't... The fuck happened?
Uh-oh.
Wait, oh my god, what happened? Eh.
sitting by yourself on that bench over there.
Oh, we're already breaking time.
What a coincidence, Dunyarzad. We meet again.
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now.
I missed
Thankfully,
the
Dia
I
came
missed
to
the
my
gayness.
rescue.
I missed the lesbians.
I started to feel unwell after that, so I sat down here.
Kidnappers? Oh my goodness.
I'm okay. Dia's arm got
I missed the
That's
gay.
a big relief.
Not at all. I've always been like this. Excessive physical. Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days.
Paimon doesn't quite follow you. And Paimon feels like something's really got you down right now.
Paimon, shut the fuck up.
It really is fine. I don't mind. Huh?
Dunyarzad, have you ever felt
Deja vu?
Oh, Paimon.
The Lesser Lord is doing this, isn't she?
Huh? Time for what?
Nilu's Dance of Sub-Zero.
Oh shit. There's a notification on my phone. It better not be someone calling me. Oh god, where are we? Ah, son of a fucking bitch. Ah, it's the person I want to stab.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbaha Day that prohibits public art performances. We will publicly announce it later through the Akashi.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zeru's festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Someone from Virginia just text me.
Nilu, are you okay?
I've never been to Virginia.
Sit down.
Oh, Dunyarzad.
It's okay.
But you've been really looking.
It truly is unfortunate.
True, but
The next festival.
wait. Oh,
No, nothing.
Paimon can't believe what those heartless geezers did. So, in the end, you still... Maybe it really was because of exhaustion.
Paimon, I love you, but please shut the fuck up.
Same here. Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep? For now, we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
Who the fuck are you?
It's just a scroll.
Observing a modest drop in the output of Jnana energy, but values still remain within normal parameters.
Where the fuck are we?
Continue to monitor the frequencies in the data and find the cause as soon as possible.
Mother... Motherfuckers, leave the traveler alone!
After so much...
Bro, leave the traveler alone.
We
Let...
do get to see a lot of Lumine's stretching animation like this.
It's not like you can see that her fucking ideal.
I never use her.
What? Oh, I was like, is she not there?
No, she's in.
Yeah, it just didn't take a while for her to load in. Madam, please tell me what the fuck is happening.
Not at all. I arrived early.
Are they looking for the cause of this shit? Are they looking for the cause?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry.
Stop.
Shall we go?
I care too much
Send the
about her.
stalls up there.
At least don't make me like again. I love walking with them, but when I have to do this 3 times.
You thought you knew it was gonna happen. You thought you knew.
It's all thanks thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy the sub.
I'm about to start shaking some. I'm about to start shaking some adults.
Are you interested in Yalda? It's not that simple. Each box contains a random.
We've heard this already.
And there's also
Look at this part.
No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
I have seen this. This is giving me Just Monica.
Yeah, that freaked me out when I first saw it.
Just Monica. I played Doki Doki Literature Club. This shit doesn't scare me.
I like your confidence. No hesitation at all.
Motherfucker, there was hesitation. We were just making a Doki Doki joke. Oh my god, the Travelers lost it. How many times have we done this? Oh my god.
What?
That couldn't have been luck. How? Mind reading? X-ray?
Nah, it's the Traveler's fucking been here for so.
Superpowers.
Motherfucker, we've always had powers. There you are. There you are. Get your ass back here.
Hey, where are you?
Get your ass back here.
What's going on? Did you see something?
Follow the familiar figure. Come here, you bitch. Come here, you small ass child.
Also, do you notice that it says familiar figure?
Yep. I was gonna point that out.
Yeah. I was like, wait a sec.
For a second I thought I couldn't dash. I was like, damn. You really said no. Come here. There she is. Why the fuck are you putting me in endless dream-like cycle, you bitch? If you wanted to talk to me, just talk. Bird!
What are you looking for? Why did we come here?
Cause we about to go poof. Familiar figure omens.
Traveler?
Oh, we're fucking gone. Oh, is it a mirage?
That's...
Like hearing your guesses.
Oh, the bird's gone. It's a fucking mirage. No, cause spoiler alerts. We get mirages in the desert.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they leaked. Someone leaked like a section of the desert.
Oh.
Who the fuck is going live at 10 p.m.? Hello. What the fuck are you doing? No. No, I've seen this.
You have?
Yeah, I've seen this part.
I don't know why you're sad.
Because I know who's laying in that bed.
Oh.
Isn't that Dunyarzad?
The fuck did you do?
What's happening here? Why are there two Dunyarzad's?
Oh, I think I figured out what happened.
You already know that this isn't your first Sub-Zero's festival, don't you?
This is like my 20th.
I'm sure you already know how to use this.
What the fuck?
A knowledge capsule? You should use it too, Paimon.
Hi. Okay, her voice is not as annoying as I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah. Although what she says a little later is a little.
It seems.
But I'll excuse it because the writing for this story is mwah.
Again, can I not have these pictures like to put in the frame? Because the art is beautiful. So many days worth.
This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero.
I guessed it.
I was like, oh my gosh.
No. The 30th? 40th? Just how many times have we been to the Sub-Zero's festival? Have we been trapped in a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized.
Her eyes are pretty though.
What's inside that knowledge capsule?
Again, I just wish she was darker.
Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't the first time we've met, and I answered that question a long time ago. Let Paimon think. Oh, It's coming back. Meeting you was the real catalyst for restoring our memories, and the knowledge capsule was just your means of showing our minds
Elamines'
the
clothing
way.
is glitching into her arm, I just realized.
What about everyone
I
else?
hate that I notice this stuff. Like, I'll just be paying attention and my brain goes, oh yes, that's not normal.
Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing of Dendro, and you also have special, sensitive constitutions. It was as if a single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness.
Okay, Dendroclee.
A familiar question. I think this is the 7th time you asked that. As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. The Dunyarzad you were just with is different from the first Dunyarzad you met. That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left.
God fucking damn it.
Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain.
I hate how this is not the first time that someone has mentioned that we've met before.
Yeah.
Because Venti's like the main person.
Good. You passed the test.
I like her design though.
You can awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going on. Oh, wait. Please don't tell Paimon even you don't know. Everything in this world runs in a loop.
There it
This
is.
cycle is called the samsara. You, me, and everyone else are all stuck inside the one-day samsara.
What?
As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, it would literally blow
close.
your minds. I don't know how you'd be after that.
She literally said we're stuck in a
I
time
can
loop.
only give you
Oh
service
fuck.
level help, like bits of information and subtle hints. For the rest of the time, I'll be doing all I can to slow down Dunyarzad's illness. She looks like she isn't doing well at all. If we can break out of the samsara, I might let as things are right now. Should... You sure love to use weird
Is
analogies.
this something that Academia is doing?
I can't say
Analogies are wonderful tools.
I only reason I denied
so,
the timing thing is because
with
it's
what
like
you know
right
so
now.
far, what do you think the truth is?
The Academia is doing some shit.
I refuse to say anything.
Oh god!
Yeah, I'm brain dead during these. So it was like, I click everything except for it wants me to. So many traveler voice lines. I love Lumine's voice.
Sarah's voice is really pretty.
Mm.
Okay, wait.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's festival many times. And the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara. The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? What's happening right now seems to have happened before. My mind feels exhausted even though I haven't done too... My mind feels... Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of that... Grand Sage said... I...
Okay, I did a little better than you. I got this one first.
Ah, damn it.
Grand Sage said... That should be it.
Oh god.
A time loop. You've given
Damn.
Still the wrong answer.
Okay.
A simple time loop. Dunyarzad.
Shit.
The Sub-Zero's festival is...
So it's not a time. Okay.
Let's think about our current situation. And to do that, Hina rejected the idea of a time loop.
Do I
so
have to shank a bitch?
We must have missed something, right? Paimon's memories say that we've.
Depends on how you're feeling by the end of it.
Is it the very person who said cancel the show? Do I get to shank them at least?
I don't know. He's the great sage. What is his role in Academia again?
He's the great sage. I'm pretty sure he's pretty fucking important.
He's like the top guy.
Oh yeah, I'm shaking him.
I was expecting his design to be like much better. That's why when I saw him, I thought he was just like some rando.
They can't do that to an NPC. They can't make them more colorful than any playable character.
Where's
I don't know. He just looks boring.
So does every fucking NPC.
But like in general, and Inazuma looked cool. She was a playable character. Why
Did you
could
come
the
back to
Grand
buy
Sage
something?
be cool?
I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvested them from the forest just yesterday. Huh? What brought this about? What kind of philosophy? Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumeru?
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? Anyway, if this all really were...
I don't think we're in a dream, because we've slept too many times for it to be a dream. Yo!
Oh, it's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to Ooh, I knew it!
You're really excited about this, huh? So, you're admitting that you don't have...
Anyway, what kind of situation did you get into? Huh? Hold on a second. What you just said.
I knew you weren't going...
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you. Recall the interpretation of your divination.
When you say it like that...
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more than vague hints. The book only says, if you trust your...
So that's how it is. We haven't made any progress. Who else can we talk to? Paimon remembers that we tried talking to her a couple of times, but she always thinks we're
Want me to go talk to the gay one, please? Thank you.
You think she'll brush us off again? Yeah.
Okay, this part I've seen. Oh! Hello!
I'm fine, my lady.
Perfect timing.
Paimon, traveler. You came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous
A gang of M?
Huh? You
want the traveler to take...
How did you know what I was going...
We need to say something convincing.
Oh, shit.
Dia sold her greatsword to Rick.
There we go.
Tell her, traveler.
There we go. That one's easy.
Yeah.
That one's easy just because I'm like, it's fucking gay.
I didn't tell anyone about that.
I think it's weird.
Including Miss Dunyazad.
The
You
whole,
couldn't
like,
have known.
animated people with the
And just
Akashic
now,
laws,
you
they
literally
still
took
have
the
it
words
where
right
it's
out of my
weird.
mouth. What's
I
going
think
on?
The whole Arthur thing
Alright.
No, because she still has ears.
They have what?
She
my god.
she still has ears.
So they do the animal and human ears thing? That's
Yeah,
weird.
because she still has ears.
What you just
Because
told
I
me.
can't tell if these are
First,
like
let me
actual
make
like
something
cat ears
clear.
or if it's just a part
Most
of her
us
hair
desert
that's like
dwellers
pink.
might not be the scholarly type,
Because
but
she has
we do have basic common sense.
Because she has blonde and it matches with her ears and then there's blonde like in her braid and right there, so I can't tell.
Maybe on a higher level than
quieter than usual.
I want to take a deeper look.
Yeah, she isn't the same as before. Her parents said that this is how she was like
Because
at
it
first.
matches it up.
Oh, it does. Oh my god.
What happens? We have an animator and
I
photographer.
don't quite understand
Yeah.
what we're all talking
Yeah,
about.
that is the same color.
I'll go rest
So
on
it
the
could be
bench
just
over
her
there.
hair.
Yeah, because it flows perfectly.
My lady,
Alright,
are
she
you
might not.
angry?
Alright. Fine.
Because again, I think all the others
Alright,
have like
I'll
piercings.
give you the benefit of the doubt.
I hate that I really got that one right, but the other one I'm like, alright, I'm fucking tired, man. Oh, God. She's got a cool ass design. Doggo. Gets distracted by dog. We going on a trip to figure out what the fuck is going on. I like how we're not pointing out like the voice we fucking hear at the very end. Cause like if I
I don't know if the traveler hears that.
Nahida, we brought a friend. Are you busy? I thought I told you that it won't help. We just wanted her to see
The real Dunyarzad?
Huh? I told you that you two are special.
Yeah, this part I've seen. Or this cutscene I've seen. Because again, Ray sometimes cannot just stop sharing things. And also this popped up on TikTok for me. She fucking sends her. That's some gay
Hold
shit.
on.
So
Over
gay.
there.
I know
Is that?
it's very much gay. You can see her?
Wow.
Miss Dunyarzad, she's lying.
Her condition's really bad. And she's basically...
I can sense her
Do you believe us now? So, you think the sages are behind this?
Fuck, I was...
Yeah, they've always been against us.
I was right of
Wouldn't
like thinking
surprise
it
me
was
if they're
the
using
sages
the
after I
Akasha
was
to
in the dream, but I
intentionally
just didn't
repeat
click
the
it right.
Sumeru's festival as a sick joke.
I had a feeling after they said it wasn't a time loop, I was like, it has to be something with the sages, because he mentions like you can have it as many times.
Ones in Sumeru who could pull off something like this.
They're doing... It has,
Maybe
it's
there's
probably
more
fun-
to the Akasha
fun
than
with
we
these.
know.
Because she's the only one who's not wearing one. And again, I know she's like...
Right.
I know she's the
Can you
Archon and all.
awaken our memories
But
using
also,
something
this
that looks
Archon,
like a
her
knowledge
Archon quest is
capsule?
not finished.
That means you must know something
We're
about
still
the
vibing. We still got another update.
Yeah.
Which I'm
The
praying
Akasha
we get to
relies
fight
on
the
the
beat the
power
shit
of
out of
gnosis to
Tori.
operate, as it is the
Motherfucker,
manifestation
I
of
have
the
a
God
lot.
of wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to
Listen,
the
I want
people.
to beat the shit out of Del
A
Tori.
gnosis can do
Scaramouche.
that? No wonder the Akasha is so magical.
It's
being powered by the gnosis of Sumeru's
I
Archon.
was sad when I fought Child. I
So,
was like, no!
this
But then
Nahida
he
you
liked it, and
mentioned.
I was like, oh, okay.
What did she say?
Yeah, no,
She
the
said,
Del Tori. Oh, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. He's gonna be my new punching bag.
I will feel no shame.
But Scaramouche, I'm gonna be like, this is gonna hurt me a little bit.
Power. It compiles the wisdom
No, I
of
know
the
Ray's
entire
gonna lose her
populace,
mind
and
because
it
again,
grants
she's been there
knowledge
since
to the
his story and
people.
she's really invested in his character.
Compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to
Yeah,
the
it's
people.
her and Atlas who've
Wait.
gotten like the different dialogue. What's up?
I get the grants
Bill
knowledge
Hughes.
part.
I used to do the-
That's what people have always used
That's
the
right.
Akasha for. But compiling the entire
Him and
populace
Beta are gonna
wisdom?
be using the
How does
shit
that
out of
work?
that. I got the Wolfstone Greystone yesterday.
Oh.
They did 10 pull and I was not expecting it to be gold because again, weapon banners fucking hate me. And I was like, well,
Oh yeah, that sounds about
so I was like,
right.
okay, so Beto and Diluc have a signature weapon now.
Okay, Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people.
Does she have her gnosis?
Who? Kusanali?
Yeah.
I honestly have
People
no
in
clue.
Sumeru don't. My mind feels
I
exhausted.
think it's possible the Academy might have
What's
it.
happening right now seems to have happened before. This feeling has
Because
been
they don't
getting
really like Kusanali.
that does.
Damn. At this point, I'm like, I'm so, like, I just want to, like,
I know.
Deja vu. Son of a bitch. Seriously, it's this one again?
I know, I was like, what the heck?
It's that one
The
again?
Akasha is causing our men. When the desert dwellers set off on their quest for knowledge, compiling the entire country's knowledge, you think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from? Who knows? The Akasha can put knowledge into our heads.
What's the point of doing something like that?
Just think about it. If you could combine the knowledge of every single person in Sumeru, then you can basically turn Sumeru City into a single massive brain. This hive mind could make breakthroughs in problems that even the smartest geniuses can't crack.
An excellent deduction. And in that case, we should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
Yeah, cause children don't wear them, do they? It's worth a shot.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, you don't see them in, like, the character
They
designs.
don't wear. They don't
How
use them in
does
the
everyone
forest either,
feel?
which I realized doing the what's it called class.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Snorri and Khalid don't have them. They've also said they only work in.
Oh,
There it is. Okay, so the traveler does hear it.
Paimon knows what you're talking about.
They hear the
It's a
beat, but I don't think they
single
hear the
soft
talking.
beep that sounds like it's coming from the
I
Akasha
hate that I still
terminal.
do that. I don't associate with the person I developed this from.
Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
Oh, I'm stabbing someone in government power, aren't I?
Probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway. Traveler, did you hear
It got dark all of a sudden.
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with. We
This
took off our
reminded me
Akasha terminals.
of Doki Doki.
I was just about to say it's giving Doki Doki. Oh god.
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate, there may be casualties.
We cannot lose all our progress.
I like hearing your game theories. Cause like I know what's gonna happen, so I. They're like, you like her, don't you? Don't you want her to be happy?
Yeah, they're like, here we go, manipulation time.
Paimon remembers
No, never mind. That theory doesn't work because we didn't have it at the time.
Good. You adapted quickly this time. We definitely took off our Akasha terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that? But now we can at least confirm one thing. The Akasha definitely has something to do with whatever's trapping us in this cycle. Oh,
Why is it back
Paimon
on
doesn't
us?
Get it.
Get it off.
Akasha go this far if all it wants is everybody's wisdom.
Because they want to control, I'm
It's
guessing?
extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated the way they are.
hate that I guessed it.
If we're
No,
lab
you didn't
rats,
guess it.
No, Paimon said why would they do that and I said to control everyone and she goes rats in a cage and I was like, son of a bitch.
I guess I'm the moon.
I've heard this.
The moon? Wasn't that the result of... Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get... okay
Again,
then.
I just wish
Dear.
her skin was darker. Also, she looked really cute with brown hair. But her dress makes her look like a little flower.
I was about to say, it makes her look like she's a fairy. Which like goes with like the whole vibe of this place.
Ah, there you are. I've already taken care of those kidnappers. My
Again, I
lady,
can't
did you
tell
get
if it's
hurt?
because I grew up on Tinkerbell and it like
Hey, I did too.
Did you ever play the game?
What's wrong? Why are you both gawking at
I
me
had
like
so
that?
many accounts for me and my friends, so we would all just meet up and the day we found out it like shut down, broke our hearts.
Huh?
Because then we
What do you mean
realized
this
every
time?
other game we
Why
played
are
like
you
that
so
got shut down.
surprised
We
that
were
I
just like,
managed
nope.
to get out unscathed? Those kids were
I was
amateurs.
so penguin kid.
I surprisingly was not.
Wow. I had a membership and everything.
Shh. How did you know
Go
about my
penguin and
great
motion
sword?
monsters.
I haven't told anyone
Motion
about
Monsters
it.
I played.
Please, don't tell Miss Dunyarzad.
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
Anything strange? You already know that. It's as if I've already used.
You're saying that although you don't remember using it, your body
Dude, it's almost
feels like
11 and I'm just like, I want to go to sleep at the same time. I'm like, I want to play. I don't have class
That's
tomorrow.
right. Both mercenaries
also
and
wanna get ready for
warriors
bed.
heavily rely on muscle memory.
It's a good
Only
ass
knowing
day.
the theory of battle won't get you anywhere.
Traveler.
Tuesday's
What
gonna
do you
fuck me
think?
up.
Really hoping I can wake up tomorrow and my PSN will no longer be linked so I can put it on this PlayStation. Please. My phone can't handle this.
Yeah.
And then we can
Paimon's
actually play
feeling
together
really
without your phone
hopeful.
like exploding on you.
Oh, you're right. Earlier in the Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
I can make fun of your no crit
No
son.
clue what you two are talking about, but it's still dangerous here, so.
I'm gonna try not to show up how much of a whale I am.
Somewhere else to rest while you
He
check
only
if there are
quits when he
still more
doesn't.
kidnappers around.
Like, whenever it's first time, he's like, I don't feel like it.
That's happened to me so many times.
How did you know what I was gonna say?
Can you read minds? No, I've done this 50 million times already. Please, I want to see Nilou's dance.
Thank time to show her.
Whew. It's finally nighttime. Aside from Dia... Listen, Nahida, we found out that Dia got out just fine
I thought she was
today.
like shaking off the
Even
game.
though she got in, do you think the samsara has been
Am
broken?
I about to throw something?
Have we saved Dunyarzad? Really? Good job on all the... Hey! What kind of... Tomorrow will come. Everyone assumes this is common knowledge. How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today will be followed by yesterday?
Again, knowing that
Does
type
tomorrow
of doesn't
truly
happen like
exist
a
as
moon
anything
cycle,
beyond a made-up concept?
like it adds
It's
to
even
this.
possible
Yeah,
that
it
this
does.
entire world is
Like
a
that,
lie.
like I was
And
just
the
like
history of
knowing
the
like
whole
what
world
we
has
were
just
gonna do
been
later
one
with this plot line.
endless
I was like,
Sumeru's
that's
festival.
neat. But then like,
Okay,
knowing that, that's like even more of a huge thing.
And like Scaramouche's line of like the sky is fake just adds more to the fact of like
That's why it makes no
the fuck
sense
is
to waste
talking
your
about?
energy thinking
Are we
about things
in
you'll
hell?
learn tomorrow.
Is this hell?
No.
Get some good rest. You know, use the bathroom and flush your anxiety dookie away.
The fuck?
Huh?
Yeah.
Hold on, what
That's
did
when I
you
was like,
just say?
huh?
Did Paimon hear you correctly? Huh? People always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a
But
duk.
not that cute. Can't be
That's why I
talking about
suggested you
stuff
could
like
try
that.
that.
It's good to know they have
That's so
working
strange.
toilets. I've been wondering about that. It's like, do they just pull a Harry Potter?
So strange and so against common sense that Paimon's at a loss for words.
Nah, I will never forget the day J.K. Rowling was like, yeah, before toilets would have been wizard would just shit and make it disappear, and I was like, God damn it, you turf.
Yeah. Even though it's
No, dude, I was
lively
so
at the
excited for the
Sumeru's
game. I was like, oh
festival
cool, like I
every
can
day.
get this game, and like the money's not
Feels
going to
like it's
J.K.
been a
Rowling.
long
Turns out it
time
is, and I was like,
since we've
fuck,
really
never mind then.
gotten to relax.
Because it looks good, but again, it's also like
back
slightly
to our room.
anti-Semitic because the bad guys are
Compared to what we stand to achieve, these sacrifices are trivial.
Oh, it's you. Okay, and I know who voiced that. I know the voice.
Oh really?
Yeah.
We're still in the same day. Nahida, would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach.
It's the
In
the
that
guy
case,
who's talking with
You
Sumeru.
might as well rest within that
That's who it
brief
is.
moment of
Really?
hope.
It was a great save.
An opportunity like
Oh,
that
you know what? I
doesn't
think
come
I
by
did realize
often.
that when I was playing.
And I thought it
Because
might
he
help you clear your
mentions
mind.
that line where it's like you can have your day as many times as you want. But I didn't know how to click off of that one, and I was trying to get to it.
Of course.
You can see the struggle. Like this one feels like it because he mentions it, and it's like we have their technology that they're so
Like
he.
that line, once like the stuff started redoing, I was like, wait a minute. We're going to
What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who
No,
can
anyone
see nonsense my presence.
anyone who tears down like
In
the
other
arts, I already fucking hate you.
If you're not here,
I was like,
I may as well not
Dude, I'm a
exist.
theater kid, so it's like anytime
That's
someone
why
insults
you two
art, I'm like,
have
I'm gonna
everything
throw
to me.
hands.
Get it?
He was like, art is worthless, and I was like, I'm going to struggle
talking
with
about
that.
confusing
You can't even fight that
Shank.
you're old.
Shank.
Anyway,
I was like,
that's enough
Paimon,
chit-chat.
you don't need to hold me
So,
back. Take
traveler,
off my earrings.
did
I'm
the news
fighting
post
someone.
yesterday help you gain
Also,
a
I
new
got new
understanding of the
earrings. I'm wearing this
situation?
one. Yeah, I went to Spencer's and I also got a moth ring.
Oh, that's cool.
I know. Well, actually, my friend got this for me.
Why are you scratching
Because my
your
friends
previous
are in
therapy?
town. Ooh.
Oh yeah, you're right. Gosh,
Yeah, I was like,
how
her
did we not
physical
notice
condition's
that?
getting
In a
worse.
simple time loop, people's physical conditions should also reset.
I'm not having another tepe, please. I'm already emotionally
What's your
broken.
new hypothesis?
Oh my god.
Another thinking time.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's festival many times. Okay, Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the power of an... The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha
I'm leaning towards
operations.
this one.
We
I feel like that's wrong, but I'm leaning towards it.
mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory.
Okay.
The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean?
I love Sarah's voice. Okay.
I love it when she puts her hands on her hips like that.
Fuck.
I can't seem to
There we go. Ah!
day are erased at the end of that day, then we would unwittingly relive that same day again and again.
Oh, then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories. That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zero's festival hasn't happened yet. It's already the next day, but everyone still thinks it's the day before.
Oh shit!
Muscle memory can't be erased. That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword.
Oh, I'm burning the cat. Deltori, give me the lighter, I'm burning the tree! Maybe he was right to burn the tree. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe he was right.
To put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyrocrystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you focused too much on your perception that it glows.
Listen, I just like the time loop theory. Still the wrong conclusion.
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn something new.
Right.
Let me go!
Let's go.
Bro, it's almost 11. Let me go!
This was me. That was me. My phone was like, please turn me off, and I was like, I have to finish the story.
Bro, I can't enter co-op. My friends. I want my friends. Bro, let me go. Can you just imagine if Benji finds out, like anyone finds out about this, like...
Oh my gosh.
Imagine... Oh my god, no, imagine how A would react to this. She would lose her shit.
Yeah, she would.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia.
Can you imagine if this was like a traumatic
Why would
thing,
I?
too?
Don't
You know,
underestimate
over
me.
and over again?
Well, you're
They
still
could have
getting
gotten
used.
really angsty with
Truth be
this.
told, I also think it's pretty strange.
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a...
Writers.
Oh, that works.
Me with my, me at the end if we choose to leave.
No, how dare you?
Listen.
How dare you?
Listen, if we get the opportunity to leave, I want a montage of every single nation. I want to see the people's reaction of seeing the 2 stars fly across the sky, and then I want them to wrap around Venti's statue and then dip, and I want him sitting there as he sees it with a single tear, and then it ends.
I am never gonna leave.
What
I
happened
won't
to you
see
guys
that
while I was
cutscene because
gone?
I won't leave.
Did you get brainwashed by some cult?
Yo? Cult?
Don't think too hard about it. Just take
Technically, the
Alright then, let me
academia
get
is a
this
fucking
straight.
cult.
You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this great sword, but my brain just doesn't remember it?
Yes, you can throw me in a pool with my memories, but my body will know how to swim.
every day.
Then I'd have to disagree.
Oh? Why do you think that?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zeru's festival day after day, then what
Oh, hey,
happened to the
Justin.
things we
Welcome to
used, the
hell.
money we spent, the food we ate? Common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed.
Oh shit. Okay, so the wallet's empty.
Right. They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day, and then use the city's resources to replenish everything. It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
We're here suffering because I
No,
can't figure
it
out what
is
the
impossible.
fuck this is.
I've got proof.
Ah shit, what?
You have proof? Where?
Oh my god, I hate this.
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion.
Motherfucker, I've been
Fine,
here for 3
I'll play
hours.
along for a little longer. Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still can't guarantee that this area is safe.
I have been here for almost 3 hours.
Paimon can't believe it.
Oh my god, I hate going up.
Yeah. With my sense of direction, I get lost so fast. I have to have that glowing line around me all the time.
I don't know why I clicked on this. My brain was just like, here we go, here it is. It's these 2 motherfuckers. I have to...
Oh, you don't have many.
It says I don't farm as much as I think I do. Yeah, sacrifice it.
Are you wasting one?
Yes. No, it's still there.
Attack percent's not bad. Where are the substats though?
HP, defense, and elementary mastery.
That's kind of poo.
Yeah. But it works for the characters. Because some of them I can farm. I just fucking hate this one.
Yeah.
I can give it to Ray. Not Ray? A or Miko for the time being. The first day of school tomorrow, I should be like, ew. Haha, haha. I'm a college student. I've already had my first day of school. Also, why the fuck are you awake? It's almost 11 for me. We're here suffering. The fuck?
Huh? This is the what?
See those marks on the dummy?
Oh, shit.
Those are the result of several days worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions.
Okay,
I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always
I get how she's
emphasized the
not
importance
saying
of
anything
refined
now.
control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind.
Alright, what do you
as I
want to know
made
about high
each
school?
strike. It's just as they say. Each swordsman has their own unique
Again,
style.
I
And even the same
I have some
swordsman can't
sections
make
of
the
high
same
school I
cut
blocked
twice.
out majority
It
of
would be
freshman year, but go
impossible to
ahead.
copy these marks.
I don't fucking
Really
freshman year was traumatizing.
I got bullied a lot.
What if they use some
got
fancy
outed
machine to
freshman
carve every single mark?
People often say that a camera's
No,
photo
freshman year is
can
just
never
when I heard-
replace
I
an
was in the
artist's
college
painting
where I was, like,
because the
with
former
people
has
that
no
had,
spirit
like,
to it.
gay
The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can
That's the
differentiate
way I was out
carved
of that
marks
forever
from the
pisses me off.
results
And the
of
way I found
combat
out
training.
was like,
That's so cringe.
Whew. Hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain-exercise game? Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Well, back to square one. But at least, yep, that's true.
I forgot about that.
What?
Can we think
That
of
there's
any
two
new
realms.
ideas right now?
But there's two worlds.
When
Because there's the dream and there's the real world.
Oh. Is that with like the R&R?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot there was like the two things.
Strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately.
Doesn't TRM mean tomorrow just shortened?
Yeah. Wait.
Or is it that that one
Leaving
TV
the
show that everyone
city?
on Twitter's going on about?
You're right! It's really strange how we never thought of such a simple solution.
Oh, S1 and S2
Many
mean
things
season 1
should
and
be
slash
clear
season
if
2.
we can confirm the flow of time outside of the
This
city.
this either means tomorrow or it's a TV.
Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories?
What?
Or because we're just too
Did you
tired?
watch the show?
No, but everyone's like, oh, that reminds me.
Oh. Made me feel like a boomer.
I know.
How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe we've forgotten
so
something about leaving the city.
No, but there's a show that I think like matches up to it, but I cannot remember the fucking name of it. No, I don't think it's a show. I think it's like a podcast type thing.
Oh.
I don't know what the fuck it is. People just talk about it. Where the fuck am I going?
I'll be back. I'm going to put on PJs.
Gotcha. Help me. Get me the fuck out of here. It is 11. There's 3 melatonins in my system and they're fighting
Did you
me.
find something new? Sort of. We're mostly
Oh,
sure
Quackity's
now
live.
that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. But at the same time,
What has to do with the city?
Leaving the city. As far as I remember.
What?
did? But we don't remember
I
anything.
should send my schedule
What
on
happened
Discord.
after we talked about those plans? What did we say when
Send
we
it
got
to me privately.
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night. But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it.
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations, Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But still, neither of us remember anything about leaving town.
Really? That's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
Yep, something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow.
That fucking beep in that voice, I'm gonna punch. Oh shit, there's no voice.
About that.
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, listen to it and you'll understand.
Oh shit.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days worth of memories. Paimon will fill you in.
Holy sh! 2 days ago. 2 days ago. What the fuck?
Time to carry out our plan from yesterday. Okay, let's go.
We're heading out to the city.
Why would anyone want?
Fiddler finds a common chest in the middle of it. Can I just teleport? Making my journey 50 times easier. But yeah, if you send it.
Why can't we leave the city? What is the academia up to now?
No, nothing. Just the saying.
This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait until tomorrow.
I have a real emergency. My
Your DMs aren't even open. I need to fix that.
If I don't hurry, they'll be stolen.
How the fuck do I fix that?
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request.
I turned them off for a reason, because someone would not leave me
Well,
alone.
it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru City today. How completely unsurprising. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir. Why can't we leave the city today?
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else. Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info, I would have left this stupid post long ago.
It looks like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands.
What the hell is your schedule?
Why don't we climb over the walls? Those
Why do you have
guards
2
can't be
maps?
everywhere at once? This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all. Let's hurry!
What the hell is your schedule?
Huh?
I swear to God, if you tell me you're smart, are you like him out?
Are you going to leave Paimon behind? Paimon knows that okay. Promise Paimon that you'll come back and please.
Oh, I've seen this part too.
Memories! Traveler!
I've seen this.
Paimon would never see you again! You just disappeared! Paimon waited for you for hours and hours at the city wall and you never came back! You promised Paimon that you were only taking a quick walk!
What did I promise?
Paimon, calm down. She's here now. I don't think she understood what you were saying.
Paimon doesn't care! Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay! Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day!
Oh, probably. The Redneck Manifesto.
Oh my god.
I looked it up. What's a term? It's basically like a section of when like you'll have like this class. So like one term you have a certain amount of classes. It's basically like a grading period. So it's like one term, 2 terms. They're basically like semesters, but in high school.
Okay, Paimon,
Stupid.
can you tell us your perspective of what
Yeah.
really happened yesterday?
Okay, apparently we're just stupid. It all makes sense now.
People's different perspectives.
Yeah, we're just stupid.
After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you disappeared.
What
in an
force field?
instant.
Yes. Unless they're the classes that are like lasting, like you'll probably always take a math all year. Like you'll probably be taking English, math,
What's your
science,
perspective, traveler?
and history all
you don't
all
have
year.
any memory of this?
But then like you'll have some classes that are only for 1 semester.
I guess that explains everything. You also
Because I was
lost
like,
your
you
memories
have
the
10
last
periods.
2
What the
times
fuck?
You tried to leave the city.
I was like, good
These
sir.
memories can't be
I would cry.
So,
Because I had to go to school where I had 7 periods. Or
memories will be completely
yeah,
erased.
7 periods.
I'm trying to remember how many periods I had.
No, wait, I had 8 periods because normal 7.
It really sounds like something big outside, but this way, we'll also never discover what's
So
outside.
someone else is in there.
I remember walking the dark blind. That's how I
Something
remember.
like a
If it's like past like 10, I usually don't turn lights on when I'm in the bathroom, but I will shut the door.
Don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being
My vision
stared
is just
at.
like really quickly, and that's because I used to read in the dark. Yep, it's not you.
Okay.
Also, I'm so
Okay,
used to
okay.
that bathroom, I can just go in the
You
dark,
want
and
something
like
that can
the
pass on
street lights
messages, right?
hit the bathroom, so
Give
you
me
have
some time and
sunlight.
take care of Dunyarzad for me.
Yep, now we're
Let me out. Let me out. Is this another fucking cool change? I'm a slut for transitions! Oh my god. I'm losing my fucking mind. In trouble on the first day? I'm one of the few people that started a fight. I was like one of the first people to start a first fight at my school.
I'm done.
My
Here you
school was freshly built. And we were like we would technically, if I would not have
Hey,
moved,
made
we
some
would have been the
little
first graduating
changes.
class from that school.
Akasha terminals
Because it
are
was
already
freshly
capable
built.
of sending messages.
But I had beef with the
just
principal because
tweaked it
I was
so that
supposed
it
to go
could
to
connect to
another
Uno.
school. That would have been like your school that you went to, where it's like it would prepare you for college. Yeah, but I'm not saying what they call it
know
because
the
like
Akasha like the back of your hand. Anyway, we can use this now to record a message, right?
Yep.
And-
I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to
Yeah, I
use.
know.
I just
And
can't
but I moved
guarantee
to a different
user
school that was
status
like
and signal coverage
it was
when
still
they're
new.
outside the city.
But I was accepted into one of those schools and I was like really excited. But my school, when they built a new school, my neighborhood got zoned to that school. So they sent me another letter saying that we're sorry, you can no longer be like accepted because you are no longer zoned. Because the school was also like still a high school. So it was like it would have been my normal high school even if I wasn't accepted. But I just like it just so happened I also got accepted like their higher programs. So I had beef with the principal because I was like I was accepted, then they rejected me because of the school. Is there any way like I can like go to there and they're like no, we're sorry for your zone. And I was like what the fuck. And then the girl who added me, I got into a fight with.
Okay, see you tomorrow, traveler.
Like why do
That
people
covers
side their
everything
pants?
that's happened so far.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Although the signal was choppy and had some interference,
I don't know.
we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside.
Okay, now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the messages together.
not fruit.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
But anyways.
I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights.
That Hydro GPS is so sexy. Oh, Nilo?
All these spaces are empty.
Yep.
Except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human presence.
They put their whole pussy into this Archon quest. It's not finished! We have a whole ass update!
I know.
That's a webtoon update. Actually, what webtoon is this? Hold on. I have 3 I'm very passionate about. It's not. It's not an update. I thought she was gonna... No. They already have too many healers.
Why couldn't she have been a healer?
She... No,
it,
she's reaction. She's not a DPS. She's literally just... She's made for like the blooms in reaction.
There's another part here.
She's basically how I have Miko built. She's literally there just for reaction. She's not there for damage. She's literally just for the constant electro.
Absorbed by something like a sun in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about Miko?
I'm talking about Miko. Oh, son of a
Now,
bitch.
even the final space has also
Oh,
disappeared.
they're a different color. They're green. Bro, let me
A
out.
lot of spaces just
You
appeared
stand
again from
elegant
thin
DPS.
air. I get it now. Those spaces are
No, I think
actually...
that's purpose. Oh? Oh? Son of a bitch. Let me figure this shit out. My brain's literally on autopilot. Brain's going to sleep.
Probably because yesterday just happened to end it.
Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha.
The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha Terminal.
I'm sorry.
Hi, baby. What is even happening? We're playing the Archon quest and my brain is actually not working. So I cannot tell you what the hell is happening because we're not stuck in a time loop. Day's not going ahead and we're losing our memory.
What could it possibly be?
All the bizarre spaces I saw out...
I don't know. I think now
Was that
might be where you
space
figure it
actually
out.
the real world?
If I don't figure this out, is there like another thing where it's
Actually,
like...
I think
A
you
real
do figure it
space
out,
just
and I think-
randomly disappearing like that?
If I get this wrong, is there another day where it's just like we have to go through this whole thing again?
Just you wait.
Oh my god, no.
My impression is that each day in this samsara...
She's traumatized by Paimon or she whitewashed. That's Lumine's voice actress. That's Sarah talking. So we're actually hearing Lumine's. There's so much stuff. Basically,
Was that space actually...
is this correct?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Destiny, I'm so tired. Let me go.
I'm sorry. I genuinely don't remember. I'd help you because I hated this stuff. You only have 2 more. Just keep trying.
Motherfucker, I'm tired.
So it's the other one. That's it.
What the fuck?
There you go.
Oh, so that's what it is. After the sound of the beep,
That is because when Ayaka's banner went indefinitely, they're cutting it down for the next 3 patches, so they can.
Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new
No,
spaces
because.
materializing behind
Sorry, but I
them.
want to shin her. That's what I've been
Lots
saying.
of new spaces appear
No, because
every
I think they're cutting everything short so they can get back to the schedule before COVID happens. Because I think they're wanting to release the Lantern Light pretty soon.
Well,
Because I think it's either 3.4 or 3.5 is Lantern Light. I think it's always been it's always been 3.4 for Lantern Light. So I want to get back to that.
So no matter how strange or spooky things may
Yeah,
look
no,
on
literally, I'm
surface,
skipping next banner. This is the
maybe
first
all they
time I'm
point
skipping
to
a
in the
banner.
end is a small and simple secret.
Wow,
such
the
a good
Archon one,
DPS.
huh? That's an analogy and a half.
I want that feeling. But I
Yeah.
won't be like heartbroken if I don't get her.
Lantern Light already?
Hey, where are you going?
Yeah, no. So they're cutting everything from the usual. They're cutting everything from the usual 6 week to 5 weeks for the next 3 updates. And then I think Lantern Light's coming.
When is the Mondstadt Festival? Is that next update?
Next update.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's coming fast.
It's next update, but both of the characters are not from Mondstadt.
I think. Yeah, I think because they were mostly just focusing on Sumeru characters. Also, we found a glitch. She loses her ear in one of the cutscenes, and it's very funny. Because I think no one else has pointed it out. Mondstadt, yeah. There's a Mondstadt festival happening. Inazuma's so related. Get the fuck out of here. I like Inazuma.
It was hard to remember. It's frustrating.
Disturb you.
Yeah. Also, it's the longest like nation that's had because it went 2.8 while Liyue and Mondstadt went to 1.6.
Oh wow.
So Inazuma's been here a while.
To be fair, we went back to Liyue at the end of
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin.
That is true. Raiden's a bitch.
Going to
Hey,
go.
fuck off. We like Raiden in this household. You know what? Denied. That message is being held, bitch.
Okay. Why don't you Junior's
Blocked her. Raiden's a bitch is now blocked.
Yes.
Okay then.
Listen, she's just traumatized and she didn't know how to process her trauma.
Have you figured it out yet, Traveler? Time is awesome. What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh,
Bitch, I don't know what the fuck is happening. My brain's on autopilot. When she's explained what's happening, I'm gonna feel so stupid.
I don't think so. I don't think you will.
She barely got any backlash.
That is true.
I can agree with that.
I want to make a reference, but I think no one would guess the reference.
Sure.
It's a Warriors reference. There's no way you'll guess it.
A word cast reference?
Yes.
I've never read them, so yeah.
Yeah.
I will not get it.
I was gonna say she's kind of pulling a blue star. She went crazy at the end of her life and like faced no consequences.
And Miko, I hate her personality. That's fair.
No, Miko?
Yeah.
you're back. I've been
I
waiting
know her
forever
design's pretty,
for
but
you
yeah, a
two.
lot of people don't like her personality.
Judging by the looks on your
expecting that to be a
faces,
personality.
are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the
I
festival?
only like her in relation to Goro because I
Okay.
like seeing her wrestling.
No!
Yes! Now you know my pain.
No.
All the bizarre spaces I saw
Oh,
outside
wow.
the city had one thing in common.
I'm so jealous right
a
now.
lack of human presence.
Please, Mom, put her in a place. We knocked down them furries. No, I want Alice to be a playable character. Wait, did I guess the first one right?
Yeah. That's it. No, it's a new one that popped up.
Those spaces remind me
I
of
think it's gonna have something to do. Like you
dreams.
probably have to like combine stuff. Yep.
That doesn't sound right.
You're gonna have to test all of
I
them.
need
Oh
to
my God.
carefully. We've already experienced. People in
Yeah,
Sumeru
there you go.
don't.
New one.
This is the new one. There was no new one that.
That one. Pretty sure.
Oh shit.
See? Got you.
We are all in a dream.
There we go.
People in Sumeru think they don't
There's one
dream,
bold.
but the truth
Listen,
is the
listen.
Akasha's
Do I think
built their
Alice is a
dreams
good
without
mom?
them knowing
Probably
it.
not. But do I love
And
Alice
those
and her
spaces
multiple
with
war
no
crimes?
human
Yes, I do.
presence Are stolen dreams without their host.
Do I also love her
That would
personality because she
explain
was
why
like,
they
I'm
sounded
ready
so
to adopt
weird
you,
when
Luke?
she was
Yes.
trying to
I
describe
have no
them.
opinion on Alice. So I don't know if that is.
So
I
people
really
in
have no
Sumeru
opinion.
do dream after all. In fact,
She's
we're all
one
in
bold
big
bitch who
dream
literally made
together right
Miko
now.
cry and has played chess with
Correct
Pietro.
answer. Now,
Oh my gosh.
how did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of
At
this?
least she stays in contact with Cleve. True.
I like how long they all are too.
The Akasha relies
This one
on
feels
the power of a gnosis to operate.
You knew this already.
Huh?
You knew this already. They said that.
No, I'm just tired, man.
It is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power.
Who's the baby daddy?
It is the
Oh my god, it won't let me, like, my mouse is not
combines
working.
the wisdom of the and it grants knowledge to
Yeah,
the
my mouse is like, fuck off.
Come here. Better behave tonight. We're all tired.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. Those
Who's the baby daddy?
dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the Dendro Arc.
No, but can we talk about how
That would
every other
explain why
nation
the
has a
Akasha
fucking
has
port
the
except for
ability to
Mondstadt, which
control
people are
people's
saying that they're
dreams
really
too.
hoping that the port comes soon.
Is stealing everyone's
Like, I want
dreams
Mondstadt
really
to
how the
expand.
Akasha
Mondstadt
compiles their
Put
wisdom?
everything on karaoke.
Isn't there anything more to it than that?
No, they put it on the
Dreams
non-existent
are
horses.
fantastical, complex, and full of
You can hear them, they're
imagination.
just not there.
People's
Cavalry
dreams are
Captain
the
doesn't
most
have a
powerful
horse.
dreaming.
Poor Kaya.
In
My
other words,
boy.
dreams are rich bundles of human wisdom.
Man does not have
So in other
a horse.
words,
No, I'm finishing this tonight. Fuck
opposite
it.
of how Hypatia
We're almost
understood
done. We're
it.
almost done.
Paimon
No, and then we
remembers
have the
her
next
saying
step there
that
where it's probably gonna happen again.
Dreams are foolish delusions. And the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
Oh, I don't know if you're ready.
So
for
it was
this one.
all a dirty trick? The real story is that the sages from the Academia
I
are
don't wanna
using
do
the
it. I'm not
Akasha
right
to
here.
steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
I was close.
You were.
I was close with one of my theories.
You were. I couldn't say anything.
By the sounds of it,
But you were.
you understand
No, because
the
the
current
second I heard the
situation
voice, I was
pretty
like,
well.
wait a second.
So then, what about the samsara?
So I technically was right my first. Son of a.
You're second, because your first theory was the time loop theory.
Yeah.
Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of...
I was like, I can't say anything.
That doesn't sound... My mind feels...
Oh fuck! I didn't mean to press that.
It's just like the greater scope of everything. It's what's crazy about this. Oh.
Those
I'm
faces
accidentally-
kept disappearing before my eyes. Those dreamscapes kept vanishing.
You can't.
Oh, so I was actually wait. There it is.
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream. Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the
I always thought it
Sumeru
was weird how they
festival
couldn't
along
dream,
with
like-
everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha. No one is any the wiser.
Oh,
as another day
I'm stabbing the Great
passes.
Exchange. Who's the baby
So
daddy?
begins another samsara cycle.
It's probably Varys.
People
It's
wake
probably
up
like the
to yet
actual
another
leader
dream
of the
about
Knights of
the
Livonius.
festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by the Akasha. And so it continues.
So,
did.
this is like a dream factory. And the Akasha is a dream harvesting machine. Did Paimon get that analogy right?
Very good, Paimon. Using analogies well is
Feels
an
like she's like a
excellent
teacher.
habit to get into.
She's like, very
Okay.
good.
I love how everyone, like, the second her design was like, everyone's like, oh yeah, Deltori's gonna steal it, and we're just like, no, she's telling us everything.
Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
I know, my desk is a mess. I need to clean
Alright,
it.
last question. Who am I?
You are the
She
Archon.
will try and knock that over.
Please don't. The moon, because she says she's the moon.
They say that alchemical...
But she's
Now
also,
that I think about
she's a
it,
moon. She says she's a moon, but she's
wasn't
also
delusions
illusions.
a hint?
Which one are you gonna pick?
Fuck. Son of a bitch, I was right!
So you know this.
You second guessed
I
yourself.
thought that one would be the hardest
That always
question.
kills me.
That's why
I was like, because I know she's the god of illusions. But also, I should have just went with the moon, because she literally states she's the fucking moon.
Everything
girl,
about
are you gonna go back to sleep in my hoodie?
We just didn't want to expose you is all.
I'm sorry.
Now
I
you
know we're
mention
yelling.
it,
I know it's late.
Nikita, you've been hinting to us
No, it's
since
been
the
giving her
very
attention.
beginning.
We'll stop.
It's funny. Thinking
Okay.
back to when we were asking all over the place for info about
Get
Lesser
that
Lord Kusanali. Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
I'm always so scared of that. And then she's like, psych, I'm not. I only bite you, Mother.
I have a lot of questions. This doesn't.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in real life. On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now.
Oh, there she goes.
Yeah, you can't get rid of me for the next couple years. You're stuck with me. She's growing way too much attached.
She has. I'm surprised how fast she did.
She's grown attached to my ass. How the fuck did you keep
asked me this question before. My answer was, it would literally blow your minds. Now that you know this is all a dream, this answer... Have you heard the saying, don't wake a sleepwalker? Likewise, if someone suddenly had told you all this instead of you learning it on your own, your notion
The
of
funny thing
reality
is, I
and
used
dream
to
would
actually
be
be a
thrown into
sleepwalker.
irreversible
So it's like,
confusion.
this kind of feels like a
I
slap in the
couldn't
face.
expose you to that kind of risk. That's why I could only give you very subtle hints and some suggestions.
Why do you look like you're ready to jump at me?
Long story short,
Yeah, you can't get rid of me. You're stuck as my roommate.
You can ask everything.
I know.
First,
I was about to say, it feels like
this
it's like the
dream
very
is
end of the quest where they're like, you can
completely based on
ask,
reality.
like,
Oh,
where
no,
we
people have already experienced the Sumeru's festival. So
I was about to say,
would
it feels
be
like at the
very
very end where like you're
difficult
talking
for
with
them
the Archon and they're
to
like, so what the fuck do you want to know? And we're just like,
We'll tell you everything.
Secondly,
Except Zhongli
you're
lies
probably
to
wondering
you.
why
He
people don't have
lies.
any memories from earlier
which
Sumeru,
I understand
right?
why, because he's under a
That's
contract.
because people don't remember their dreams
But
most
he
of the
lied
time
about freaking
anyway.
ball. He said the
And
ball
in
was
any
alive
case,
and that
their
egg was
actual
like,
dreams
he
are being
never brought
taken
up
away
egg.
from them
But
by
I don't
the
think he
Akasha.
knew.
So whenever they
I
wake
think they
up
just
in the
switched it.
stream of the Sumeru's festival, they don't
No, because
remember
I genuinely
anything
think he
from
probably
their
would not have
previous
known.
identical dream.
That reminds Paimon. Trev
Yeah,
had
I think he
it
would have. She
free
got
when
in the
we were in the
Arkham War.
Avidia
Not
Forest,
Arkham War.
but couldn't see what it was
The
about
fall,
after
the fall of
waking up.
Kanye.
Yeah. And he
Is
was there
that
for
an
that, so he
example
would
of what you mean?
Yes.
So she probably would not have made it like a
Only
big
after
deal
receiving
because
the
like
blessing
all of the
Dendro
original Archons
can a
had like
person
died
gain
except
the
for them
Dendro
too.
element's dream
So I'm
enhancing
assuming they
power.
probably would have just like kept
That
it a secret
explains
so
the
then
feelings
people
of
outside
déjà
don't
vu.
realize like, yeah, the original Archon's
Meanwhile,
dead.
Everyone else has no idea that
And this
they
is
are
her
in the
sister who's
Sumeru's
currently being a
festival
dictator.
Samsara, while their dreams are stolen from them over and over again.
Yeah, I cannot believe Fischl's literally 16. Poor girl.
Can humans really keep dreaming forever like this? Will it ever end? And if so,
Someone sent me the TikTok
You
before I
might
started
say your
playing.
mental
and I was like, I
fatigue
hate
has
all of
already
these elves,
answered
it's
this
adorable.
question.
Can you just no, I'm not just imagining
there's
like
only
see
so
Luke.
much that people can tolerate.
Also, apparently, the
Especially
person,
those
the
whose
adventurer
health is
that Mona was
compromised to
talking
begin
about,
with.
that she was
Like
like, oh, I saw his
Dunyarzad.
fate and it was very Bennett. And he said, I'm gonna
This
keep on being it.
relentless
Is Bennett.
exploitation takes an even harder toll
So
on them.
Bennett might die.
lives
No,
are
they
at stake
wouldn't.
here, and
They
nobody
would
knows a
never.
thing. We've got to put a stop to this.
I was gonna say something, but I'm scared of jinxing
I
anything,
know,
so I'm gonna
right?
keep my mouth shut.
Why did
Me
they
who's
have to
saying
base
Lisa's
this
gonna
dream
die.
on my birthday?
I'm fine with
Could it
that. I
really
don't
just
give
be
two
a
craps about it.
coincidence?
People are all saying Venti's gonna die, and I'm like,
you don't
let's
know
not
the
kill Venti.
I don't think
Wow.
Because then
Now
I will
that's
lose my
strange.
shit. But then I also
The
feel like
Academia
Zhongli will lose his
sages are
shit.
determined to harvest
Like, that's gonna
lots
get
of
him out of
dreams in a
retirement
short
being like,
time,
hello, yeah,
no
your friend's
matter the
dead.
cost.
Well, shit.
They have to
Yoink!
be up to no good.
Dude, I'd actually like to see Zhongli
Unfortunately,
like
I don't know anything
I have been
about
saying that. I want this man to
Traveler,
lose his
do you
shit.
have any
Oh, that's
information?
so bad. I want to see Archon War Zhongli, not old grandpa.
Why are we back?
Grand Sage said.
We've already heard this fucking submit.
Celebrate the birth of that god?
There we go.
Could it mean?
Don't bring me back. Don't bring me back. I answered all of them.
Same, Lacey, same.
I know, right? Why did they have to base this dream on my birthday?
Could even you don't know the reason?
The Academia sages are traveler. Do you?
Okay, so I did do this one. Submit. Because that's the correct answer, because it's speech.
Celebrate the birth of that
Oh my
god.
gosh, do you have to do that every time?
No, that was the end. I just didn't. I thought it was. Because it says, like, does it. Could that mean? I thought it was, like, it was gonna ask.
Deceiving the people of Sumeru
Okay,
with
so
no
even.
regard for their safety.
Gotcha.
No matter what they're trying to do, this is unforgivable.
I'm surprised those 3
After
No,
we
I'm gonna,
end
like,
the
lay down.
Sumeru's
Those 3
festival
melatones are gonna knock my
Samsara,
ass
we have
out.
to look into them.
How can
You
the
got
sages of the
a little
Academia
bit more.
do this
I know I
behind
keep
their
saying
Archon's
it, but I
back?
don't want to tell them this dialogue.
Since I'm done with this, I'm good.
Okay.
As long as I
I'm
don't have
just
to, like,
moved.
solve another puzzle, I'm good.
The real sun is
You're gonna
long
be good
gone.
when the day
A
resets
sun
again?
and a moon?
I don't know if you're...
Nahida's talking in riddles again.
Alright. Son of a bitch. This is gonna give me PTSD.
Oh, we're out of time today.
I'll tell you how to break free of the samsara tomorrow.
Let me go. Let me be free. Hi. Let me out. Is she fucking dead? Where is she?
Nahida? Wait. Hey, what's wrong, Nahida? You don't...
I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct.
Did
Not the fucking
Dunyarzad
music.
already disappear?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
Paimon can't believe it.
Poor baby got so much survivor's guilt.
Just what is she? Is she also going to disappear?
Why do you like my bed?
She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely.
What? Huh? Ooh, wait, what?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees.
Actually, like my eyes are actually getting teary. Oh my god. I can't.
Keep it going.
But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real Dunyarzad.
Puppets are stiff and can't copy a living person's vitality. After all, they're just there as fillers.
Listen, I'm gonna pull for it just so that I can get all the Archons. I may never use her, but...
The old Dunyarzad might not have been too...
Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness. And it was you who inspired her.
Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way.
Wait, so have we
so
met,
that she could
have we
be
met
her
her in real
own
life, or is it
person.
just like we've met her in a dream?
But even so, she's still
You talking about this million?
far from it.
No,
I'm
I
still
know
a
we like
long
met
way
her
off
like
from being a real
probably like
Archon.
before, but I was talking about
I couldn't even save her.
Duzahara. I can't say her name.
I were a competent Archon.
No, you did actually meet her.
Oh, thank God.
Let my most
I was about to like, please tell me I did not get emotionally attached to a character. We
No.
technically never fucking met.
No, you didn't.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida.
Thank God. I was like, please. I'm emotionally already broken.
Bears alone.
Because if the dream went that far back, then you would have never met
beating
Alhazen.
myself up.
True.
All I did was to rationally observe the distance between myself
Still,
and
he
the
is so
real Archon.
Don't be like that, Nahida.
Excited to see him again.
Even real Archons
I can't wait to
are
play as him.
I know.
Throw him on a team with Zhongli. She's so...
To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the samsara as soon as possible.
Perfect. I got 3 Archons.
How do we do that?
One of them is not built, but
Although
actually
the
2 of them are not
Samsara's
built.
Festival dream is under the Akasha's control.
you just got, John.
Only humans can dream.
And even Fenty's not built.
Even the Akasha is unable to create them.
I thought you would have had
That means
10
this
built
dream
and then
belongs to a
unneeded.
host who created it.
I have a partially built because I know that she's a really good DPS.
Oh really? I use her as
Huh?
perk.
So, how should we find that person?
Well,
Only 'cause I
if this is
have
someone's dream,
probably use her
then
for
everything here must
No, it's
come
because
from
I
deep
have
within their
such shit left with domains
consciousness.
that I like never like
Which
do
means,
them.
with the power of imagination, they can change anything
Because
in
like
this dream.
I've been stuck on Xiao's trying to get a good flower for him for months.
What do you mean by
I
that?
honestly don't know how Child's stuff is. I mean his stats are good, so
Imagination means breaking through what you perceive as normal.
So it's like, yeah, no, the game likes to fuck
Like
me.
when the server at the tavern
Like
brings a
pull
plate to you,
wise, it's like
you
I have
naturally assume the
moderately
food is
good
on it.
like character pulls on wish
However,
banners,
if you're
but
the dream's
subsets,
host and
fuck
you
no.
become aware
My
that
luck
you're dreaming,
disappears.
When you imagine gold and more on the plate, the dream
But it's
will
also because
respond
I
in
don't
kind.
like I try
And
to
the
invest a
server
lot in my
really will
characters, but
bring
at the same
gold
time
and
I'm like
more.
I want to explore the story, and
But
those be
right
days
now,
where I'm just like
our host is unaware
do
that this
my
is a
dailies,
dream.
get the fuck out.
No matter
Yeah.
how many times they're served, it will find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens,
How are we going to find them, though? If it could be anyone, and even if we did find them, how are we supposed to make them realize they're dreaming?
cannot forget to set my timer for tomorrow.
After all,
Oh yeah, I was
you
like, wait,
said,
what?
Just
don't
at 9
wake a
though.
sleepwalker.
For her.
it's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, everything you've achieved up to this point has all been for the sake of finding the host and ending the samsara. So as for me,
Yes!
during this time,
I'm always scared
I'll
that
be
like
out of
they're
town.
gonna like cut us off till
Out
station
of
9
town?
and then
Are
I'll
you
cry.
going to that place full of dreams where the traveler went?
Listen, all I want
Yes.
is this steampunk
I
nation.
want
I'll
to
be
try
fine.
something. There must still be a
I will be
small
fine
wisp
and
of
happy.
possibility.
I'll be happy with
Now
life.
hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises.
You wanna know what's really fucked? I don't
Unnecessary
dream.
things like this samsara
Really?
need to
No,
end.
technically everyone dreams. You just don't remember it.
Hyman's still a little
No, 'cause I
upset that we've
remember my
come
dreams.
this far, only for
I'm one of those rare
Dunyarzad
people that
to-
can like remember like part. No, there's a dream I remember from a very long time ago, and this has stuck with me because it is so fucking bizarre.
But fate was against her. Yeah.
I mean, there are times where
Saving Dunyarzad is what kept us going this whole time.
Yeah, no, I literally just like it's dark.
Dunyarzad would definitely want to see
I
us
don't know if
save
it's because I have a really overactive imagination, or I have it's either that or my maladaptive daydream. It's just like, ah yes,
the sages would get one
turns
of their
off,
own
and it's
to be
like,
the
yeah, no,
host of
brain,
this
shut off.
stream.
I don't know if like thinking about my character all the time is not that
And so, who do you think the host of the dream is? Oh, that would make sense. Ferris the Knight of... Let's go ask him some questions.
Now we're finishing this tonight, so I can do just so then I can do story quests later. Going on a trip, we're fucking around with God, zooming through the sky. I'm stabbing a fucking government.
I like how this time we're not wanted.
I was just about to say we might become wanted in the desert. I said that earlier.
It's like I can't say we're not wanted, but we're not wanted yet. But we already want to beat up the government.
You're back. You left in a hurry last time.
Everything's fine. Just...
right? Or were we wanted?
It's a little hard to explain.
We still
would you mind taking
Technically, we were always wanted because one, we snuck aboard, and then we got like official paperwork that's like you were now an outlier. Like we were not even allowed in. We snuck in, and then had to do other favors to go, and then we became more wanted in like the main city. Because we fucking
Is
fought
that a new
Raiden.
Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
I now love the theory that like the traveler has like lightning scars on their back.
My wish. My wish.
So like every time I see it,
I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
no, because you can still get struck even with clothes on.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
I'm saying you would be able to see them.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit
Still,
down,
I think no, like
and she
it's
wasn't
like
really
seeing
talking to
because
anyone.
again, lightning scars can go pretty fucking far.
She just doesn't seem like herself.
Oh yeah,
She's always
amen.
so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her.
Oh, fucking man.
I've also
No,
wondered if
I
the
love
reason
how
she asked me to be
we've come to the
Ferris Knight of
conclusion that
Flowers
the only
is
two
because
white
I'm
characters that get
special
to
to her
impact
or
are
something.
Child of Albedo. Why? Because they don't fucking leave the cold.
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Yeah, which is Russia. It's fucking cold there.
Oh,
And people are white as shit. And always
After what
drunk.
I just said,
How do I
guess
know
it
this?
is.
I'm fucking Russian. I feel like I'm not paying
When
attention
she
to the start.
placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy
brain's going to
Sub-Zero's
fucking sleep.
festival.
No, you gotta pay attention though because it gets even better.
What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in
part I
how
didn't
everyone
care
else feels.
Yeah.
In that moment, okay.
I was like,
yeah,
this one I
that
don't care
was a
for.
bit
I'm
much.
like, you're not getting
Felt like the right
impressions of
moment to
Dunyarzad.
get
I
it
don't
off my
care about
chest,
you.
but that was pretty embarrassing. Okay,
Also, how can you have
I'm ready
that
to make my
mustache
wish.
and then have feelings
I would
for
like
him?
Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
All the hands glitched in.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh. Oh.
What?
You're.
Oh,
What?
It might have been the apple juice.
you like deeply concerned me for a second.
Fucky?
I thought you
Sorry,
said fuck
but
you.
only one portion of Yelda candies per person. Back
thought
home
you
you
said
go.
fuck you so bad. I was like, what the fuck?
Nice
Oh my
try,
God.
you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me. As long as she's
Like how
happy.
she's going to sleep on my bed.
Guess he isn't the host of this dream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy.
It's like I can't take care of her, but it's like I will just give you snuggles.
It seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her, but none of them has any idea that she...
Yeah, I'm so interested to see the rest of the nations now.
My lady, step back.
Oh.
That sounds like Dia!
The writing
Oh,
freaking evil like got so much better.
But Dia can handle them!
Also, the NPCs got a lot better. Cause like in Mondstadt, they wouldn't like move around. It was like they wouldn't like move around. They didn't have a lot of animations.
Yeah.
But also, a lot of people got downgraded from the manga.
Really?
Yeah, who's the one person that like really loves Steeluk?
Donna?
Yeah, she's so much more prettier in the manga.
Oh, yeah. Especially the guy in charge of the winery.
Oh yeah, he's so fine.
Oh, why did I do that to him?
Which makes me think, was the manga written after Genshin was?
I think it was before, because I think it was supposed to be a trailer.
Oh, it's you. Great timing.
And that's why it
Please
stopped
take...
getting updated on Webtoon, because it was technically commercial.
Hey, this is my job. The homie Yanni's pay me, not you.
Leave.
You... fine,
Dude, can you just
knock
imagine
yourself
like
out.
Lumin just being
I'm so
like
worked
leave.
up anyway. It's not like I don't trust your...
Like imagine
Anyway,
having through all that
watch
shit.
yourself.
Alright, perfect. Stabby stab time.
You know, like, you haven't been able to fight anyone this
So
whole
you
time.
got yourself some...
I was like, yes, child, stab them!
Emerge.
Listen, I don't have bloodlust, but like, fuck.
No touching. Right here, right now.
No, you're honestly
Emerge.
okay, because I get passionate about Xiao.
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys?
Yes, I'm just angry at myself.
You and
Also,
Nikita
I love that headcanon that like
wouldn't want to see
Lumin
you two
can't
like this.
understand like Taibat language.
Oh, and
I love the
speaking of
headcanon
her,
that Paimon taught them
I just
that
remembered
language.
something.
And I love the
during
fact that they're like
first
learning it
Sub-Zero's
themselves
festival,
with like
before
Paimon.
the
That's why Paimon
Samsara
talks so much for
started,
the travel, and like the
came
more they're
here
there,
with
the more they
Dunerzad
talk.
because she wanted to pick something up.
I did not realize you had dimples until just
She
now.
said it was because she had forgotten something. Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around. Yeah, even if it's a... This is the place. It's... Hey, the windows are unlocked.
Oh my god, are we literally breaking and entering?
Only Paimon.
Paimon's gonna take a peek inside.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table.
I was like, yes,
Should we
do
open
it. I'll keep doing it.
What was the voice?
Because he talks about how he likes seeing like people who work for him like be uncomfortable when he gives them like tasks. And then when he's like, why are you so confused by this? Isn't that what you do with Paimon? And it was like, yes! Call the traveler out. Do it. I'm sad there haven't been any recent emergency lines.
Dunerzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us
I'm pretty
even
sure
while
Ray
we were away.
has Atlas as emergency food.
Even though she was also
I think she has
busy
that. I think she
preparing
also
for
has
the
the
Sub-Zero's
she has
festival
the
and had all
cafe
her health
that
problems
she
to
works
worry
at.
about.
It's like I forgot what she has, but I think she also has the
to us
Mexican
as a
restaurant.
gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right?
Because Atlas knows how to cook, and like he literally works at like a cafe with like that's like different
We
than
never would have
hers.
known. But now
And
that
so,
we know,
and like he will literally make us free food. All we have to do is just ask. But like we'll pay him tips. So she'll just be like, "Food, please," and he's like, "All right, I know your order by now." I literally ordered from his restaurant with my parents, and like he recognized he knows my number now. So I called him, and he's like, yeah. What? Anything else? And I was like, I handed the phone to my parents. I was like, here you go. Here's the menu. No, they put quotations around her name. No.
They're like, it's not real.
Emotional damage! Can I just go through here? Yep, sure can.
I want to test it. I'm gonna drop
Hi, baby girl. Yeah, go see your mom.
Wow, I see how it is.
I was like, please stop hanging out with me. I appreciate.
For her food.
Oh damn.
Is that all I'm good for?
If she comes back to me, I'm gonna be like, why? If she comes back, I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, you're not getting rid of me. You're stuck with me. Because then she's gonna find out my room and just sit out there. Like, she's gonna escape the hallway and be like, I'm here.
Yeah, like I'm here.
It's Dunyarzad's puppet.
Don't question how I snuck out.
I also love how, like, the Traveler's more expressive.
Traveler?
Especially, God fucking damn it, no.
You must be
It's okay.
exhausted.
It's okay.
Like, I know
Come to
she's
think
fine.
of it, we've
I know
been
she's-
stuck
I
in
know
this
she's-
place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago.
God, imagine how A must feel about this. She must fucking love this.
I like how he was like stabbing it with Dunyarzad's death and then twisting the knife as much as they could.
They were like, Tepes? You thought Tepes was worse? They're just like progressively like pulling it up.
They're like, look at her, look at her. They didn't do this with Tepe.
Paimon
They're
still
just like, if he's
remembers
dead,
when we were
alright, go
sitting here.
fight skirmish
And
now.
the way her eyes
No, but the fan art's what
sparkled when
fucks
she
me up
talked
over his
about
death.
Milu's
Especially
dance
with
of
how like the Traveler like
Sub-Zeros.
wears the armor.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
Son of a bitch. Listen, I'm a depressed cunt. Who like
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean
hello? Are you real?
Yes, Traveler. What is it?
It's her!
so she's still just a puppet? But just now,
Let's go, Paimon. Shut the fuck up.
where are we going this time?
We're seeing Nilu dance. Fucking
I
zoomy.
had the same exact thought process as the right there.
It's like, shut the fuck up, Paimon. We're gonna go see her dance. I should have pulled out Kazuo for this because he... Nah, get the fuck out of here. I will stab you with my dull ass sword.
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation. The Grand Sage has already granted you
Fuck
much
you.
leniency.
You've done too much shit for me to enjoy you. I like you because of your design. Get the fuck out of here.
He has a stinky poo-poo design.
He really does.
Traveler? You don't...
Traveler?
Oh fuck you. You already know who I am.
What the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the...
You know. Uh-oh.
Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared? Oh, of course. If this is the Sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this.
I'm stabbing head of politics.
So they're just substitute.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage? Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real
I don't think they're
Bodhisars went
puppets.
extinct after her death.
Yes.
Not in that
The Greater Lord brought forth new
I don't think
Padisarus in
think
memory
they're
of the
like
goddess of flowers.
I don't think they're like Catherine.
But she ultimately
Yes,
can
I know they
never
confirmed that
truly
she's a
replicate that
Snezhnaya puppet
beautiful
because
shade of purple.
Ray literally spoiled it. I think
They
that,
say that in
yeah, I think they're illusion-based puppets. Like mirages in that sense.
That beautiful shade of purple.
Kind of.
Aren't these flowers real Padisarus? Just like the ones from the legend?
Yeah, they're not like Catherine. You're,
I
you're
didn't
right
even
like that.
notice.
But, because
10
like
years
Dunyarzad
old.
is a puppet.
Did you
technically.
find these?
Yeah.
But didn't you just say all the real
Like
flowers
I don't
would get extinct
I don't think
after
they're
the
like
goddess of flowers
Raiden's
passed
level.
away?
No, they're definitely not.
So, how?
Because again,
Yeah.
I don't think
What's
that they would
going on
let
here?
Kazuhara have her gnosis.
Yeah, no.
I think the Academy is using her gnosis for like illusions and stuff. Cause she is the goddess of illusions. So I think they're using her notion to like, if they don't want to do their bidding, they just make illusions of themselves that are like really convincing. And since this is what this is, it's... It makes sense.
I don't know. Because I think if they
You
were just like
guys
puppets
are
for the
acting
dream,
weird.
like especially
But
in
okay,
Did You See
I'll
This
try.
Or-
Yeah. It literally just happened.
Where they disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's why I think they're like only there for the dream, not like something they can just like make.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
They disappeared.
They're like, they're illusion-based puppets. Like, they're there because they're using, like, a gnosis to make them.
Palisaurus
That's
don't
what I kind of
exist in
mean.
the real world anymore. But in Milu's subconscious, they can appear
Because there's no
in
way in hell they
decorations
would let
on
their
the
god
stage.
have a gnosis.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, they would let
Just
Rune
like
Baka
the
have the
example
gnosis, but they're
Nahida
not
told
gonna
us.
let Kusanagi.
People
Yeah,
assumed there will be
absolutely.
food on a plate, and Milu assumed there would be real Palisaurus in the flower pots.
Yeah.
So when you saw the
'Cause they already don't
flowers,
like her.
you instantly knew. But if we want to end the
sucks. She
samsara,
did nothing
we
wrong.
need the host to
They
become
literally don't
aware
like
that
her
they're
'cause she was
dreaming.
born. That's so
Literally.
How should we make Milu
That's so
realize that?
Damn, the government right now. We don't like her because she was born.
Huh?
Okay, you do still like me. You worried me for a second.
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sabzerus festival?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either.
Also, have you seen the theory
point
that
is,
Scaramouche is
what
going to
made
use
you think
A's
this is a
gnosis
dream?
to become like
As far as you
real
know,
or
people
god?
in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Is that like the boss
Yeah,
fight thing?
but have you heard the tale of
That would
the
be
first
cool,
sage?
but also people are just
To
speculating it
prevent a
because again, he
calamity, we
is
went on a
literally
journey
a
to find the
puppet.
Dendro Archon.
You see what she's going for?
Ooh, sounds familiar.
She's like, I want the
Junior
treats.
God told us a story like that when we
She
first
literally
arrived
is.
in Sumeru City. So it was about the first stage, huh?
She chewed a hole through
Yep.
that
But in the part you heard, he hadn't
You should get
become
the
the
you
first
should get the
sage yet.
boxes.
There's more to the
They're a
story.
lot more convenient.
His
Because
piety
I
and
don't
wisdom were
think like the
acknowledged
type
by the
of thing
Dendro
like the box
Archon,
are made out they can
and she
chew
finally
through.
gave her
Yeah, I don't
blessing
think
to
so.
him.
And also you could just shove it in the fridge. She'll never know.
All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated.
Are you seeing the dance?
After who knows
It's
how
coming up.
long,
She's
he
explaining.
mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend.
It's such a nice cutscene.
Afterward,
It's
he
like
said
what I
to
did
the
with Eugene.
Dendro
I was like,
Archon,
everyone shut the fuck
I
up.
miss
We
my
just
parents,
swayed.
my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be worried. The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife lying next to
Yeah, no,
him
this
said,
shirt gives such like
"You're off to
masculine
search for the
energy. And I
Dendro
fucking love
Archon
that guy.
today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love." In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City,
Also,
and
you wanna-
founded
you
the
wanna know what other
Academia.
theory I have? That the priest that
What a happy ending.
So the
The
first
the old
sage was
Dendro
dreaming
Archon
ever since
and-
the beginning of the story?
fuck,
He never
what's her
went
name?
on his journey?
The Cryo Archon were in a relationship
Yes.
with each other.
But his
And the
faith
Dendro
and
Archon
determination
fucking
were
dies,
conveyed
and
to
she's
the
like,
Dendro
nope.
Archon. So she blessed
Fuck
him in the form of
Celestia.
a dream.
Fuck everything.
You know what?
Paimon understands where you're coming from now.
Cause it's one
That's
of
a
those rare
really
times where there's no
interesting
reaction.
connection. But we really gotta
Because
wake
again,
up soon.
there's
like
Geo
the
that
sage
like
in the story.
has reaction to practically everything, and then there's no Cryo and Dendro reaction.
I'd actually be down for that because not only is it gay, but also
It's gay.
but also the Saritsa's supposed to be the
see.
god of love.
Well,
like the goddess of love.
It just so happens that today's
that's perfect.
Sabzerus festival
Really?
was almost
Yeah.
over too.
Holy shit, I didn't know that. I was like, I know a couple. I know like Pyro's. Cussing's happening. Everyone shut the fuck up.
Oh, oh, oh.
Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance
You-
of
you get full
Sabzerus as
screen.
beautiful as we can.
Please dance your heart out.
Do it.
Please. Again, props to the animation team for the, or like the modeling team for this shit.
The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the dance of Sabzerus.
This reminds me of? This reminds me of Yamiko. Like during her event.
Her event?
Or like her.
I'd be lying if I said I had no
her hangout.
regrets. I would have loved to see Nilu's dance.
There's a very end she has like a dance and this it kind of gives me like the same vibes with all the lights. The traveler's smile at the end. I caught that shit. The one guy swaying in the background is me.
Just do it, though. It gets even better.
Do we actually wake the fuck up? Is she alive? Did I get an achievement or is that just the sound of everything resetting? Like, please. I keep thinking I'm getting an achievement, but then God is like, no.
Good morning, traveler.
Shut the fuck up, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon feels like she's been
My fucking head hurts.
Paimon thinks the Sub-Zero's best. Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero? So quick, take off your Akasha terminal.
Book it. Please be alive, please be alive, please be alive, please be alive. Oh, thank God it's gone.
She's not in her room. What happened? Huh?
What's the usual spot? Motherfucker, were you not here for the 20 time lapse that happened? That I also conveniently forget where the fuck it is? Also, Kazuo is really good for crowd control. And Catherine. Why is Catherine here?
Well done, Traveler and Paimon.
Hi.
And thank you, Dunyarzad, for organizing the Sub-Zero
Hello.
Festival for
I know
me.
who you are.
I'm sorry, who are... Oh, Traveler Paimon.
Is this the end of the arc?
I have something amazing to tell you.
Yes.
Cool, I can switch back to Japanese.
Had a dream, and I saw Nilu performing the dance of Sub-Zeros.
That was not the dream. Do we have to explain everything to her? Fucking men.
Wait, you still have that part.
Yeah, I was like, talk to Catherine. I was like, perfect.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you?
Nahida, I like her name.
Felt like
It's really
Catherine
pretty.
was acting weird when we met at the Sub-Zero's festival. And Dunyarzad, did you save her?
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened.
You're saying that out loud. As she's like right there.
Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the Traveler's favorite bench?
How the fuck do you know I have a favorite bench? I did not mean to jump. Where is she? There she is.
I feel like she's gonna look really good with either Cryo or Hydra.
There's so many fucking voice lines. Holy shit.
It's not only Sumeru locals at the Academia, huh? There
This-
are
I feel called out
students
for
from
this.
other nations too. Imagine leaving your hometown behind and traveling to a faraway and unfamiliar land in the pursuit
I'm
of
really getting
learning.
called out for this.
How inspiring!
We travel to unfamiliar lands pretty often, too.
Huh? You're right. That means we're also super inspiring.
Not in the pursuit of learning, though.
Oh, so we're not as inspiring as the
You know what I
students
realized?
after all.
I haven't
But
seen that
we
many
do know the
new
best places to
redesigns
eat
where
in
like they
Sumeru,
change your outfit. They mostly
and
just
who you
change
can
your
rely
skin.
on to help you
They
out.
don't
That
make her
counts
like
as
dark. They make
knowledge,
her like
right?
slightly like reddish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because
to many
she's
people,
she's
it
based
could
off
be
of, like, the
extremely
Persian
valuable
culture,
knowledge.
Great. So
which
we're
is like
just
really
as
pretty. But yeah, I haven't seen that many
inspiring
people
as
like
after all.
change like what she's like wearing. I just seen like they mostly give her like freckles and then they like redden her skin a little bit. Yeah, Jesus Christ, I'm listening to all these later. Listening to these when I'm not dead inside. Actually, no, I'm listening to them in Japanese because, no offense, Kurina's voice annoys me too much. I literally switched to English just so I can learn how to fuck to say their names, and even then my brain is forgetting how to fuck to say their names. It's like, I kept forgetting how to say Dia's name. I was like, what the fuck is her name?
I'm having a hard time saying Junior Zod because I keep adding an R at the end. It's the Power Rangers in me.
Come here.
Let's talk about Junior Zod first. It's such a... After we parted on the last day of the Sumeru's festival,
Also,
I
they
left the city
fixed
and saw what
the thing where
traveler
like the
had
lips
described.
don't move a lot of the times when like they're saying a
Among
line.
the countless dreams, I
It
found
happened,
one
it
that
happened a
was
lot in
growing
like earlier
fainter
things.
and
It happened a lot in
fainter.
Mondstadt.
This proved my suspicion.
Where like the models would not move their mouths.
Once Junior Zod
when
could
they were
no longer
speaking, and it
bear
would
the
bother me a
Akasha
lot.
harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began
It's gotten
to
better,
disappear.
but there's still a couple times.
But
It like
this
happened with
also meant
Hinari,
it escaped
and
the
you're just like,
Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream,
wait, what?
where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible. But it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara.
Oh, thank God. I was like, wait, is she gonna fucking die?
So it looks like we did manage to save Junior Zod in the end. Not a moment too
I saw
soon.
that one of the Sumeru commissions is literally just bouncing on mushrooms.
Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start
No,
crying.
she would have died if we have not had taken it, because it was using the last of her
I need to
powers to
spend
keep
more
her
time
alive.
observing human emotions.
Good thing, oh my God, we saved her. Also, I think this is the one time where they're not asking us to save a nation. We're just like, we hate it on our own.
Alright.
Give it the
have a
desert
lot
where
of
they
other
reveal
questions
fucking
for me,
Del
right?
Torre's hunting down
After all,
Scaramouche.
you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions.
Oh, here it is. We get the questions.
Yep.
Perfect.
At the Avidia Forest, there was this incense that made the traveler fall unconscious.
Yeah, I feel bad,
And
so bad for
dream of a
Tenari when I realized how
huge
sensitive his
tree and
ears
a
was when I'm
red
listening to
sky.
Paimon just scream. You're just like, oh, fuck.
You also heard someone's voice, right? It said world and forget me.
See, now we're not done with this. It's like making me excited for like,
Yeah,
can these days
so
fucking
you do
go?
know. We've been wanting to ask you what that was about.
What
and
I
if
was
the
like
red
most
sky
sad
was
about
related to
Junior Zod's
Conria.
death was Dia's reaction. I'm so glad they didn't
Seems
show us
like
that
the
because I would
traveler
have cried.
established a connection to Irminsul. That was a message left by Greater Lord Rukadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul. Perhaps her last memory
Also, I
before
love
she
how
died.
Paimon's like, is it Conria?
As
Yes,
you
because you can see the
probably
fucking
know,
cubes.
Greater Lord
Sorry,
Rukadevata
girl.
disappeared after the disaster in Conria.
Yep.
The timings of these events do line up, so your suspicions are reasonable. A message from Greater Lord Rukadevata? We thought it was from the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King? That god who died even longer ago? Some present-day desert dwellers still worship him. You probably just heard some of their conspiracies. Okay, so what does the message mean? I still haven't managed to decipher it. Even the Akasha isn't currently capable of
And
doing
the question
that.
is, who the fuck is alive?
Greater Lord Rukadevata's residual
Also, Norkai spelled
consciousness in
Sumeru
Irminsul
wrong
seems to be
at like
contaminated
the very
with
beginning
something
of
that
this.
has a very dangerous aura to it.
I don't know how.
Many devoted scholars go mad as soon as they connect their consciousness. I've warned the academia about this many times.
Oh, Jackie's
but
alive, but
people
she's playing
still
Little
keep falling
Misfortune.
victim to it. But I believe this
She's,
is the key to saving Irminsul.
Shangli, not
That's why I've
Shangli's.
kept trying to decipher it. So the tree in the vision was Irminsul?
Why did I not say her name all of a
also
sudden?
said that Irminsul is sick.
Who is it?
Is it because of the contaminated
Yes.
consciousness?
Shangli. There we go. I can say it now. I
Even
hate
if
how
we
I have to
can't
raise my
figure out
voice,
what
but yeah,
that
that's her
vision
voice
was all
actress.
about,
Yes, I
seems
follow a
like
bunch
our
of them on
search for you
Twitch.
was all in vain. The traveler wasn't affected after coming in contact with that consciousness.
close to
I've
Germany?
never seen anyone like that.
I don't know why,
With you
but yeah,
here,
she's really
we
good on
may
reading
have a chance at
psychological
deciphering
opinion.
it. No, we must decipher its secrets. I've already eliminated all other factors that might affect Irminsul. This is the only one left. This puzzle has life and death at stake. It could determine Irminsul's fate, as well as Tevat's.
Why do you look like
To
Catherine?
be accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness. How did you do that? Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're... The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness.
Everyone thought like Catherine was
When
a robot and they're
necessary,
like, fuck it,
I
it's
just
confirmed.
borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet.
There it is.
Hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secret? So Catherine is...
It's not a deep dark secret. Majority of people start guessing it.
felt something was off about her. What about your own body? Why do you need to
I also
borrow
love how
other
they finally fixed like the
Don't you
female
live
model
in
so
the
the boobs
sanctuary
don't jiggle
of
so much.
That story begins
Someone
a
pointed
long
out with the
time
alarm and I
ago.
was like, wait a second. Thank
After
God.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the
So they're
sages found
learning,
my
which I'm really
newly
happy
born
about.
self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I
We've
was
been here
young
for
and
4
weak.
hours.
The sages kept me in the sanctuary of
We've been here
Surasthana,
for 4 fucking
ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But
This is the longest stream I've had in a while, and I did a week stream. That was hell.
however, I do understand that they had
Now,
hoped
that
to
week
find
stream was
Greater
actually
Lord
fun. Like, I'll
Rukkhadevata
do those
instead
again,
of
but
me,
like,
a symbol of her passing.
no. Like, I need to plan like months in advance
sages
for that
basically
shit.
put their new Archon under house arrest? How dare they?
The sages basically put their new Archon on house arrest? Yeah.
In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata
Yeah, damn, they really
was
put their whole
omniscient
soul
and
into this Archon
omnipotent.
quest.
Even after her
Is this
death,
where all the budget
the
went to?
Akasha is still empowering this nation. And
Nah, because I'm gonna be honest. I like
still
the
really
I like
far away
the
from being
animation
able
they
to
did,
call myself the god of
but
wisdom.
I just think it would like the cuts were too
Moreover,
fast.
The academia is also more proficient at governing this country.
Like the really animated cutscenes?
My existence has little meaning.
No, like the animatic they did to like show off like all the characters and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I liked it, but I think like they just like cut between everyone so quickly you couldn't like enjoy it.
Yeah, you got a lot of
Cause like with Inazuma's, it was like
look at the
it was like
Sumeru's
really slow. Like
festival.
you could like look at the characters and like get a little bit of their personalities, but like it was this one. It was like here's these two. Cut. Dinah, cut. Yeah, it was just really fast.
As long as it
Like
can
again,
connect
I'll appreciate the hell out of
consciousness
it.
to
I
the
just didn't like
Akasha.
how it was like. It was
Trying
like
to
hip
find a
hop.
way
Gotta
to
go.
save Irminsul is my life's mission and top priority. I will work on that, and try to every once in a while. I will also take up that there's never been any big problems with the academia's governance of Sumeru.
Oh, they
This is
actually
the
are a
first time
government.
I've
I was
seen
just
them
saying that
step
as a
out of
joke.
line.
I did not know they were an actual government.
Them to go down this path.
Well, time to pull tech blade. Time to destroy some governments.
Even
Del
though the
Torre,
city's
hey, you want to help me with
residents
this? You want to
haven't
start a
noticed
fire?
anything strange, if the traveler hadn't broken the Sub-Zero Samsara, the situation could have become dire. I tried
Yeah,
to do
because I don't
some
think they care that
investigating
people
in
would have
the
died.
Akasha,
Because they're like,
but
they
I
can
couldn't
die.
find anything
No, I think they
suspicious.
straight up said that, like,
And all the people of
what they would
interest
gain
seem to
would, like,
purposely
outweigh, like, the
avoid wearing their
casualties.
Akasha terminals. I think they're deliberately trying to hide something.
Fuck you.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. In Gandharvaville, there was a sage who had invited Tainari to join some kind of project.
What are they gonna
Could
do?
it be related?
Arrest me?
Regardless,
that voice line.
I need to first investigate the sage's motives, make things
Thank
right,
God Tanari did not join
punish
them.
them if
I would.
needed.
That would suck.
But I'll
Dark.
have to be discreet, or they'll see me coming. You mean how the Akasha stops you from having dreams?
Yeah, it's been such a long time. No one's noticed something's
That's why it's been such a long
It's
time.
not that no one noticed. It's more
Yeah.
like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all rooted in the sage's misdirection.
Because again, they always say like people grow up, you stop dreaming.
The sages convinced everyone to believe that being unable to dream is a sign of rationality and wisdom, even if the truth is that their dreams are being reaped by the Akasha. With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their use of the Akasha. Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Anyway, But by now, even those who never got it
Don't have any more questions.
To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now.
Thank God.
Go and get some sleep. What a relief.
This is it. I can say that with absolute certainty this time.
Yeah, I was about to say, after asking questions, goodbye.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Don't worry about it.
Maybe you were sleepwalking.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh,
She fucking vanished, okay. Yeah. Cool. Well, in that case, I actually have to go see someone. Where are you on this map? Oh, I hate how you can't tell. I hate something on the opposite. I hate how you can not just, like, instantly teleport to them, but like, hey buddy, friend, pal, I'm here for my reputation. Also, what do you sell? What do you have to offer? Son of a fucking bitch. Why would you show me that? Tax officer? Oh shit, gotta run. Why would you have this jeweler be here if I can't get anything from them? Well, I can tell you with full honesty, I'm never gonna use the, I'm never gonna use, like, the alchemy table here.
Yeah.
Like, that is too much of a fucking goddamn hassle. Hey,
I just got really good vibes.
I realize it depends what I'm doing. Like, if I'm in the middle of, like, hunting for Oculus, like, I will stay in that nation and, like, make them. But then if I'm just, like, half-hassling, I'll go to Mondstadt. It honestly just depends what I'm doing. Hey, friend, buddy, pal. Thank you. Oh, I heard about this. This is actually really good if you need to collect trees.
Click trees? What?
Like, you just have to go near them and, like, instead of, like, chopping, like, the trees down, you just hit a button and it collects, like, all of them. And, yeah.
That would be really helpful. Because I don't like my teapot and I wish to change it so it gives me more crafting materials.
Alright. I love how it's like you've only explored 11%. I'm like, there's literally a nation that has.
I'm so jealous of the people that have completed 100%.
They don't have a life. But also, I know only 23. And there's gonna be a lot more once, like, the desert comes out. And then there's gonna be more because we'll have the Archon quest. Shit. Goddamn. That's all I want to do. Just want to get this unlocked. Motherfucker, I could give less of a shit. I'm just here for reputation, alright? Who the fuck is live? Who's live? We have it saved there, so I can get the clip of her her ears fucking breaking. I still cannot believe I caught that.
That's so weird.
You know what? We're gonna go do some Stardew Valley. Why? Because then you can go to fuck to sleep. Someone's first Stardew Valley experience? Oh, hell yeah.
That's so crazy to me that people are still playing Stardew Valley. It makes me happy, but...
I was about to be like, I play Stardew Valley still.
No, I do. I'm just saying, like, people are still getting into it. Like,
Oh, yeah. I just play it with mods, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet, because I play on Switch.
It's also kind of annoying to install mods, I'm not gonna lie. Like, somehow you're just making things harder. Alright, go raid, I'm tired. Goodbye.